Chapter 691 Successor. Chapter 691 Successor. In Ames' palace, two people were standing outside the gate. One of them was Aesop, and behind him was a tall, purple-haired human lady. Her skin was a little blue, her face looked gentle and pretty, and she had alluring eyeshadow on. She was looking up at the palace apprehensively. Aesop looked at the beautiful, purple-haired woman and said with resignation, "Vilna, don't be so nervous. It's just meeting Ames. It's my first time meeting a beyond grade A. What kind of person is Her Excellency Dragon Emperor? It's rumored that she's very controlling. Is that true?" Vilna bit her lips and crossed her fingers nervously. "Fake, of course. That's a rumor that only appeared in the last few years. Is to deliberately vilify Ames because Black Star. Sign, let's not talk about this." Aesop seemed to have thought of something troubling. He shook his head and sighed. "Anyway, Ames is very friendly. This is your first time meeting her since joining Floating Dragon. So leave a good impression. Will you?" I'll try my best." Vilna still did not have much confidence. She inhaled deeply and tried to calm her emotions. After walking into the palace, Aesop got to know where Ames was by asking the guard. He took Vilna to an outdoor area. From afar, they could already hear the sound of energy clashing. When they got closer, Vilna noticed two people fighting in this open area, and three people were watching from the side. She looked at the fight, and her eyes were immediately caught by the two sides of the battle. Ames was personally training Hela, flipping the light green force field barrier with her fingertips, spinning in midair. Her black dress was blossoming like a lotus, showing her long, snow-like legs from time to time. Hela's face was cold. Her body was surrounded by thick dark red streams, and she kept attacking Ames' force field, making loud bangs. Ames maintained the strength of her force field at the grade B level. Still, she controlled it extremely accurately and completely overpowered Hela. "Stop for a moment. Someone's here." Ames suddenly stopped her Esper ability and slowly landed on the ground. Hela glanced at Aesop and Vilna, slightly frowning, unhappy with how her spar had been interrupted. She deactivated her Esper ability as well, and the dark red energy surrounding her entered her body. Then, she followed behind Ames like Aurora, who had been watching from the side, sizing up Vilna. "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, Vilna hastily wanted to introduce herself. Ames raised her hand and said, "I know your name. Since you're Aesop's friend, stay around and see if there's anything you can do. I don't have any requirements here." "0, okay. You seem to be a little nervous." Ames slightly raised her eyebrow. You're the first beyond grade A I've ever seen. I'm your idol. You're my admirer." Vilna blushed and could not even speak properly. "Don't be nervous. Beyond grade A isn't a big deal. I don't bite." Ames smiled faintly and spoke with a gentle tone. She raised her hand and touched Vilna's cheek. Feeling the touch of Ames' palm on her face, Vilna's body stiffened, and she did not know where to put her hands. Aurora, who was at the side, pulled the hem of Hela's shirt and softly asked, "Sis, is this woman Floating Dragon's new officer?" "Yeah." As usual, Hela spoke with very few words. Aesop coughed and said, "We shall take our leave and not disturb you guys. I'll take her to get familiar with the job." As he was speaking, he took Vilna away, who was still stunned, disappearing before the other three. Ames' smile slowly faded. She looked in the direction that Vilna had left from and kept silent with complicated emotions in her eyes. "I heard this new officer is someone Aesop called over from another star field. I wonder what she's doing here." Aurora was curious. Hela pushed her red hair aside and said emotionlessly, "Aesop is training a new officer so that she can replace Han Zhao's position in the future. Han Zhao won't leave, right? Big Sis Ames is so good to him," Aurora said. "Humph, there have been a lot of rumors in the past few years. Many people created rumors so that Han Zhao and Floating Dragon would be separated. Plus, don't I know him? If he really becomes a beyond grade A, he will definitely further strengthen the organization under his command. Because of that, he won't be able to continue using Floating Dragon's name, so he will definitely create one for himself Ames turned around and glanced at the two of them. It's nothing worth chatting about. At least for now, he's still mine. Gila, continue to attack. 3 years had passed, and Ames was no longer troubled anymore. She was waiting for Han Zhao's choice. The three of them stopped chatting and continued the combat training. On the other side, Aesop took Vilna out of the palace. This time, Vilna finally said with surprise, "The Dragon Emperor is so friendly. The rumors are not true at all." Aesop shook his head with resignation. Over the past 3 years, many people had been manipulating public opinion to vilify the Dragon Emperor, wanting to make Ames seem like someone who was very controlling and intimidating. Their goal was to split Black Star and the Dragon Emperor apart. Throughout the last 3 years, Black Star's reputation had become more and more firm. The Black Star army had also digested its rapidly expanding size and slowly stabilized. Its business range had already extended to most star systems in the Colton star cluster, becoming an enormous star cluster-level organization. Furthermore, the Black Star Army had officially become the Purple Crystal Civilization's long-term partner a year ago, receiving tons of support. Nominally, the Black Star Army was expanding for Floating Dragon. However, Ames was completely uninvolved, clearly intending to just let things flow on their own. If a conflict could be created between the two of them, Black Star would definitely leave with the Black Star Army. If Black Star and Dragon Emperor became enemies because of that, it would be the best case. The other star cluster civilizations and the various large organizations did not want to see two beyond grade as forming a union or alliance. It would only be balanced and aligned with the benefits of these organizations if the two of them were enemies and limited each other in various respects. Therefore, they did everything they could to spread rumors, believing that they would one day influence the mindset of the two of them. Aesop trusted Han Zhao's potential fully, so he felt that Han Zhao would certainly leave Floating Dragon in the future. Hence, he decided to plan ahead. As such, Aesop had found Vilna, a friend whom he had met in another star field. Despite having a rather soft and gentle personality, she was very reliable. He asked Vilna to come to the Shattered Star Ring and join under Dragon Emperor so that he could nurture Vilna to become Black Star's successor. "You don't have to work on Floating Dragon Island. You're responsible for building a new field team. Quickly pack your things and let's get going," Aesop said. Vilna nodded and curiously asked, "How do I start exactly?" "You have to look for someone and express your intentions to him. He will provide help. Just follow his arrangements." "Who do I have to look for?" "Black Star." Vilna's eyes opened wide. After coming to the Shattered Star Ring, she had immediately heard about the famous Black Star. Plus, he was her senior and currently the top officer of Floating Dragon. "But I heard that our connection with Black Star only exists in name now. Are you sure he will help me?" Vilna was worried that Aesop was sending her into a wolf den. "Stop talking about that, just a false rumor. Black Star is a core member of Floating Dragon. He will only help you, not hurt you," Aesop said with a heavy tone. He deliberately sent Vilna to Black Star to let Han Zhao personally groom his successor. This was a signal of friendliness, expressing that they hoped things would end on peaceful terms. He wanted Vilna to build a new field team to show that they had no desire for the Black Star Army. This way, he believed that Black Star would be willing to guide Vilna, use his Black Star Army to help Vilna develop, and give Floating Dragon a new field team. Of course, if Black Star did not actually plan to leave, it would be even better. This would then just be expanding the size of Floating Dragon's field team. Understood. Vilna nodded and could not help but be curious about Han Zhao. She wondered what kind of person this extremely famous senior of hers was. At the same time, in the desolate region between the Sol Star Cluster and the Colton Star Cluster, an intense war was underway. The Klent Kingdom had built many logistics channels in the desolate region. Those were key facilities that Purple Crystal was always eager to destroy. In the past 3 years, the situation of the secret war had been changing constantly. Finally, the battles in the West Wind, Kaya, and Chaida star systems had entered a stalemate. The bloodshed land had expanded to a certain extent and was finally stopped. Han Zhao could demolish the majority of calamity grades. After suffering the huge loss of many more high-level combatants, the bloodshed land had learned their lesson and occasionally avoided direct contact. The core members of the Bloodshed Land knew about the tyrant's stance, so they took Black Star as a dangerous challenge to train themselves, treating him with extreme caution and not recklessly fighting him head-on. This led to fewer and fewer situations where Han Shao was needed. Letting him stay in Colton was a waste of talent. Thus, Purple Crystal had him lead a surprise attack team and move within the desolate region, searching for the Bloodshed Land's logistics transit stations and destroying them. This operation had been going on for half a year. Han Shao had been doing a great job, causing the Bloodshed Land's advantages to keep getting reduced, almost destroying all the transit stations. At this time, he was leading his fleet to attack the last logistics transit station. Chapter 692. Any day that no one attempts to assassinate me, I feel uncomfortable. Chapter 692. Any day that no one attempts to assassinate me, I feel uncomfortable. Sylvia was wearing a light mechanical combat jacket and kept her shield constantly active. The suit's protection measure for her head was a semicircular metal ring wrapped around the back of her head, fixed on her ears. Her face was protected by a semi-transparent arc-shaped shield, and in her hand was a silver alloy sword. She was gasping for air like a wind box and felt that her lungs were about to start burning. The sweat all over her body made the mechanical combat jacket feel sticky and wet. Roar! A thousand-beast soldier suddenly dashed out from the side. Its huge mechanical metal claw slashed right down, vibrating at a high frequency. Sylvia forced some energy out of her body, clenched her teeth, and raised her soft arm. The thin and tough silver alloy sword in her hands clashed with the claws, creating blinding sparkles. Clank! The swift yet strong mechanical combat jacket suddenly increased its power, and Sylvia suddenly became faster. She quickly changed her stance, spun her sword, and stabbed at the thousand-beast soldier from a tricky angle. Mechanical force lightning appeared on the alloy sword for an instant, and a tint of yellow light circulated on the blade as it stabbed into the body of this thousand-beast soldier in an instant. Bang! A huge, yellow beam of light penetrated the thousand-beast soldier's body and shot out from its back, leaving a large bloody hole. The thousand-beast soldier was blasted away, fell onto the ground, and died. Around it were tons of thousand-beast soldier corpses and shattered artilleries. This was the surface battlefield on one of the armed satellite fortresses of the Bloodshed Land's logistics transit station. A boarding team was difficultly moving toward the core energy furnace of this armed satellite fortress. Thousand-beast soldiers came from all directions like waves, and the two sides fought intensely, leaving a path of corpses behind everywhere they went. Sylvia had countless comrades around her. She was in the boarding team as well, responsible for one side of the team. With the sword in her hands, she had been fighting for a long time. She could not even recall if she had killed 100 or 200,000 beast soldiers. Her combat jacket was damaged, and she was slightly injured. She was covered in sweat and exhausted. Being on the battlefield, Sylvia could not hear any sound other than the explosions and roars. All she knew was that she had to follow the big team and keep marching forward, forward and forward. She looked up at the sky. Outside the armed satellite fortress was a magnificent galactic battle scene. Countless bright, shooting stars flew across the sky, braiding a net made of light. Those were the lights from countless ion cannons, illuminating the darkness and burning in silence. Sylvia's vision was suddenly filled with a strong light. An ion cannon shot landed on the surface not far away, hitting the dense thousand-beast soldier army, blasting away a large number of people. Boom! The fleet could occasionally penetrate the protective shield of the satellite and provide supporting attacks, clearing the obstacles in the boarding team's path toward the energy furnace. That almost hit us. Fear lingered in Sylvia's heart. Before she could even catch her breath, several more light beams headed in her direction. She had no choice but to expand the shield on her arms and quickly block them. Bang, bang, bang. The beams shattered upon hitting the shield. Her arms withstood the impact. She felt a piercing pain in her arms and shoulders and could barely even move them. Sylvia clenched her teeth and endured the pain. There was only one thought on her mind. I want to go back to studying. At least my life wouldn't be in danger. 3 years ago, Sylvia had been able to reach grade B. She had delightfully gone to tell Han Shao the good news, and Han Shao had been very glad. He had immediately thrown her into the advanced team for real combat training. At first, Sylvia had been rather happy, but now, she was full of regret. That was especially so when the direct boss of the team was Logi. Before every battle, Logi would follow procedure and boost his subordinates' morale. And every time, it made her feel like she was definitely going to die. At this time, a dark outline of a person suddenly flew in her direction from afar, landing heavily on the ground not far away. The huge impact created a dent on the metal ground like it was made of paper. This person seemed to be rather hurt from the fall, only standing up and levitating after quite some time. He then turned to look at the boarding team which Sylvia was in. Seeing the look of this person, Sylvia felt her heart was half frozen. This person was the enemy Calamity grade stationed at the logistics transit station. He was supposed to be fighting in outer space, but he had landed on the satellite surface, seemingly having been blown there. The battlefield was constantly changing. The expressions on the people of the boarding team all suddenly changed as they immediately turned toward this new Calamity grade enemy, preparing to guard against his attack. There were no Calamity grades among them. As everyone was getting extremely anxious, another meteor landed from the sky and heavily clashed into this Calamity grade, pushing him dozens of miles away, creating a ring of sonic impact. The impact blew away the 1,000 beast soldiers around, and the violent wind tipped Sylvia and the others off their balance. "It's His Excellency Marion. How timely! I almost thought we were going to die." Sylvia heard the exclamations from behind. She regained balance and looked over. The meteor that had blown the Calamity grade enemy away was levitating. It was the grade, a mechanical pugilist that had joined the Black Star Army 3 years ago, Marion. Marion was covered in a black super-heavy mechanical suit like a heavy armored knight. He turned and looked at the boarding team. He nodded to signal for the boarding team to continue going forward and not worry about anything else. Then he accelerated and disappeared, chasing the enemy Calamity grade super and focusing on his own opponent. "I wonder how's the battle above going?" Sylvia looked up at the sky again. Her vision seemed to be able to penetrate the darkness. She knew that her teacher was in the fleet overlooking the entire battle. Meanwhile, Section Zero's fleet was attacking the logistics transit station aggressively, destroying the enemy battleships one after another. Han Shao was in the command room of the flagship, observing the real-time battlefield projection, moving the troops and overlooking the overall battle. A circle of staff sergeants stood around him. Compared to 3 years ago, Han Shao gave off a sturdier vibe. He had short hair, an angular face, and stubble on his chin. He wore a compressed orb necklace and a black windbreaker that could not cover his built body. The charm of a mature man was emanating from him, head to toe. His current position was the top commander of this fleet. This was a standard mixed team. 45% of the fleet belonged to Han Shao, the largest force present. The rest were from a few other Section Zero members, all under Han Zhao's command. Over the last 3 years, the Black Star Army had become the top member among Section Zero. A year ago, Purple Crystal had finally made the Black Star Army their long-term partner. The Black Star Army had then been the officially acknowledged leading organization of Section Zero. Therefore, Han Shao had become the commander. With Purple Crystal's arrangement, Han Shao led this team that was responsible for destroying the Bloodshed Lands logistics transit station. He had been doing so for half a year. As a commander, it meant that he could not easily join the attacks personally. Han Shao no longer led the battle and let all his subordinates do their jobs. The new grade Aesopers that he had recruited 3 years ago were all very useful and reliable talents. This made up for the lack of high-level combatants under his command. As long as they did not meet anyone whom they could not deal with, Han Shao would not have to battle anyone personally. He had to nurture his officers and give them opportunities to contribute. After all, if he attacked, his subordinates would have nothing to do. At this time, a few staff sergeants were observing the battlefield projections and loudly discussing the battle. Fruobnovel.com. The enemies are still resisting and covering the logistics teams, trying to reduce their losses by transferring the resources in the transit station through stargates. If we don't stop them, the enemies will be able to retrieve most of their resources in about 27 minutes and retreat through the stargate, 27 minutes? They can barely last 10 more minutes. Their line of defense is already completely shattered. All we have to do now is destroy the Stargate. That way, those enemies that have yet to retreat will be done for. Listening to their discussion, Han Xiao caressed his stubble and did not say anything. The Logistics Transit Station's core facility was a Stargate built by the Star Cluster civilization that led to the Sol Star Cluster on the other side. The enemies had deployed protective shields and fleets to protect the Stargate. When attacked, they retreated while guarding themselves. As soon as the enemies retreat, Han Xiao would not be able to chase further. The other side of the Stargate was the enemy's territory. If the Stargate closed after they passed through, they would be heavily surrounded. Therefore, the victory condition was to destroy the Stargate before the enemies successfully retreated. The Stargate was bidirectional, so the enemy's reinforcements could arrive through the Stargate. The enemies would need time to gather reinforcements, so the attacking side had the upper hand. As long as they destroyed the Stargate first, the battle would be decided. The Black Star Army had received tons of resources over the past few years. Hence, Han Xiao had expanded his fleet, which was why the size of this expedition fleet was so huge. They demolished the defense team of the transit station. The battlefield projection showed that the enemy's line of defense had shattered, exposing the Stargate. A staff sergeant smiled and said, "The enemies have no chance. We've won." As soon as he finished his sentence, the blue vortex at the center of the Stargate rippled, spitting out one battleship after another. The Bloodshed Land's reinforcements had arrived and quickly joined the battleship, stopping the attack of Han Xiao's fleet. Speechless, Han Xiao glanced at the staff sergeant that had spoken. That person coughed awkwardly, avoided Han Xiao's gaze, and stared at the battlefield projection, putting on a focused expression, as if saying, "I'm analyzing the battlefield situation. Don't disturb me." This is exactly why I don't like to talk when we have the upper hand. Han Xiao sighed. The appearance of the enemy reinforcements caused chain reactions. On the other side, streams of light bolted over from the desolate region. An enormous armed fleet stopped at the edge of the battlefield, surrounding Han Xiao's fleet in the middle together with the reinforcements. An ambush? The expression on the officers' faces changed. "Oh, it seems like this logistics transit station is a trap." Han Xiao raised his brows. He was calm and not at all surprised. The battle had been going too smoothly, so he had noticed something wrong long ago. After so many logistics transit stations being destroyed by him, how could the Bloodshed Land not respond? The battleship model of this ambush fleet was different from the Bloodshed Land. It belonged to another organization. Over the past 3 years, organizations that wanted him to die before he grew even stronger had joined forces with the Bloodshed Land secretly one after another, entering the secret war. Han Xiao had already met this kind of ambush set up more than 10 times, so he was used to it. Any day that no one was attempting to assassinate him, he would feel that something was missing. Beep beep. This time, the flagship received a video message from the attacking fleet. A man with metallic skin appeared on the screen. He looked like his entire body was made of metal. "Black Star, come and fight me," he said with a strong desire to battle in his eyes. "TSK. This guy is here again." Han Xiao sighed. This man was also a beyond grade A seed, Hadavi, a battle fanatic. 1 year prior, he had entered the secret war during a certain battle, specifically looking to fight with Han Xiao, then was defeated and escaped. However, Hadavi did not give up. After escaping, he joined forces with the Bloodshed Land and used the chances during the war to keep fighting Han Xiao, treating Han Xiao as an opponent to better himself. He fought Han Xiao again and again, losing again and again. Furthermore, he escaped extremely fast when things were looking bad. In Han Xiao's eyes, he was basically a sh*T stirrer. In the past 3 years, Han Xiao's network list had become longer, and his list of enemies had increased proportionally. "I'll leave the commanding to you guys. I've got work to do." Han Xiao casually stretched his neck with a calm face and walked toward the hatch with wide strides. "Hopefully, they can give me some fun this time." Chapter 693. Are you eloping with me? Chapter 693. Are you eloping with me? As the hatch opened, a strong vacuum suction force immediately stirred up a storm, wanting to drag him out of the spaceship. Han Shao activated the compressed orbs. Nanoparticles flowed out and covered his body like black sand, quickly transforming into the enhanced mountain ape mechanical suit. He stretched his arms and legs before jumping out of the spaceship. The thruster sprayed out a blue flame as he turned into a meteoroid heading right to the back. The expedition team was facing enemies from both the front and the back, fighting the bloodshed land reinforcements and the enemy ambush at the same time. The assistant took over the job of the commander and ordered the ships at the back to fight against the ambush team while the ships at the front continued to attack the Stargate. Destroying the Stargate was still the key point of winning this battle. Han Zhao's goal was to deal with the high-level combatants of the enemy ambush. Through the repeated failures of attempted assassinations, he had proved how difficult that would be. Without a reliable strategy, the enemy would not have come to assassinate him. He wanted to see what new assassination scheme the enemies had prepared for him this time. He was even looking forward to it a little. The galactic battlefield was filled with intersecting cannon shots everywhere. Han Shao moved swiftly and dodged the attacks, arriving at the edge of the enemy ambush not long after. A stream of light flew over from within the enemies. It was Hadavi. Hadavi was an old opponent who did not like talking. Not wanting to give Han Shao any time to release his mechanical army, without saying a word, he dashed right toward Han Shao like a mini meteoroid as soon as he saw him. Han Shao was not afraid of close-range combat. His arms turned into barrels and launched blue psionic rounds directly at Hadavi. Hadavi did not even dodge and let the psionic cannon shots explode on his body. He was completely unharmed. After fighting many times, Han Shao knew Hadavi's strength very well. He was not intending to damage him, just slow down Hadavi's charge. Using this short amount of time, he activated the army boxes remotely. The space around him started to ripple, and army boxes arrived through hyperdrive one after another. The cases of those army boxes opened, and countless compressed orbs rapidly expanded into a machinery tide, almost filling up this small area in an instant. The tightly packed mechanical army size had now reached 3 million. In the past 3 years, the Black Star Army made a lot of money. Han Shao had plenty of assets. He had enhanced and expanded his mechanical army multiple times. Currently, even the lowest-level mechanical soldiers were made with high-level alloys, with much higher armor value and defenses compared to 3 years prior. As their basic attributes increased, the effects of the bonuses became more apparent. Through many war missions, Han Shao had obtained a lot of purple crystal contribution points and had received more cutting-edge knowledges, one of them being the controllable annihilation weapons. Annihilation weapons were a higher grade of regular weapons compared to energy weapons. As they used different technology, their destructive power was much greater than normal energy weapons. Furthermore, building them required knowing the abnormal state energy cutting-edge knowledge, as psionic and antimatter energy were basically the only ones that could be used to build annihilation weapons. With those two cutting-edge knowledges, Han Shao had switched most of the mechanical soldiers' weapons into annihilation weapons. Together with legendary battle technique, their damage was significantly increased. Even after 3 years, Han Shao had yet to complete the class advancement mission. If this had happened to any other classes, their strength would be stuck. However, one of the mechanic class advantages was that as long as he had money, even if his own strength was stuck, he would still be able to steadily increase his combat capability. Han Shao had never stopped building his mechanical army over the past 3 years. He realized that other than being rich, he also had another huge advantage. He had a lot more time than the players. And the mechanic class happened to be a class that required time to build all kinds of equipment. With enough money and effort, increasing strength was as easy as drinking water for him. Of the 5 superclasses, only the mage class could match up to the mechanic in this respect. Fruobnovel.com. With Han Zhao's current strength, it was basically suicide for any normal calamity grade to fight him. After numerous failed assassination attempts with heavy repercussions, the various organizations of the Shattered Star Ring had finally learned their lessons. Those organizations that were secretly planning to assassinate him also stopped easily sending their high-level combatants to their deaths. Therefore, Han Shao was facing just Hadavi. This guy was a beyond grade A seed, which was not in the normal calamity grade range. Furthermore, his abilities were the kind that gave Han Shao a headache. Hadavi was an Esper, and his Esper ability was body hardening. This was an Esper ability that could not have been more common. Yet, he was extremely talented and was able to develop this Esper ability to an extraordinary level. His defense was astonishing and he had many molding talents. He was a boss-level character. First, Hadavi had the low-strength attack immunity molding talent. As long as the damage of the attacks did not exceed a certain value, the damage dealt by those attacks would be considered null. This value depended on his defense, and his Esper ability was the hardening type that remarkably increased his defense. Therefore, the focus fire strategy was close to completely useless on him. Another thing that gave Han Shao a hard time was Hadavi's true damage immunity type molding talent. Beyond grade A seeds were all exceptionally talented. For a tank like Hadavi, it was not weird for him to have such a talent. This meant that legendary battle technique was useless against him. Focus fire hardly had any effect, and true damage was useless. Han Zhao's two trump cards were no threat to Hadavi. The only method left was to slowly reduce his health. Every time they fought, it was basically two tanks bashing each other. Han Shao had defeated Hadavi every time but never killed him. It was not that he did not want to, but he just could not kill Hadavi before he escaped. Meanwhile, Hadavi seemed like he was comfortable getting beaten, so he kept coming to challenge him. 1 year earlier, Hadavi had suddenly gone to fight with him. Han Shao had no history or beef with him, so he had thought that this was definitely a result of the enemy organization's solution to him. So, you're very tanky? We will just find someone even more tanky to annoy you. How the tables had turned. In the past, the bloodshed land felt like vomiting every time they saw Han Shao. Now, Han Shao felt like vomiting every time he saw Hadavi. With no other enemy calamity grades joining the battle, Han Shao had only one target. A part of the mechanical army followed the specially designed combat mode to fight with Hadavi. Those cuties were more than enough to hold him back. Han Shao was only in charge of providing the mechanical force bonus. He had no intention of fighting with Hadavi at close range at all. It would be an absolute waste of energy. At the same time, Han Shao controlled the other parts of the mechanical army to attack the nearby enemy fleets. Concentrated dark blue annihilation beams penetrated the shields of spaceships, leaving strange colors of energy erosion at the edge of the hole created. Battleships lost their defenses one after another, and their exterior armor was quickly dismantled and torn to pieces. A vigorous fire snake splashed out from the broken hole on the spaceship, turning into a fire dragon for an instant before extinguishing. With their energy furnaces losing balance, the battleships exploded from within, turning into fireworks in the universe, lasting for just an instant before disappearing too. With the current combat capability of the mechanical army, taking part in a galactic battle was not a problem. He gradually helped his fleet to stabilize the situation. After quite a long time, the enemy's troops started to show signs of defeat. It was just a matter of time till the Stargate was destroyed. Hadavi seemed to intend to retreat as well. He started to try to get rid of the mechanical army and attempted to back away. However, he did not escape toward where the ambush was but headed right into the formation of Han Zhao's fleet, intending to pass through it and retreat through the Stargate while Han Zhao's fleet had yet to completely obliterate the Bloodshed Land's line of defense. Running away so soon? Under the mechanical suit helmet, Han Shao raised his brows in surprise. He had thought that the assassination attempt this time would have something new, but it seemed even worse than the previous assassination attempts. It's definitely not simple. Han Shao narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and turned around to chase Hadavi. His fleet was in Hadavi's route. Han Shao was not going to watch him rush into his fleet. If Hadavi wanted to do something, no one else would be able to stop him. Han Shao gradually closed the distance between him and Hadavi, and millions of mechanical soldiers followed behind him. They went all the way to the front line of the battle, the edge of the battlefield that his fleet and the Bloodshed Land reinforcements were fighting in. Han Shao had only just caught up with Hadavi, but seeing that Hadavi had already passed through his fleet, he stopped and did not intend to continue chasing. This time, Hadavi suddenly stopped running and turned around, rushing right toward Han Shao, trying to get close to him under the violent rain of attacks. That's strange. Han Xiao was alarmed. He was just about to dodge when a warning suddenly came from his mechanical suit's radar, showing 30 high-energy reaction sources around. Suddenly, in the Bloodshed Land reinforcement fleet around, 30 grades appeared and all rushed toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao even saw the 8 Vanguard officials, including Foster's. They had followed the reinforcement fleet through the Stargate but never engaged with the Black Star Army's several Calamity Grade, all for this moment. Attacks from 30 Calamity Grades came from all directions, applying immense pressure. Han Xiao hastily controlled the mechanical army to block them, but Hadavi found an opportunity and bolted right into Han Xiao, crushing the mechanical soldiers in his path. Han Xiao realized that Hadavi was tightly wrapping his arms around his body, and he could not escape from him. Hadavi hugged him and dashed toward the Stargate. The 30 Calamity Grades ignored the attacks from the mechanical army and attacked Hadavi time after time, giving him more speed. The Bloodshed Land fleet around gave up all attacks and defended the Stargate with everything they had from the attacks of Han Zhao's fleet. Han Zhao's brain quickly processed everything, and he immediately understood the opponent's entire plan. Make Hadavi act like he was ambushing me to force me to fight, then fake a retreat and lead me to near the Stargate. The other Calamity Grades secretly returned to the Soul Star Cluster and waited in the reinforcements. The Bloodshed Land knew that I'd attack the last logistics transit station. This is a trap they deliberately exposed, to allow these Calamity Grades to follow the reinforcements through the Stargate to arrive at this battlefield. Their target isn't to kill me but strike at this moment and help Hadavi restrain me, sending me into the Stargate. The other side of the Stargate was the Soul Star Cluster, the headquarters of the Klent Kingdom and the Bloodshed Land. I get it. You want to drag me to your territory so that I have no backup. Then you guys can slowly exhaust me. Even if you can't kill me, you guys will be able to capture me alive easily. Han Xiao was speechless. These little B** stars are quite imaginative. Are they trying to elope with me? Hadavi's body could easily withstand the attacks. Their flying speed rapidly increased. The Bloodshed Land battleships all opened up a path. The blue vortex at the center of the Stargate enlarged in Han Zhao's eyes very quickly as it got closer. Seeing that the strategy was about to succeed, Hadavi could not help but send a voice message to Han Xiao. When we reach the Soul Star Cluster, we will fight again. By the way, should I tell them to bring your mechanical army over? Then we will have a great fight. Hadavi's tone was sincere. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. You're quite King honest. Since you love fighting with me so much, let me go if you have the guts. As long as you don't run, I will fight with you all you like. No, fighting is one thing, but I don't want to die. Hadavi shook his head. He tightened his arms around Han Zhao's waist and stubbornly flew toward the Stargate. You think highly of me. Han Xiao was speechless. Honestly, he had no hatred toward Hadavi. Hadavi had absolutely no interest in the secret war. He just wanted to fight with him. After fighting so many times as fellow beyond grade Aeseids, they even respected each other. Sometimes they could even chat while fighting. However, that did not affect Han Zhao's resolve to get rid of this *T stirrer. Chapter 694 Steady as Always. Chapter 694 Steady as Always. In the remote command room on planet Heber, the Staff Sergeant Chief Jord and a few assistants were nervously looking at the situation of the battle through the remote video. It looks like we might succeed this time, an assistant gulped nervously. Don't relax yet. Black Star has too many tricks up his sleeves. Before he enters the Stargate, no one is to let their guard down, Jord said with a heavy tone. This kidnapping mission was his idea. Over the 3 years prior, Black Star had fought with the frontline troops of the Bloodshed Land dozens of times. He had come up with many ideas, but all had been foiled by Han Xiao. This enemy was both strong and difficult to kill, almost invincible in the Calamity Grade level, giving him a huge headache. However, Jord was not discouraged, instead treating Black Star as a test for himself as the tyrant intended. In the past half a year, Black Star had been leading his team in destroying their logistics transit stations in the desolate region. With a burst of inspiration, Jord had decided to set this trap and try to drag Black Star into the Soul Star Cluster. Freebnol.com. As long as they succeeded, even if they were not able to kill Black Star, they would be able to restrain him. The Soul Star Cluster was their headquarters, while Black Star had no help and nowhere to run. As soon as Black Star fell into their hands, Clint would be willing to use all kinds of methods to control him. Purple Crystal would lose a beyond grade A seed, and the potential stock that they had invested in would become Clint's. This way, he would have dealt with a rising star of the Shattered Star Ring without His Excellency Tyrant's help and would be filled with a sense of achievement. He would also become more important to His Excellency Tyrant. Suck. Of course, all of that was predicated on the successful kidnapping of Black Star. George stared at the screen and was ready to send orders to the Calamity Grades anytime. In his eyes, Han Shao was already kind of a boss-type enemy. His current attitude was coincidentally similar to the players when they fought a boss in a group, waiting for Han Shao to activate his next stage. On the battlefield near the Stargate, from when the 30 Calamity Grade attacked to when Han Shao was hugged by Hadavi while flying toward the Stargate, it only took tens of seconds. The attacks from Foster's and all 30 Calamity Grades landed on Hadavi's back time after time, giving him a boost. His speed kept increasing and they were getting closer to the Stargate. Suddenly, every cell in Han Zhao's body started to behave like a reaction furnace that was operating at its maximum power output. They generated thick energy that turned into ice-cold void energy, which quickly filled every corner of his body. His body felt like he was submerged in freezing water, but void energy was burning on the surface of his body, turning into gray energy flames. Under the mechanical suit helmet, Han Zhao's eyes turned into an obsidian color, and his pupils became the size of a grain of rice. In an instant, he entered the void molt state. His attributes increased and the void attribute of his energy was enhanced. Suddenly, Han Shao disappeared from within Hadavi's arms. Everyone, focus. Black Star might appear in a nearby location anytime. Mages that have mastered space-type spells sense the dimension he's in and the route he's taking. The moment he appears, lock down his movements. Jord immediately issued orders through the remote command channel. He was prepared for this. After fighting each other for more than 3 years, Jord knew Black Star very well. When he was designing the plan, he had already considered the various abilities Black Star had. Although he did not know that Han Zhao's ability to sort of teleport was advanced void travel. After seeing it so many times and inquiring from many supers, he more or less knew how it worked and understood how to limit some of Han Zhao's abilities. Among the 30 Calamity Grade in the ambush, Jord specifically deployed a few mages that were proficient in space spells. These people had prepared for a long time. The magical items on their hands emitted a magic light, and within microseconds, they sensed the tiny ripples in reality from when Han Shao stepped into the void dimension. Their magic followed this energy ripple. The route Han Shao took in the void dimension instantly appeared in the minds of these mages like a conspicuous marking. The few of them turned to an empty location simultaneously. Without hesitation, the high-level space locking spells that they had already prepared before the battle were all launched toward this empty location. The next moment, Han Shao left the void dimension and appeared at this location. All kinds of high-level space locking spells were flying toward him, almost not giving him any time to react. However, Han Shao did not need to react anyway. Before using advanced void travel, he already knew that he would be attacked the moment he came out. This was not the first time that had happened. With his rocketing fame, every battle he fought would make the other organizations know more about him. The instant that Han Shao appeared, he bent his fingers into a claw shape and dragged the space like it was a cloth. Without hesitation, he used void distortion. Visible twists and folds appeared in the space around him. The universe coordinates of a small area around Han Shao deviated slightly, yet the spells were deflected away following the folds and completely missed. Disarming the mage's ambush easily, he was temporarily not in danger. Through his void attribute energy, he applied mechanical force on his mechanical army directly. With electrical sparks, the mechanical army became lively again. 2/3 of the Calamity Grades had no choice but to give up trying to restrain and hastily dodged Han Zhao's attacks. Other than Hadavi, no one present dared to take on the focus fire of Han Zhao's mechanical army. Star shaking fist. Still not giving up, Foster's arms swelled up and launched a scarlet beam right at Han Shao before he was restrained by the mechanical army. This again? Don't you Vanguard officials have any other trump cards? Han Shao curled his lips and deactivated void distortion. He drew a circle in front of him with his hands. The machine parts followed the track his hands moved in and formed a ring-shaped device, clashing directly with the star-shaking fist's scarlet beam. The mechanical ring was hollow in its center. The star-shaking fist should have easily passed through it. However, when it entered the hollow part of the ring device, it seemed to have lost its momentum and impetus, instead sucked in by the mechanical ring. It turned into a red stream of light and spun rapidly along the inside of the ring, as if it could not escape from the mechanical ring's strange force field. This was a new device that Han Shao had built with the new control branch cutting-edge knowledge, Advanced Space Application Force Field Distorter. The hollow part of the mechanical ring was actually covered with a special force field that changed the space within. It was set to make a closed loop. Most of the energy would be trapped in this force field space after being sucked in. In fact, Star-Shaking Fist was still moving forward, but because of the force field, it was now spinning in a closed loop. On the other side, Hadavi once again rushed toward Han Shao with open arms like he wanted a hug. Disgusted, Han Shao used his mechanical force to face the force field distorter at Hadavi and released the captured Star-Shaking Fist, blowing Hadavi far away. Han Shao turned around and looked at the mages. In his eyes, these mages would cause him much more trouble than those muscular men. Seeing that these mages were about to cast spells again, Han Shao launched a compressed orb that expanded into a rectangular mechanical device. The appearance of this device looked like a trapezoidal pyramid. It was completely black. Then, from top to bottom, dots of light started to appear, forming a complex magic engraving. There was no sound in the vacuum space. Yet those mages felt they were in an ocean, surrounded by roaring, deafening, and violent waves. This was the vibration of magic energy. In the senses of these mages, the magic energy around them suddenly became violent and difficult to control. Even their own magic energy felt slow and unresponsive. The expression on their faces all changed. Humph! This thing is enough to cause you people some trouble, Han Shao chuckled. The name of this mechanical device was Magic Tide Generator. It could disrupt the magic elements within a certain area, making it chaotic and violent. It was specially designed against mages. The mages within the Magic Tide range would all be given the debuffs of slowed casting speed and weakened spell power. Logi had also accepted Han Zhao's request and added magic engravings to it, making this device much more effective than the original. Machines were extremely versatile. In the past 3 years, Han Shao had fused cutting-edge knowledges, high-end knowledges, and basic knowledges many times, creating quite a few powerful new equipment. Han Shao had a ton of new machines in his hands. He easily broke out of the enemy's encirclement. Now, Hadavi and the others were on the passive side. Seeing that Han Shao had escaped their control, Jord punched the screen, knowing that this mission had basically failed. He inhaled deeply and immediately changed the orders. The mission has failed. Everyone, abort and immediately retreat through the Stargate. Foster's roared with resignation. Hadavi was regretful as well, but he quickly stopped and immediately rushed toward the Stargate. Han Shao had already distanced himself from Hadavi earlier, so he had no intention of stopping Hadavi as he watched him disappear in the Stargate. He had no way to kill Hadavi within such a short distance. That guy was way too tanky. Han Shao did not bother to waste energy on Hadavi. His target was the other 30 calamity grades. He controlled the mechanical army to surround them and looked at the 30 calamity grades within the army trying to break out. He narrowed his eyes. Since you are already here, leave me some souvenirs. This time, a teleportation gate opened beside Han Shao. Logi walked out of it and observed the situation. Compared to 3 years ago, Logi had not changed much. After all, languid people all looked much older, so he still looked about the same. Hey, you came at the right time. Help me stall as many of these calamity grades as possible. Han Shao patted his shoulder, then pointed at the 30 calamity grades, trying to get rid of the mechanical army and head toward the Stargate. Logi sighed, took out his magic stuff, and floated toward the chaotic battlefield. "Remember to collect my corpse." As the high-level combatants retreated, the bloodshed land no longer sent reinforcements through the Stargate. They completely gave up resisting, as well as the resources in the logistics transit station. The fleet covered the high-level combatants to retreat through the Stargate one after the other. Jord had been commanding remotely the whole time. When the Stargate was seized by Han Zhao's fleet, his body finally relaxed, and he collapsed in his chair. With a very weak voice, he said, "Count the losses. How many people were unable to retreat, and how many high-level combatants did we lose?" Rear report, 37% of the reinforcement fleet did not retreat in time. Out of the high-level combatants deployed, Hadavi and the 8 Vanguard officials successfully retreated. Out of the remaining 22 grade Aesopers, only 17 managed to retreat. We have also lost contact with the 2 Calamity grades stationed at the logistics transit station. This means that we lost 7 high-level combatants. Jord could not help covering his face. Although the dead grade Aesopers were basically all new members that Klent had helped them gather from private organizations around the star cluster, they were still high-level combatants. Jord was hurting from losing 7 high-level combatants right away. At least 40 to 50 Calamity grades had died at Black Star's hands. He was basically a Calamity grade Reaper. Just thinking about Black Star's battle record sent shivers down Jord's spine. If not because many large organizations had formed alliance with the Bloodshed Lands secretly in the last 3 years, which had brought them quite a number of high-level combatants, he felt that the Bloodshed Land troops would have had to avoid Black Star at all costs. When Jord was questioning life, the battle in the desolate area far away had basically ended. The enemies that were unable to retreat in time lost all means to escape. Han Xiao ordered the fleet under his command to chase, and they easily eliminated the rest of the Bloodshed Land forces there. At the same time, they dismantled the Stargate into parts and transported it away as spoils of war. A star cluster grade Stargate could sell for quite a lot of money. Bringing it back to study, it was a rather good choice too. Logi's space-time secret spells helped the mechanical army retrain many grade Aesopers. He had to admit Logi was very strong. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this vice-captain, though the morale of the division led by Logi was consistently 0. The Calamity grades that were unable to escape were heavily surrounded. Their resistance was futile, and they were all captured by Han Xiao. He planned to throw them into his happy little house to squeeze some juice. As the warfare ended, the fleet cleaned the battlefield and searched for spoils of war. Han Xiao did not need to do any of these things. He retrieved his mechanical army and returned to the machinery modification room in the flagship. He then let the automatic mechanical arms repair the damage to the mechanical soldiers. He took off the mountain ape mechanical suit and started repairing it himself. He treated this as a post-war leisure activity. Beep beep. This time his communicator rang. Han Xiao picked it up, and Ralph's projection appeared. "Your assistant has submitted the report. You guys have done a very good job this time. It's another celebration-worthy victory." Ralph smiled in a good mood. Han Xiao glanced at him, then turned to repair his mechanical suit while saying with a casual tone, "The Bloodshed Land ambushed me again. This time, in order to kidnap me, they deployed many experienced Calamity grades previously stationed in Westwind, Kaya, and Chaida. Their stronghold should be fragile at the moment. You guys can make use of the opportunity. We will seriously consider this suggestion. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Don't distract me from repairing things," Han Xiao said without even turning around. Through 3 years of contact, the two of them were now very close. When communicating privately, they were much more informal and casual. Furthermore, Ralph was not considered his boss anymore. He had become the Purple Crystal Civilization's long-term partner a year ago. Despite still being a Section 0 member, he was actually already an individual partner. Ahem. Did you forget? This is the last logistics transit station. You have been battling outside for half a year. Now that the mission is complete, come back. There are no important missions that need you for now. I'm planning to give you a long holiday, Ralph said. Han Zhao's movements paused, and his eyes sparkled. For this mission, he had led the fleet to battle in the desolate region for more than half a year and never returned to Colton. Quite a number of private matters had been stacking up. Now that he had some holiday, he would finally have the time to settle them. Chapter 695, Army State and Holiday Target. Chapter 695, Army State and Holiday Target. After hanging up, Han Shao did not continue to repair his mechanical suit. He left the workshop, went to the command room, and summoned all the officers of the fleet for a meeting. Cleaning the battlefield did not require constant monitoring from the officers. After the order was issued, the officers of the fleets came to the flagship one after another, gathering in the command room. As they entered, they all nodded at Han Shao. Han Shao nodded to greet his own officers as well. The listless Logi, the reliable Herluz, the grown-up Sylvia, the reckless Harmon, and Carmby, Marion, and Missy Sek. Other than the officers of the army, there were also a few other Section 0 members in the expedition fleet. Having fought alongside each other for half a year, they were all very familiar with each other. When everyone had arrived, Han Shao knocked the table. The sound of chatting suddenly disappeared completely as everyone looked over. This time, I summoned everyone to tell you guys the next step of the plan. I've just received word from Purple Crystal. They are very satisfied with our results over the last 6 months. So they have decided to call us back and give us a long holiday. Our mission is complete. We can rest for a while now. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. That's great. I haven't been back home in half a year. My wife has been asking me when I will return every day. Haha. This time, I can give her a surprise. A core member of another organization spoke first with joy. Maybe she will give you a surprise. Logi patted his shoulder to comfort him. Thanks. This person's face was filled with gratitude. Now that you've said that, it will definitely not happen. Finally, Sylvia bit her bottom lip lightly and held her hands above her chest, almost yelling out loud. Han Shao glanced at her and nodded with approval in his mind. Over the past 3 years, Sylvia had been taking part in actual combat, walking at the edge of life and death. Her growth speed was much faster than before. She had entered her rapid growth period. In Han Zhao's previous life, Sylvia had reached Calamity Grade in version 3.0 and earned the Mechanical Lady Knight title. In the past 3 years, this potential of hers had gradually started showing. Back then, Sylvia had been jealous of Fiden's extraordinary talent, but now she was showing a similar talent. Han Shao estimated that Sylvia might really be able to grow from Grade B to Grade A during the update. After all, there were still 7 more years for her to grow. Still, the biggest change in Sylvia was her appearance. In the past 3 years, she had gradually matured. She had brown and long curly hair. She was tall, and her skin was snow white. Her facial features were solid and pretty. Altogether, she had an innocent and pure yet alluring look. Plus, she did not wear any bulky alloy mechanical suits. Instead, she mainly used thin, light battle suits that were focused on shields, which displayed her smoking body covered in the tight battle suit. The battle suit increased her charm by at least 30%. Beauties were always a feast for the eyes. Herluz turned around and said to Herluz, "Old Herluz, after returning, take over Reynolds' job and check on the business developments of the various star systems." Okay. Herluz nodded. Herluz was always an important managing officer. In order to train himself, he had followed the fleet for the last half a year, while the daily matters had temporarily been given to Reynolds and the other officers stationed in the headquarters to take care of. They would report the situation to Han Shao every so often. Han Shao had more trust in Herluz's ability to handle matters. Other than liking card games, old Herluz was reliable in most things. He had improved quite a lot in the past 6 months as well, becoming Grade B+ and finally starting to see the gate to the Calamity Grade. In Han Zhao's previous life, Herluz had passed away early under the beast tide of planet Sunil, so Han Shao did not know if he had the potential to become a Calamity Grade. However, since he was a protagonist-type character with luck glow, although his talent could not compete with cheaters like Fiden, it was still much higher than normal people. After giving a few orders, Han Shao ended the meeting. The cleaning of the battlefield was also completed, so the fleet headed back to Colton. Han Shao locked himself inside the office to look at the current operation status of the Black Star Army. In the past 3 years, the Black Star Army had been developing smoothly. The importance of the mercenary business had already dropped to being third. The Black Star Army's business transformation gradually completed. It was no longer a mercenary group. It was now finally a large armed organization. The mercenary business was separated and formed the Black Star Army's mercenary division, which continued to accept hires as a mercenary group. Because of this, many freelance mercenaries were satisfied. Therefore, not only did the Black Star Army not lose many talents, but its appeal for mercenaries increased instead. The Mercenary League of the Shattered Star Ring was in the process of forming but had yet to become official. It was decided that the Black Star Army would hold one of the high positions. Sky Ring, Blades, and the other large armies had been borrowing Han Zhao's name to recruit people all over the star field. At the same time, they also had to speak with the Mercenary Alliance, which was an enormous universe-level guild. The Shattered Star Ring was just a division of the Mercenary Alliance. In order for them to form a league, they had to get past the Mercenary Alliance. The Black Star Army's current main business was the long-term partnership agreement with Purple Crystal to fight in the secret war for them. The second most important business was mining. Dozens of star system civilizations invited and supported him to build bases in their territories and allowed him to mine on resource planets. This was the most profitable and currently the biggest income of the Black Star Army. Having built bases in dozens of star systems, the Black Star Army's range increased to just under half of the Colton star cluster. With so many star systems distanced so far away from each other, if he had used his own resources to build up these bases, the expenses would have been very high. This would make the cash flow of the army unhealthy or even broken. Even though the contract fees these star system civilizations gave were not little, it was better than those huge costs. Also, harvesting resource planets required a huge amount of manpower, as well as the building and purchasing of various harvesting devices, which would cost a lot of money. Although the star system would provide a certain amount of support, they would not go all out to help the Black Star Army harvest their own resource planet. At most, they would only provide some manpower and devices so that the Black Star Army could harvest the resource planet. Harvesting resource planets required a huge amount of investment in the early stage. Most organizations would not be able to afford it. If Han Xiao only used the army's resources, the utilization of the right to harvest resource planets would be extremely low, even with the help of the Black Spirit race. Although the Black Spirit race was very good at mining, they were still very much behind in terms of development. After so many of them had been killed on planet Sunil, their population size had yet to recover. However, Han Xiao announced the Black Star Army's harvesting contracts with the various star system civilizations and made a public bidding, open to all financial groups of the star field. These financial groups understood the huge profit involved in resource planets, so they all looked to partner with Han Xiao. Of course, Han Xiao was not allowed to sell the harvesting right given by these civilizations, but finding people to partner with would not be a problem. He let the financial groups provide the money needed to help the Black Star Army harvest many planets at the same time, while the resources harvested were sold through the channels of these financial groups for them to make commission. Han Xiao set the bids separately for the various star systems, clearly dividing the area each financial group was responsible for. This way, although the profit margin would not be as high, the overall quantity was much higher. With the huge income, the Black Star Army was able to expand its business to many star systems within 3 years. The subbases in every star system were harvesting several resource planets, so the actual profit made was much higher than if Han Xiao harvested them without the help of the financial groups. The number of financial group partners jumped from single digits to 127. All well-known large financial groups within the star field. Therefore, in just 3 years, the size of the Black Star Army had already grown tremendously. War, mining, and missions, these were currently the top 3 businesses of the Black Star Army. Due to its versatile business operations, it showed some signs of being a financial group. Its official member count had exceeded 10 million long ago, and managers dealing with miscellaneous tasks also became important parts of the army. Due to the rapid increase in size, the number of problems multiplied as well. There was a huge pile of problems that needed to be solved every day, which gave Han Xiao quite a headache. He had no choice but to let his subordinates deal with the details of these matters while all he had to do was monitor and control the overall development of the entire organization, also going out to fight people from time to time. The three major businesses of the army are right on track, making a lot of money, and maintaining a virtuous cycle. I just need to ensure the stability of the army. After receiving the first wave of profit from harvesting resource planets 2 years ago, he rarely looked at his savings. All he knew was that as long as he did not suddenly decide to give everything to charity, he would basically not even be able to spend it all. This holiday was very rare. He did not want to worry about the trivial matters of the organization but decided to settle the class advancement mission. Within the past 3 years, Han Xiao had found a mission in his memories that rewarded a level 180 silver legacy blueprint. The mission involved passing rounds of tests to finally gain the acceptance of the inheritor. As this was a mission that rewarded a level 180 blueprint, it was extremely troublesome. Also, its mission location was in another star cluster. Han Xiao had not had many holidays in the last 3 years, so he had only finished 7 rounds of this mission and had yet to complete it. He estimated that he should be able to complete it during this long holiday. Getting the blueprint was just the first step. He still had to build an orange-grade product out of it. Han Xiao did not intend to use a mission completion card. In order to level up the cutting-edge knowledges, he had spent quite a lot of experience. Although killing calamity grades gave him some experience, the experience that he had at the moment was only enough for him to level up around 10 levels at most. There were still 7 more years till the start of version 3.0. Without enough experience, reaching beyond grade A was basically impossible. Anyway, he was strong enough for the moment, so Han Xiao did not think it was necessary to look for a mission completion card everywhere and complete the class advancement quickly. After all, the promotion mission at level 200 was another obstacle he would need to break through. While thinking, Han Xiao opened the interface and browsed through his mission list. There were quite a lot of missions stocked up. The 4th round of Prey was still inactive. Due to reasons he did not know, Thousand Shadows had decided not to do anything for 3 years, which made Han Xiao very alarmed. He felt like this was the calm before the storm. Han Xiao did not have the time to settle Ghidorah's rank S, bloodline, mission as well, as he felt that it would be quite troublesome and would rather use that time to strengthen the Black Star Army, which would give him much more benefits than the mission reward. Orosia's mission was still on hold as well. However, Faiden's hidden mission choice was completed upon achieving the 4th ending. Faiden and Chun Xing fell in love. It really was self-love making. The mission reward was quite good, a lot of experience, a random reward chance, and a huge increase in the favorability of both Faiden and Chun Xing. It made Han Xiao feel like he was the matchmaker for the two of them. By the way, doesn't this count as self-loving? Han Xiao could not imagine what the ceremony would look like if those two decided to get married, but he knew that it would definitely be difficult to look at. Beep beep. As he was looking through the interface, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. He picked it up. It was a message from Aesop. Vilna. Is this a hint for me to hand over my job and groom my successor in advance? Han Xiao muttered and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 696, Handover. Chapter 696, Handover. At the exterior tracks of the planet Golden Gate, a metal fortress-looking satellite was orbiting. This was the Black Star Army's current headquarters, which had moved away from the planet Golden Gate surface and become a mobile satellite fortress. Its area was many times bigger and had far richer functions and facilities. Inside the satellite was the body of this base, a space station similar to the Ubarely hub. The surface was filled with defense facilities and port passages. In the past 3 years, Han Xiao had turned most of the base into a satellite fortress. Although its cost was high, he was a mine owner now, so he did not feel any heartache. This time, at the large port inside the base, a tall purple-haired beauty was walking back and forth, glancing in the direction of the port frequently like she was waiting for someone. Her fingers were crossed tightly, and her pretty face was filled with apprehension. It was Vilna. About 10 days ago, she had followed Aesop's orders and gone to the Black Star Army headquarters to wait to meet with Han Xiao. Today was the day that Han Xiao would return. Vilna had arrived early at the dock to wait. When she thought about how she was going to meet the man known as the closest to beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring, she could not but feel nervous. Before this, Vilna had never seen Han Xiao with her own eyes, nor did she talk to him through communication. to this mysterious senior of hers, she could not help but imagine all sorts of things. The Black Star army has risen so quickly, so maybe Black Star is full of ambition. People say that many organizations he's defeated all fell into his trap, so maybe he is a master of plot? He also has extraordinary battle records that shocked the entire starfield, so maybe he's an intimidating warrior? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Vilna's mind. Apprehensive, Vilna kept rehearsing what kind of attitude she should use to meet Black Star in her mind. At this time, streams of light approached from afar and appeared outside the dock. An enormous Black Star fleet appeared and slowly entered the dock entrance. The bottom of the battleships locked onto the tracks, entering the base to be parked at the various docks. The flagship stopped at the large dock where Vilna was. The hatch opened with a hiss, and the gangway opened automatically and connected to the edge of the dock. Wearing a black windbreaker, Han Shao walked out with wide strides, casually looked around, and stepped onto the dock's alloy floor. The people behind him swarmed out after him. Vilna calmed herself and trotted over, standing in front of Han Shao. "Yo, Your Excellency Black Star. My name is Vilna. I'm Floating Dragon's new officer. Aesop told me to find you." Han Shao stopped walking and looked down at Vilna with his dark eyes, blatantly sizing her. Vilna felt like her heart was at her throat. Han Shao did not speak. She gulped, and her mind went black, not knowing what to say. The two of them looked at each other in silence. After looking at her for quite a while, only then did Han Shao smile faintly. "Aesop told me about it. He asked me to help you build the second field team. Don't worry, I'll help you." Then, Han Shao patted Vilna's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Since you have joined Floating Dragon, do a good job. I believe in you." Vilna's face was slightly red, and her tightened body relaxed a little. Han Zhao's friendliness made her a little less nervous. Black Star seems to be a very nice person. I don't understand why Jenny keeps emphasizing that Black Star is a rude, antisocial, and evil shoal. "Follow me." Han Shao snapped his fingers and walked off. Vilna regained her focus and quickly caught up with Han Shao. The others had all left. Han Shao and Vilna were the only ones left. Turning down one corridor after another, they walked in silence. Without turning around, Han Shao suddenly asked, "Have you met Ames? What do you think of her?" Vilna was stunned for a moment. She thought for a while, stared at Han Zhao's back, and answered softly, "She's very gentle, and I have always admired her. It's an honor to work for her." Does she know that your job is to build the second field team?" "Probably." Vilna tried to recall. She then realized that Ames had never asked what her job was. So she added, "Aesop definitely told her." "What does she think then?" Vilna thought hard about it, then said carefully. She didn't seem to react out of the ordinary. Han Shao touched his chin and stopped speaking. He knew that finding his successor was most likely Aesop's idea, since Ames would not be bothered about things like this. Nonetheless, he was completely okay with it. After all, Floating Dragon had helped him a lot in the past, so he wanted to return the favor and leave something for them. He chose to end things on peaceful terms so that he could develop better. Thus, he did indeed plan to groom Vilna and smoothen her future path, using these 7 years to complete the handover of his job. Furthermore, Vilna was someone he knew. Without his presence, Vilna had been the authentic field team officer of Floating Dragon in his previous life, who also met her demise together with Floating Dragon. As memories flashed through his mind, they arrived right outside the office. Han Shao ended his thoughts and took Vilna into the room. Then he called Reynold, Herluz, and Sylvia over. "Let me introduce Vilna, a new officer of Floating Dragon. She's planning to build the second field team, so she came to seek my help. You guys, forget about expenses and help her recruit people. Also, choose 10 financial groups from the ones that are working with us and convince them to invest in the new Floating Dragon field team using my name. You have to take this job seriously. Help her to build a field team based on her plan and support her as much as possible." Han Shao spoke quickly. He planned to use the Black Star Army's current resources and influence to build a new team for Floating Dragon without considering the returns. "Understood." Reynold nodded solemnly. He shook Vilna's hand and said, Tell me what you need later. I will do my best to assist you. 0. Okay. Vilna had yet to recover from the shock. Han Zhao's degree of help was way beyond her imagination. All she had to do was talk and not worry about anything else. The Black Star Army would settle all of it. How generous! Vilna was petrified. She started to blush. This completely abolished the negative image that Jenny had set for Han Zhao in her mind and built a new, tall image. Friendly, steady, reliable, rich, strong, and handsome. It's great to have such an amazing senior. Why is Jenny always lying? Vilna was secretly upset. No wonder Black Star could build such an enormous organization in 10 short years. Although Vilna did not want to admit it, after such short contact with Han Zhao, he already felt much more reliable than Ames. Go to your stuff then. Han Zhao waved his hands. Reynolds nodded. He turned to look at the others and said, okay, you guys go out and wait for me. I have something I want to discuss with His Excellency Black Star alone. Han Zhao was a little surprised. He looked at Reynolds and saw that he clearly had something on his mind. Han Zhao thought about it and nodded at the others, signaling them to go out first. The others took Vilna away, leaving only Han Zhao and Reynolds in the room. What did you want to talk to me about? Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Reynolds. Actually, I didn't want to bring this up initially because no one was able to help, but now you're able to. I have something that I need your help with, Reynolds said with a sincere tone and a solemn face. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He smelled a mission. In the past few years, he had kept trying to trigger a mission from Reynolds, which he sadly never did. He thought that Reynolds did not have any missions on him. However, now that Reynolds had brought it up himself, he was certainly surprised. He did not expect to receive such good news as soon as his holiday started. Chapter 697, Another Familiar Face. Chapter 697, Another Familiar Face. Reynolds had very low requirements. Other than finding Han Zhao to learn blueprints, he was pretty transparent the rest of the time. Ever since joining the army, he had always kept a low profile. His business capabilities were as rigorous and reliable as his personality, never causing any trouble at all. He managed the logistics of the army extremely well. This was the first time that he had asked Han Zhao for help. Seeing that Reynolds had a lot on his mind, Han Zhao figured out what was going on. This matter was probably very difficult to deal with, which was why Reynolds had waited until now to ask for his help. Since the start, Reynolds had only come to learn, not for help. However, now that he had achieved so much fame in the entire star field, Reynolds saw hope and felt that he had the ability to help, so he now was asking him. Han Zhao felt that he had guessed most of it correctly and secretly focused more. Tell me about it first. He did not immediately agree to help and decided to listen to the mission content first. Reynolds contemplated for a while on what to say. As you know, I come from the Hyde star system. I'm sure you know about the situation in the star system. Han Zhao nodded. The Hyde star system was a star system without a ruling civilization, connected with 6 star system civilizations including Godora. All these civilizations stationed many troops in Hyde and divided this ownerless star system. They expanded and confronted each other for many years, causing Hyde to become a chaotic land. I was born on a small place called Siciris, located in an area occupied by the Hutt civilization. Siciris is ruled by a low-level galactic civilization that has 6 planets in total under its ruling. It's classified as somewhere between a planet civilization and star system civilization. This civilization has many governments that compete with each other. As Hyde is always at war, the political situation of Siciris is volatile. My father operated a machine research company, which later went bankrupt. When I was 6, they died in a riot caused by a political parade. Han Zhao was slightly moved. This was the first time that Reynolds had talked about his own story. Usually, he never even mentioned anything about it. I have a sister who's 9 years older than me. Her name is Rosalind. After my parents died, I lived together with her for 3 years. When I was 9, she sent me on a long-distance galactic flight off Siciris and abandoned me. When I left home, I was still a child that knew nothing. No one took care of me. I drifted in the galaxy and got through my tough childhood. I then finally had the strength to protect myself. After that, I once went back trying to find Rosalind. Then I discovered what she did. Reynolds shook his head and said, after I left, her Esper ability awakened. The official saying is that she can manipulate people's minds, subtly rewriting people's perspective on the world. At the start, people did not know about her ability. She used this ability to gather countless believers and built a new religion. New ideology and culture were born in her hands. With her ability, in just a few years, she completed the missionary process that would take normal religions decades. More and more people became her followers. She became the pope of the new religion in the Sci-fi civilization, loved and worshipped by countless people. Even many high-level officials across the various governments were her believers. She controlled half of the Sci-fi civilization with religious methods. Her position was above countless people. However, those governments felt that she would threaten their reign, so they kept searching for clues. In the end, her ability was discovered. She became the most dangerous careerist to those governments. She was captured, and the religion that she had created was destroyed. Although her Esper ability can modify people's subconscious mindset over a large area, she can't brainwash anyone, can't make anyone a fanatical, and can't control the minds of the others. Therefore, although the society was shocked, no one spoke up for her. Nobody would like having their mind twisted. Her reputation went right down the drain, and she became a sinner spurned by countless people. Those governments tried Rosalind. She was convicted of high treason and given life in prison. However, they showed their true intentions very soon. In their eyes, Rosalind's ability was an outstanding tool to assist their ruling. Hence, whoever was going to imprison Rosalind became a problem. Every government wanted to have her, to use her ability to consolidate their rule and damage their opponents. They did not want anyone else to have this tool. Reynolds closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and sighed. On paper, she was locked in prison, but actually, she disappeared from the eye of the public after the public trial. These governments sent spies and special agents to get to her secretly. Even some rebel forces with ulterior motives joined the battle. She became a tool that kept changing owners. Han Xiao could not help but ask, so, you want me to save her from the Sci-fi civilization? You're already a calamity grade, won't you be able to do that yourself? No, she's not on Sci-fi anymore. Reynolds shook his head. The Hutt civilization took an interest in her ability and took her away. She's now a prisoner of a star system civilization. Han Xiao understood. No wonder Reynolds asked for his help. It turned out that Rosalind had become an important prisoner of a star system civilization, so getting her would be rather difficult. To a star system civilization, they had no obligation to give face to a calamity grade. Given how important Rosalind was, the Hutt civilization would not give her away so easily. Even if Reynolds was to attack the prison, he would not be able to fight against the entire star system civilization alone. He could not save his sister by himself. I see, so he's asking for my help because of my influence. Han Xiao thought. I know that this is very sudden, but there's nothing I can do to the situation Rosalind is in. I hope you can save her. Reynolds bowed deeply. Han Xiao caressed his chin. Your sister really seems to be a careerist. I feel that she did this to herself. Psychics could change others' minds to a certain extent, but the range and efficiency was clearly far inferior compared to Rosalind's Esper ability. It was perfect for spreading religion, exactly what the arcane church loved the most. Maybe she really is an ambitious careerist. I'm not defending her actions. Although she abandoned me and I don't have much emotions for her anymore, she's still my family. She has already paid the price for what she did. I don't want to see her keep suffering. Han Xiao was quite surprised. He had always thought that Reynolds' heart was mechanical. This was a very rare occasion where Reynolds showed any emotion. After pondering for a while, Han Xiao slowly said, I can help, but it won't be easy. Even I might not be able to make the Hutt civilization give her to me just by asking. Rosalind broke the law after all. This isn't a really reasonable request, so they can totally not give me face at all. Reynolds nodded, then said with a solemn expression, I understand. You don't owe me anything. I will continue to work for you and pay my debts for this. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He smiled and said, "I'll try my best." This time, a notification popped up on the interface. "You have triggered the mission, Reformer." Mission introduction. You accepted Reynolds' request and decided to save Rosalind from the Hutt civilization. Mission requirements. Save Rosalind. Reward, 18 million experience, plus 30 Reynolds favorability, plus 80 Rosalind favorability. Blank character summon card Reynolds, X1. Han Xiao glanced at it and was surprised. The mission itself did not seem too difficult, but the prerequisite to trigger it was. It seemed its requirement was to have quite a close relationship with Reynolds while having very high influence. Only then would Reynolds ask for his help. The experience reward was ordinary. The favorability was common as well. What was most surprising was Reynolds' character summon card. The blank character summon card of a certain character meant that he could choose any one of Reynolds' abilities. Among all the abilities Reynolds had, the most valuable was undoubtedly the mechanic class molding talent, perfect mechanical sense. Although character summon cards had limited uses, it was better than nothing. Most of the time, only random draw reward in combat missions had a possibility of giving someone else's molding talent. Other than character summon cards, the players had absolutely no way of acquiring any molding talents. He had the NPC status, so his drawing range included the molding talents, but that was not the case for players. Han Xiao was not disappointed. In order to get the true, perfect mechanical sense talent, he had to think of other ways. A character summon card is fine. I happen to have a use for it too. The class advancement mission required him to build a piece of orange level 180 legacy equipment. It would probably not be possible to build orange equipment with his current machinery affinity, so he would have to look for ways to improve his building abilities. However, with the perfect mechanical sense effects, he would be able to do it right away, saving him tons of trouble. Pausing the flow of thoughts, Han Xiao returned to the topic. "I'll leave in 2 days and visit the Hutt civilization. Tell me everything you know. By the way, what does your sister look like? I haven't seen her in many years, but when she was still the Pope, I saved quite a few pictures of her. Here, look." Reynolds took out his communicator and projected a few pictures. This was a woman in a gorgeous red and white robe. Her hair was tied into a knot at the back of her head, decorated with a beautiful ornament. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were pure white. Her face was gentle and beautiful, a little bit similar to Reynolds. Her skin was snow white, and she gave off a very noble vibe. In the picture, she seemed to be making a religious speech. There were many faithful believers below her listening with their heads lowered. Han Xiao glanced at it, frowned, and glanced at it again. Then he stared at the face of the woman in the picture and could not take his eyes off her. Noticing that Han Xiao was staring, Reynolds was a little confused. "What is it?" Han Xiao regained focus and moved his eyes away. He covered his mouth with his fist and coughed twice. "Nothing, your sister is quite pretty." Reynolds gave Han Xiao a strange look. Actually, when Han Xiao saw Rosalind's face, he was dumbfounded. Vilna, whom he had met earlier, was someone he knew from his previous life, but he did not expect to see another familiar face on the same day. Plus, this woman was on a completely different level from Vilna. Chapter 698 Rejected. Chapter 698 Rejected. The Hutt civilization was located in the Skywalker star system, and the Black Star Army had one subdivision set up there. The Hutt civilization had formed a diplomat team dedicated for the Black Star Army 3 years ago. The head of this team was an elite from their Foreign Affairs Department, Wallman. The Black Star Army had set up an office for the Hutt civilization's diplomatic team in the satellite subdivision near the resource planet. Wallman and his team were usually there to monitor the harvesting of the resource planet as well as communicate with the Black Star Army's subdivision. This day was quiet as usual. Wallman arrived at the office early, gracefully greeted his team members, and sat at his desk. He appreciated the countless stars outside his window before taking out a book from his bag and opening it on the table. This was a book written in the Hutt language. He decided to finish Chapter 8 to Chapter 11 that day, which would take him the entire morning. Very quickly, he decided on his reading plan. If he was in a good mood later, he would consider reading one more chapter. In the interstellar era, Most of the entertainment and art books were electronic to save on unnecessary production and transportation costs. Physical books had become collector's items that only a very small number of people who sought elegance and refinement in life would purchase. As an elite of the Hutt Foreign Affairs Department, a member of upper society, Wallman strictly required himself to live delicately. He took out a crafted can with green powder, scooped out precisely 2 spoons, and poured them into a crystal cup. As he poured cold water into the cup, the green powder inside dissolved and turned into a luminous turquoise, dense liquid like stars were swimming within. It was beautiful. This was a type of refreshing drink, a special drink loved by the Huttians. Of course, Wallman's powder was not factory-made cheap stuff but the premium hand-ground type. Wallman held the crystal cup in his hand and returned to his seat, sipped it, and picked up the book from the table. He adjusted his seat to lean on the window at 45 degrees. As if he had completed some kind of ceremony, he finally started reading the book with satisfaction. He did not hate being deployed to this quiet position, but he was not satisfied with his job either. Wallman hoped he could be active on the diplomatic political stage between civilizations and display his abilities elegantly. That was how an elite like him should live. To him, dealing with the Black Star Army was a waste of his talent. After all, in his eyes, although the Black Star Army was a very strong armed force, it was just made up of rude, uneducated mercenaries. This time, a team member hastily walked into the room and said loudly, "Sir, the Black Star Army just sent us a notice. Their leader Black Star will be arriving in the Skywalker star system in 7 days to visit our Hutt civilization. The details are in this file. Black Star visiting personally, what could his goal be?" Wallman was shocked. Ever since he took on this position, the things that he had been dealing with were all trivial and unimportant. This was the first time that something rather important had happened. Wallman took the file and read through it carefully. Then he said with surprise, "He wants to see Rosalind? Who's Rosalind?" Han Shao had written his goal to notify the Hutt civilization in advance. If it was just meeting her, given his position, the Hutt civilization should not reject him. Wallman immediately contacted the superiors. After a long call that lasted more than 10 minutes, he exhaled deeply. The people above were not planning to settle this personally. They made him responsible for the welcoming and hosting of Black Star. 7 days later, Han Shao arrived in the Skywalker star system in his spaceship, landing at the military port of one of their governance planets. The Hutt civilization had received the notice long ago and basically cleared out the entire port. Wallman and others were waiting. The hatch opened, and Han Shao and Reynold walked out. Wallman adjusted his clothes, approached with an elegant smile and reached out for a handshake. "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm Wallman of the diplomatic team. On behalf of the Hutt civilization, welcome." "Yo, hello." Han Shao shook his hand. "Upon gaining knowledge of your arrival, my superiors were eager to welcome you personally. Unfortunately, your arrival is too sudden, and they just could not squeeze out the time during their hectic schedule. Therefore, I'm responsible for hosting you. Please understand," Wallman said with a very graceful tone. Actually, this was just an excuse. The upper echelons of the Hutt civilization did not want to meet Black Star. This was because when Dark Star was stirring chaos, the Hutt civilization had secretly worked together with the Dark Star once. Once they heard that Black Star was visiting them personally, they felt somewhat guilty. Thus, they decided to let an unimportant official take care of Black Star in their place, while at the same time observing Black Star's attitude, as well as why he wanted to see Rosalind. However, of course, Wallman knew nothing about that. The way he saw it, this represented the Hutt civilization's attitude toward Black Star. Although they had followed the others and invited Black Star to build a subbase there 3 years ago, they did not really take this nouveau riche too seriously. They kept their pride as a star system civilization. Wallman was very satisfied with this attitude of theirs. To Wallman, Black Star was just a nouveau riche. Black Star was strong for sure, but he was not beyond grade A yet. He had just made use of the heated discussion 3 years ago and made the Black Star Army's development grow rapidly. To him, this was exactly what a nouveau riche was. Technically, Black Star was just a native from a planet that lagged behind in all respects. Wallman, however, was an elite from a star system civilization. With his sense of superiority, he did not think highly of the Black Star Army. However, as a well-trained diplomat, this tiny belittling he had was perfectly hidden, and he maintained the basic respects. Don't have to be so polite. Han Shao waved his hand. Wallman nodded. We have received your notice. Rosalind is now locked up in the secret prison on this planet and can meet you anytime. Would you like to rest or see her first? See her first? Okay. Please follow me. A hovering car with a government license was parked outside the dock. Han Shao and Reynold followed Wallman in and headed to the prison Rosalind was in. The inside of the car was stable and completely free of turbulence. Han Shao chatted with Wallman on and off, while Reynold sat straight at the side. Ralph had given him a super long holiday, so Han Shao had more than enough time to settle his personal matters. 7 days ago, when he got Reynolds' mission and realized that Rosalind was someone he knew, he had immediately dropped all other arrangements and placed saving Rosalind at the top of his priority list. Considering Rosalind's identity, Han Shao brought Reynold along as well. On the surface, it was so that the two of them could reunite, but it was actually to make Rosalind lower her guard. Initially, although Reynold was rather important, Han Shao did not see him as someone with any kind of extraordinary background. However, after seeing Reynold's older sister, he knew immediately that he was going to treat Reynold like his brother. You're about to see your long-separated sister. Nervous? Han Shao did not hide anything and spoke to Reynold with a voice that everyone in the car could hear. No, Reynold shook his head. The impression I have of her is already very faint even if we meet. There isn't much to say between the two of us. Even after we save her, we will still just walk different paths. You want me to help you save Rosalind, but you're not going to ask her to pay you back? It seems that your emotions for Rosalind are not as little as you say. Han Shao smirked. Families should take care of each other. Even though she once abandoned me, when she's in trouble, I should still help her, Reynolds said with a serious face. Ralph listened from aside and secretly memorized the information. Rosalind seems to be a family member of an important person under Black Star's command. Maybe this is why Black Star's here. I've got to report this to the superiors later. After more than 2 hours, the hovering car entered a military base leading into an underground tunnel and stopped at the gate of an underground prison. The thick, bulky alloy gate was now open. The warden and the guards had been waiting there since long ago. Your Excellency Black Star, we're here. Please let me lead the way for you. Wallman got out of the car and opened the car door for Han Shao. Then, he shared a few words with the warden before leading the way. This prison was very technologically advanced. It used many galactic imprisonment measures. It was very quiet. The only sound was the buzzing made by the mechanical guards passing by. The ceiling was equipped with all kinds of automatic weapons that would lock on to any target with a heat signature. The security was tight. Han Shao appreciated the surroundings as he walked and learned quite a few things. He decided to go back and modify his happy little house after settling this issue. After walking through many prison zones, they arrived at the deepest single-person cell. They then stopped before the alloy cell door. The person you want to see is inside. Wallman nodded. The warden opened the cell door and let Han Shao and the others in. The space inside was not narrow. It was split into 2 areas with high-strength transparent glass. Compared to Reynolds' photos, Rosalind's hair was now cut to centimeters short, and she wore a ragged prisoner uniform. However, her appearance was still as young. Time did not leave any marks on her. With just one look, Han Shao knew that this woman's highest attribute was most likely charm, maybe comparable with Fiden's. The cell was dark. As the strong light from outside the door shined in, Rosalind narrowed her eyes uncomfortably and looked at the few people on the other side of the glass. Although she was a prisoner, her face was extremely calm. It has been 147 days since you guys last came to me. What do you want me to do this time? Still recognize me? Reynold asked. Rosalind looked at Reynold. After looking for a while with narrowed eyes, shock appeared on her face. Are you possibly my long-dead dad? I'm Reynold. Oh, brother, so you're still alive. Rosalind sighed with disappointment as if she was not surprised about Reynold appearing there at all. What are you doing here? I'm here to save you, Reynolds said with a deep voice. After not seeing you for decades, You're still just as stupid. Rosalind pointed at the warden on the side with her mouth and said, "Do you think he's deaf? His Excellency Black Star will try to get you out." Black Star. Her brows raised slightly. Never heard of him. Han Shao kept quiet at the side with a strange look on his face. The reunion of these two siblings was different from what he imagined. Shouldn't they be hugging each other and crying? Looking at Rosalind, he was still surprised. He had not expected the future pillar member of the Silver Revolutionary Army to be a family member of one of his officers. The Silver Revolutionary Army was the main storyline of a big version. The target of their revolution was not something small but the three universal civilizations. Since they were revolutionaries, they had to gain support from the people. Rosalind was an irreplaceable member known as the Preacher. Even if he did not come, sooner or later, someone else would develop an interest in her ability and save her. Rosalind was a key character of a major storyline, so she was of great importance to Han Shao. Maybe he could interfere with the Silver Revolutionary Army storyline. According to the time, the Silver Revolutionary Army had not formed yet. Even without Rosalind's future identity, she still had huge potential. Although her Esper ability did not have much combat capability, she was an irreplaceable special talent in the fields of poisoning people's minds and inciting the masses. Her ability looked ordinary on surface, but the final form of this Esper ability was more than qualified to be listed in the Super High-Risk Esper Ability Restriction Treaty. It could turn an ideology terrifyingly contagious and conquer not with force but culture. Although it had no lethality, it was a horrifying weapon that could overthrow any government. Rosalind was born to be someone talented in revolution and religion. Of course, it would also be useful in reinforcing the position of rulers or governments. The people walked out of the cell, and the warden closed the cell door behind them. "Your Excellency Black Star, do you have any other requests?" Wallman asked. Han Shao glanced at Reynolds before touching his chin. "Indeed, I do have a favor to ask. I hope to bail Rosalind out. As you can see, she's the sister of this officer of mine. According to my knowledge, she did not break the Hutt civilization's laws. You guys are just imprisoning her in place of the Cyrus civilization. As long as you're willing to give bail, I can have a talk with the Cyrus people myself. Hehe. This is beyond my jurisdiction. I will have to report to the upper echelons. Please give me a moment." Wallman was not surprised at all. He had already guessed Black Star's intention earlier. He went to the side, took out the communicator and called his superiors. After talking for a while, he hung up and went to Han Shao with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. This is an internal matter of our civilization. Rosalind is an important prisoner, and we cannot accept any form of bail." Although star system civilizations treated Han Shao with respect and wanted to establish a good relationship with him, they would not accept all of his requests. If it was just a normal prisoner, it would not be a big issue. However, Rosalind was an important chess piece even to the Hutt civilization. Of course, they were not going to give her to Han Shao just because he requested it. "I see, never mind then." Han Shao shook his head with disappointment. "Thank you for your understanding." Wallman had a bright smile on his face, but he was sneering in his mind. "You're still not a beyond grade A, yet you want us to release someone with one sentence? Do you really think you're someone?" Chapter 699, This Leak is Bleeding Internally. Chapter 699, This Leak is Bleeding Internally. Since the Hutt superiors rejected him, he had no need to stay at the prison. Han Shao expressed his intent to leave. Wallman asked him to stay longer for a few times but stopped at a suitable point. They took the hovering car back and headed to the dock. The atmosphere in the car was silent. No one talked. Han Shao closed his eyes and rested. Reynolds sat at the side, wanting to speak but did not. Wallman secretly looked at Han Shao's expression. He felt that Black Star was definitely unhappy since he had been rejected. However, he did not care about Black Star's feelings. After all he did was convey the message from the upper echelons. If Black Star was unhappy about that, it would have nothing to do with him. Furthermore, Wallman did not think that making Black Star unhappy was a big deal at all. Civilizations controlled the universe. No matter how strong Black Star was, he was not part of a government. As a diplomat, he felt that he figured out what the superiors meant. The Hutt civilization had no intention of wooing Black Star. Purple Crystal was already way ahead of them, and they had no chance to compete with a star cluster civilization. So many star system civilizations wanted to befriend Black Star, and they were just one of them. Ghidorah had the closest relationship with Black Star among the star system civilizations, while the Hutt civilization was Ghidorah's competitor. No matter how they looked at it, Black Star would definitely not establish a close relationship with the Hutt civilization. Therefore, Wallman felt that the upper echelons knew that they did not have a chance, so they did not want to waste efforts wooing Black Star. They would not be able to get anything in return for Rosalind anyway, so why should they lower their heads and fulfill Black Star's request? Like other star system civilizations, they just had to give enough face to Black Star and treat the Black Star Army subdivision as a tie for a shallow relationship. That was all. In Wallman's eyes, Black Star wanting to take someone from him with just one sentence was a clear act of overconfidence. Us star system civilizations will indeed give you face, but we will not obey your every demand. As Wallman was deducing the intention of his superiors, the hovering car finally arrived at the dock. Han Shao and Reynold got out of the car and boarded their spaceship with Wallman escorting them up. Han Shao stepped onto the gangway and was about to walk into the hatch. He suddenly turned around and looked at Wallman, who was standing on the dock. "We will meet again very soon. We look forward to your next visit." Wallman had a sincere-looking but fake smile on his face. The spaceship shook and quickly started. It followed the dock tunnel, turned into a high-speed stream of light, and disappeared. As the spaceship left far away, Wallman wiped the smile from his face, pressed his stiff facial muscles, and turned around to wave at his team members. "Let's go." 5 days passed peacefully. On this day, the delicate Wallman was spending his days in the Skywalker Star System Black Star Army subdivision as always when an urgent notification was sent to his email. A team from the Foreign Affairs Department was about to come to the Black Star Army subdivision. The email was to notify him to prepare the welcome. Strange, I wasn't noticed beforehand about this. Why are they suddenly sending people to the Black Star Army subdivision? This notice did not follow the regular procedures, nor did it convey the purpose of these Foreign Affairs Department colleagues' visit. Wallman was confused, but since it was a mission from above, he could only complete it. Wallman brought along his team members, arranged the welcome, and arrived at the dock of the subdivision, waiting for the arrival of these colleagues. This Black Star Army subbase was built to be orbiting on the outer space track of the resource planet in order to monitor the harvesting team on the planet. The dock was a hovering galactic harbor built beside the subbase. It was an independent space station. After Wallman waited for more than half an hour, a government spaceship with the Hutt civilization mark approached and stopped at the dock. The spaceship stabilized, and the hatch slowly opened. A group of people in diplomat clothing accompanied a few purple crystal people down the gangway while chatting and laughing. Wallman quickly went forward and introduced himself. "This is the person in charge of the diplomatic matters with the Black Star Army subdivision, Wallman. These are Purple Crystal Civilization's emissaries. We have just completed a handover task and are planning to rest here for a day," a diplomat said elegantly. Purple Crystal Civilization emissaries. Wallman was shocked. Purple Crystal was the ruling civilization of Colton, and Hutt was just a star system civilization under them. Purple Crystal specifically dispatching emissaries there meant that this was an important diplomatic task. Wallman could not help but feel jealous of these Foreign Affairs Department colleagues of his who were chatting and laughing with the Purple Crystal emissaries. They had the opportunity to get in contact with the emissaries of star cluster civilizations, and they were active in the political stage between civilizations. Their job was more elegant and graceful, while he was made to take care of an armed force. "I will be transferred back sooner or later," Wallman comforted himself. Back when his superiors sent him to be in charge of the Black Star Army subdivision, it was definitely because they believed in his capabilities. A diplomatic elite like him would definitely return to the Foreign Affairs headquarters in the future. Just as he was about to invite the Purple Crystal emissaries to stay, a few armed officers escorted someone off the spaceship. Wallman turned to look and was instantly stunned. The woman escorted there was the person whom he had just met together with Black Star a few days prior. Rosalind. Wallman was shocked. He nudged one of his colleagues that accompanied the purple crystal emissaries and softly asked, "Why is she on your ship? Why did you bring her here? You know her? This is a prisoner the purple crystal emissary specifically sent people to take charge of. She's called Rosalind." Wallman immediately thought of Black Star. Could it be? At this time, another spaceship landed. Wallman recognized this battleship. It was Black Star's ride. The hatch opened, and Han Xiao and Reynold walked down. The purple crystal emissaries instantly smiled and approached the two of them. After chatting for a while with smiles on their faces, the purple crystal emissary waved his hand. A few armed personnel escorted Rosalind over to Han Xiao, opened the various constraints, and released her on the spot. Rosalind rubbed her wrists, glanced at Reynold, and gave Han Xiao a deep look, not saying anything. Reynold then took her up onto the blacklight stealth. Han Xiao turned around and noticed the stunned Wallman who was standing at the edge of the crowd. So he smiled and walked over. "As I said, we meet again. You..." Wallman suddenly did not know what he should say to deal with this situation. "It's actually not that big a deal. Since your Hutt civilization doesn't allow bail, I had no choice but to let a civilization that does allow bail take over." Han Xiao raised his brows. Wallman's lips shivered, and he forced out a rigid smile. There were thousands of curses in his heart, but he did not dare say any of them. From the side of his vision, he saw that his colleagues were smiling brightly, as if they had known all along and he was the only one that did not. At this moment, he felt that his most precious sense of superiority was shattered into pieces by the Hutt civilization government who had gifted it to him in the first place. Han Xiao did not look at him anymore. He turned around and shook hands with the purple crystal emissaries, chatted for a while, boarded his spaceship, and left with Rosalind. Wallman clenched his fists and forced out a smile to face the purple crystal emissaries. Doing his job was more important. After finally settling these emissaries down, Wallman returned to the office. He was the only one there. Sitting in his chair, Wallman exhaled deeply. He wanted to suppress his thoughts and continue to read his book, but he realized that he could not concentrate on it at all. Every time Wallman thought of Black Star, he felt unpleasant. He comforted himself that this was a matter for the superiors and had nothing to do with him. There were no conflicts between him and Black Star. Fortunately for him, he had maintained his diplomatic etiquette. No one knew how he had ridiculed him in his mind, and no one would know that he felt embarrassed. Beep beep. This time, Wallman's communicator rang. He opened it, and to his surprise, it was a message from his direct boss. His Excellency Black Star specifically told us that he's very satisfied with your services and that it made him very comfortable. He also hopes to see you again next time. Therefore, your transfer request is temporarily postponed. You will continue to be in charge of the diplomatic tasks with the Black Star Army subdivision. Clank. A few team members outside were just about to push open the door when they suddenly heard sounds of someone smashing things coming from the office. The few of them hastily pushed the door open and saw Wallman's usually calm face filled with rage. The floor beside his table was in a mess. The crystal cup that he always used was shattered into pieces, scattered around the floor, and the green drink had spilled over the physical books that he had always taken very good care of. In the Blacklight Stealth's main hall, 3 people sat on a circular sofa in a triangle. Rosalind's eyes kept moving between Han Xiao and Reynold. Reynold was sitting straight and looking directly ahead. Han Xiao leaned back with one hand on the back of the sofa and the other carrying a wine glass, sizing Rosalind up with an interested look on his face. "What do you want me to do for you for saving me? Come on, don't be shy, tell me." Rosalind broke the silence first. Reynold frowned. "I just wanted to save you. Enough. Keep those lies for yourself." Rosalind interrupted Rosalind, crossed her legs, and said with a mocking expression, "I don't know who this Excellency Black Star is. In order to get me out, you guys even contacted Purple Crystal, so the cost is probably quite high. I don't believe that such a big price paid would just be to fulfill an idiot subordinate's wish. Hehe, you probably told this black whatever about my ability. Sorry, your nickname is too stupid. I'm too lazy to say it. Is this woman's zodiac animal hedgehog? Stabbing whoever she wants. Han Xiao remembered that Rosalind's personality was not like this during the Silver Revolutionary Army era in his previous life. Reynolds said with a deep voice, "I asked His Excellency Black Star to save you in exchange for myself. Know your place." "Oh." Rosalind curled her lips and raised her tone. "So, you thought I'd be grateful to you?" "You?" Reynolds was exasperated. "I'm quite curious, what made this black whatever guy accept this kind of request? Which part of you is so important to him?" Rosalind sized Reynolds up. "I'm a calamity grade now." "Oh, you've grown up, I see." Rosalind opened her mouth wide with exaggeration before clapping a few times without any signs of being sincere. She shrugged and said, "So, you're saying that you're very important to him?" Reynolds could not reply. Han Xiao was right beside him. He could not praise himself and say that he was important to him. Ahem. Han Xiao stopped the conversation between the two of them and said, "Contacting the Purple Crystal Civilization isn't difficult for me. You've been imprisoned for too long. So you've never heard of me." Without a doubt, he was not going to use force. Even with his current position, if he actually attacked a civilization, he would still receive punishments. In terms of retrieving the subbase to express his attitude, it would give him a bad name. The other partner galactic civilizations would feel that he was forcing a government. He was not a beyond grade yet, so he should not be too domineering. That would not be beneficial to maintaining stable partnerships. Resolving this matter was actually very easy. Since the Hutt civilization could take Rosalind from Cyrus, the Purple Crystal civilization could also take her from them. It was just a handover. Purple Crystal took him much more seriously than Hutt, as he was a partner of Purple Crystal. Hutt, however, knowing that they had no chance to compete, were unwilling to woo him, so they did not want to give him face. However, proving their loyalty to Purple Crystal was so much more beneficial. Therefore, when Purple Crystal took over the matter, the Hutt civilization immediately agreed. Efficient and effective, this was Han Zhao's solution. If a player had to do this mission, they would basically have to break into the prison by force. "I see. You seem to be someone very important." Rosalind raised her brows. "It looks like I need to study the history of the past decade or so." Rosalind stood up and came before Han Xiao. She snatched his wine glass and gulped it down. Then, she casually threw the empty cup away. She sat back down, burped, waved her hands and said, "I'm thirsty, so I drank some. For such an important person like you, I'm sure you won't mind." Han Xiao turned to look at Reynolds. "Your sister has quite an interesting personality. Like a rascal. Ever since she was little, she has been willful, caustic, and mean, never considering the feeling of the others." Reynolds could not hold back anymore and started to complain. Therefore, when she became a careerist that toyed with an entire civilization, I wasn't even surprised. "That's right. I'm a careerist, a caustic rascal. Countless people are going to suffer now that you've let me out. Are you regretting saving me, my dear little brother?" Rosalind made a funny face. No, Reynolds disdained quarreling with her. "Tisk, I'm a little touched. It's really true that no matter how you hurt your family will still be willing to be taken advantage of." Rosalind stretched lazily. "Since you guys aren't going to make use of me, does that mean I can leave any time I want? If you reject, it means you are planning to use me. Of course, you don't have to be shameful about your hypocrisy. I've seen this kind of thing way too many times." Reynolds turned to Han Xiao. He only wanted to save Rosalind. As for where Rosalind would go in the future, he did not want to care about it at all. Han Xiao was the one that could make the decision to let her go. Han Xiao caressed his chin and suddenly said, "You built a new religion in your hometown and brainwashed countless people, making them worship you. Anyone would think you're a careerist. You have such sharp eyes, just like every normal person in the world, and you like to repeat obvious things." Rosalind's face was filled with mockery. "What, are you planning to judge my actions? Tell me then. I will try my absolute very best to repent for 1 minute. I don't think you're a careerist. You're a reformer." Han Xiao leaned forward and stared into Rosalind's eyes, speaking with a calm and normal tone. The moment he spoke, Rosalind's expression stiffened, and a tint of anxiety flashed through her eyes. She was stunned. Chapter 700 Rosalind Compound Fertilizer. Chapter 700 Rosalind Compound Fertilizer. Interesting. This is the first time someone has used an outright lie to praise me. Rosalind barely squeezed out a sneer to cover for the panic inside. You can disguise yourself with ambition, but you can't fool everyone. You didn't create a new religion and modify people's faith because of ambition. You have other motives. Han Xiao smiled. Han Xiao had limited knowledge of the Rosalind before his eyes, but the players had gathered quite a lot of her information during the Silver Revolution version in his previous life. When Han Xiao recognized Rosalind, he recalled that information. Some of it was Rosalind's past experiences. It seemed like she had told others about her past before. Although she did not tell the players where her home was, she did talk about what she did in her home and what her motive was. According to that information, Han Xiao knew that Rosalind's real motive had nothing to do with ambition. She did not control the faith of others for power. Han Xiao knew Rosalind better than herself. Anyone who could become the backbone of the Silver Revolutionary Army, apart from having special skills, had a heart not satisfied with the status quo and a unique aspiration. Rosalind was shocked. This was the first person to see through her disguise. She quickly held down her surprise, then stabilized her mind with alertness and vigilance. This had been her habit for many years. Black Star has only seen me twice. He definitely has a reason for saying these things. He must be exaggerating. How could he know what I'm thinking? The real motive for creating a religion and gathering believers had always been Rosalind's deepest secret. She had never told anyone, and she did not believe that Black Star could guess correctly. Reynolds turned his head and looked at Han Xiao with suspicious eyes. Did his sister really have some other motives? Your ability is to subtly rewrite people's mental outlook. Its impact isn't very strong, and you can't completely manipulate others to your likings. However, you can put all kinds of ideas in their minds, Han Xiao, with a confident look on his face, said slowly. The mind is intangible, but it's like the strings that manipulate puppets, affecting every aspect of an individual. Whether one is loyal or rebellious, sincere or hypocritical, optimistic or pessimistic, depends greatly on one's mind. The reason that the same environment creates different people is because of the mind, too. As he was speaking, he pointed at Rosalind, who was forcing herself to stay calm, and smiled. Using your Esper ability, you are able to give them new ideas that are very contagious. In the eyes of your home government, your idea is a virus. But in my view, your idea is a seed that can turn around the thousands of ways in which the entire race can develop toward you. Rosalind's expression changed drastically. Without waiting for her to respond, Han Xiao continued. The racial personality of a civilization depends partly on its nature and partly on the traditional ideas that have been passed down from ancient times, which cannot be controlled by future generations and will change independently at the various stages of the history as it develops. Fruobnovel.com. These ideas left over from history will dissolve into the blood of this race and become their spiritual identity. History only happens once, and a race doesn't have a second chance. It can even be said that there is no opportunity for them to choose. From a macro perspective, the culture and character of this civilization is almost random. They're not necessarily optimal results out of the infinite variables. Or maybe there's no such thing as an optimal result. I call you a reformer because I know that you didn't set up a religion in your hometown for power, but to reform your own race. To be honest, I am a little impressed by your aspiration. Your goal isn't to reform a government or system, but the cultural ideology and spiritual goal of the race, thus changing the spiritual identity of the entire race. This information was like a hurricane that struck Reynolds. He opened his mouth wide and stared at Rosalind, dumbfounded. If what Han Xiao said was true, his sister's goal was indeed unbelievably huge. As if Rosalind had been struck by lightning, she was petrified, and her face was covered in disbelief. Han Xiao smiled in his mind. Those were the motives as Rosalind explained them in his previous life. Using them to trick her was extremely effective. After a pause, he went on and said, whether it's reforming the system or reforming the government, its effects won't last as long as reforming the spiritual identity of an entire race. Many of the problems are because of the people. Character determines destiny. Without external influence, this law applies to a civilization. History has been established. In the course of a civilization's development, there is basically no opportunity to change its character. What you have been doing is implanting new ideas and giving them the opportunity to change through the form of your esper ability and religion. This is your race transformation plan. Han Shao touched his chin. However, you're just an individual in this race. In the eyes of others, you have absolutely no right to change the minds of everyone. Through growing up, everyone has created their own history. You can't impact the deep-rooted traditions that have been around for thousands of years. Therefore, you became a heretic, a sinner. In his view, Rosalind's actions were basically leading her to become a saint. Han Shao could not help but think, you denied history and the racial spirit that has been passed down. No wonder they locked you up. Your ideas are way too dangerous. Nonetheless, this woman's thinking was not wrong. Assuming that there were no Confucius or Mencius in the history of his previous life, the ideas passed down by the people of the world would be different after thousands of years, and the logic of people would change to a certain extent as well. The easiest way to change the spiritual outlook of a group is religion and education. So you chose to establish a religion, gathering faith and subtly changing people's character. This is your real motivation, Han Shao said, looking at Rosalind. Am I right? Rosalind's hands were shaking. She took a deep breath and looked at Han Shao with great complexity. You're right. Rosalind's voice became low. Her cynical tone from earlier had completely vanished. Now Han Shao finally felt a faint aura of a religious pope in her. She looked straight into Han Zhao's eyes and said, I am not noble. The parents of Reynold and I died during a political parade. The Sociris civilization disappointed me again and again, so I wanted to change something. You're right, I don't have the right to change the spiritual identity of the whole race, and they don't necessarily need me. But if no one did anything extraordinary under all that pressure, nothing would change. I created a religion that lasted many years, and I only changed the character of a small group of people. Through the religion and my esper ability, I made them positive, I made them grasp the present, and I made them better. As long as the religion continued, even without my esper ability in the future, these ideas would have become more and more popular. Unfortunately, it provoked a backlash. After so many years of suffering, Rosalind had become deeply wary of everyone. Her harsh words and cynical attitude were her protective disguise. Too many people lied. Too many wanted to use her. She promised herself to never open up to anyone ever again. Even if she was misunderstood, she would not defend herself. But now, for the first time, Rosalind had spoken out. She gazed at Han Shao, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was shock, relief, and a hint of happiness of meeting someone who understood her. Those were the deepest secrets of her heart that she had never told anyone else. But Black Star had seen through her so easily. This was the first time that Rosalind had met someone that knew her so well. She almost lost her cool. Speechless, Reynold looked at Rosalind with disbelief. He looked at her from head to toe again and again, seemingly wondering if his sister had been swapped. He could not imagine Rosalind having such huge aspirations and dreams. Seeing that Rosalind had admitted he was right, Han Shao was secretly excited. This fertilization method is just as good as it used to be. This is probably how the Silver Revolutionary Army fooled her in my previous life. Achoo! On planet Aquamarine, Bennett sneezed all of a sudden. When Rosalind finished, the room became quiet. The few of them did not speak for a moment. Han Shao knocked the table and spoke first. So, what do you plan to do in the future? You can't go back to Sociris, and you're still considered Purple Crystal's prisoner. I bailed you out, so I can't just let you run around wherever you like. Rosalind turned and glanced at Reynold. She then smiled lightly. I see. After saying so much, you still want me to stay. You're a talent. I like talent. Han Shao, of course, did not have to deny it. Since my brother works for you, even if you want to use me, you won't do anything excessive. Okay, you used your connections to save me, so I owe you one. My brother is my brother. I won't use him to repay you. Also, I don't have much combat capability, so I certainly won't be a match for such an important person like you. Rosalind stretched and went back to her cynical attitude. She deliberately gave Han Xiao a vaguely seductive wink and said, "Since I won't be able to run anyway, I don't have a choice. I will lend my body to you as a tool. Use it as you will, don't be shy." Okay. Han Xiao nodded normally, but inside, he was screaming. Still putting on a show? You think I can't see that huge +80 favorability? Would it kill you to be honest about how grateful you are? Would it? The biggest problem was settled. Han Xiao let Reynolds take Rosalind to rest, eat something, and replenish her energy. After spending so many years in captivity, her body was rather weak, and she was in need of recovery. After the two of them left, Han Xiao stayed in the hall alone. He tapped the sofa with his fingers, pondering how to utilize Rosalind's special talent. Rosalind's Esper ability was a perfect fit for ideological construction. He felt that it could be used to strengthen the Black Star Army's corporate culture, to create a few slogans like, "Let the light of Black Star shine on every corner of the universe," and "May Black Star rise as usual." The Bloodshed Land also had special talents for ideological construction. That means Rosalind can take on the job of political commissar? Han Xiao touched his lips with excitement. To make the leeks grow healthily with spiritual construction. That would be a strong compound fertilizer. Also, her ability is very special. The Silver Revolutionary Army will still target her in the future, and I can't keep someone with such enormous aspirations forever. Since that's the case, if she will still become a core member of the Silver Revolutionary Army like in my previous life, maybe I can build and maintain good relations with them and not be their enemy. As the Silver Revolutionary Army was the main storyline of a major version, they were, of course, very powerful. Although Han Xiao did not have any intention of joining them and trying to overthrow the three universal civilizations, he did not want to be their enemies. Maybe through Rosalind, he would be able to discover the Silver Revolutionary Army's tracks before they completely formed, thus being able to respond in advance. Mr. Han pondered over the idea and did not see an issue with it. He then opened the interface. In the mission list, the mission Reformer was completed, and he had already received the reward. He now had a complete Reynolds character summon card. Character summon card, Reynolds. Perfect mechanical sense. Total machinery affinity multiplied by 1.4. Includes basic value, bonuses from passive abilities, and talents. This effect applies to the total value. When enhancing machines using mechanical force, the grade of the machine will be temporarily increased by 1 or 2 grades, up to pink rare grade, plus 4 levels to all mechanic class active abilities. This effect can exceed the level limit. Duration, 16 hours. Usages, 0 of 3. Remark: in your senses, every machine is a world of ecological balance. 3 usages, 16 hours duration each. Quite long-lasting. It seems that this type of character summon card also takes into account the time to build machines. It can be used both for combat and for building. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. With this character summon card, there would basically be no problem in making a piece of orange equipment. All he had to do was complete the blueprint mission and obtain the Silver Legacy blueprint. Looking at its effects again, Han Xiao was increasingly envious of Reynolds. I want the real perfect mechanical sense talent. After rescuing Rosalind, Han Xiao split up with those two and let Reynolds take Rosalind back to their headquarters and settle her down. While piloting the spaceship and leaving the Colton Star Cluster, he headed to the location of the blueprint mission. Be it the Black Star Army matters, Vilna, or Rosalind, none of them were as important as his class advancement mission. He had to become stronger to develop his organization and position even further. Since he was close to completing the class advancement mission, he dropped everything else and focused on completing the class advancement. As Han Xiao left the Colton Star Cluster, a pair of eyes were staring at his whereabouts from a dark place that he could not see. Chapter 701 Fangs. Chapter 701 Fangs. Terralam Star Cluster, 0358 Wormhole Sector. Big and small blue-black wormholes with fluctuating space coordinates existed in this area, tearing the space around them. A small space-time carefully traveled in this unstable space area. It was Han Zhao's ride. In the central area of the Shattered Star Ring was a huge wormhole group that was under the Terralam Star Cluster area. This dangerous area was called the Wormhole Zone. There were very few people around. The various star cluster civilizations had stationed people there and built wormhole observation stations, classifying the wormhole zone into hundreds of sectors. The wormhole zone in the shattered star ring connected to many places around the universe. The job of the wormhole observation stations was to measure where some of those wormholes led. However, due to the wormholes being extremely unstable, old wormholes disappeared regularly, and new wormholes appeared just as frequently. Therefore, the progress of the measurements was very slow. According to the official data, till this day, they had only completed the measurement for 1 in 2,400,000 of all the wormholes. Han Xiao's current target was the observation station of 0358 wormhole sector. The distributor of the Level 180 Silver Legacy Blueprint mission was the mechanic that maintained this wormhole observation station. As he passed by a bunch of wormholes, a small space station appeared in his vision under the wormhole's orbits. Han Xiao sent a landing request to the space station, which was very quickly approved. He piloted the spaceship to dock at the space station and entered the port passage. After sliding on the magnetic tracks of the space station for a while in a narrow passage, he finally entered the port. Han Xiao disembarked from the spaceship and greeted the maintenance personnel of the port. "Your Excellency Black Star, have you come to look for Professor Hariful again?" a maintenance officer asked. Where is he now?" Han Xiao nodded. "You came at the right time. Professor Hariful followed the measurement team out to collect wormhole data some time ago and only returned 2 days ago. He's now inside the research lab, conducting experiments." "Thanks." Han Xiao smiled and left the dock, heading toward the research lab of the wormhole observation station. This wormhole observation station did not belong to Clent or Purple Crystal, but another star cluster civilization of the Shattered Star Ring that did not take part in the secret war and was semi-neutral. Hariful was a research-type mechanic that was not good at combat, a professor of a government-owned mechanic education institution of this star cluster civilization. He had always been on the front lines of technology, studying all kinds of subjects. In order to study the wormhole group, he had deliberately requested to do maintenance at an observation station. He was the distributor of the blueprint mission. Han Xiao had already completed the blueprint mission up to the 7th round. He had come to this observation station many times, so the people there were already familiar with him. Arriving at the research lab smoothly, Han Xiao announced his identity outside the locked door. After waiting for a while, the door opened, and Hariful walked out. He gave Han Xiao a stare and said unhappily, "You again, you're disturbing my experiment. Experiments can be done anytime, but you don't get to see me every day." Han Xiao laughed. Hariful was an old man with claret skin. His hair and beard were all white. He was very old, but his back was straight, and he looked more fit than some younger men. This was a tough old man. To the mechanic class, knowledge was power. Hariful had studied the various mechanic theories very deeply and was quite talented. Furthermore, he had studied them for so many years, so it was very normal that he was a grade A mechanic. However, Hariful had always been researching and studying technology. He rarely fought anyone. Although his level was not low, he had many subclasses similar to Scholar. His combat capability was among the lowest in grade A. A star system civilization would have dozens of government grade A supers. Thus, the star cluster civilizations naturally had dozens of times more grade A supers. After Han Xiao entered Calamity grade, he had basically only come into contact with people of the same level, so it looked like there were many Calamity grades. Actually, compared to the huge number of grade B and grade C supers, the number of Calamity grades was still very low. The star cluster civilizations had relatively more grade A supers, so they could afford to have some talents that were not required to fight, such as Hariful, who had low combat capability and focused on research and developments. Although Hariful always focused on research, he knew that Black Star was also a master mechanic, so he had respect for him. He temporarily paused his studies and invited Han Xiao to the guest room to chat. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao moved the topic to the blueprint mission. This Silver Legacy blueprint was Hariful's personal belonging. Han Xiao had made an agreement with him long ago that as long as he helped him do some stuff, Hariful would be willing to teach the blueprint to Han Xiao. The mission was at round 7. Hariful thought for a while before giving his request. A notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. He looked at the new round for the mission. It was not difficult, just cumbersome. Han Xiao delayed no longer. He ended the chat and bade farewell to Herifel. He left the observation station and immediately headed to complete the mission. The level 180 silver blueprint mission had 10 rounds in total. To Han Xiao, it was not dangerous at all. He could complete them as long as he spent the time. In the next month, Han Xiao traveled around, returning and leaving the observation station, and focused on completing one mission requirement after another. Ralph had given him a very long holiday this time, so he had plenty of time. While he was doing the missions, he did not meet any accidents. It went very smoothly. In just over 10 days, the blueprint mission in the mission list was finally shown to be completed. Han Xiao immediately returned to the observation station and found Herifel. Herifel took Han Xiao to his private room, dug through a bunch of stuff, and took out a square-shaped mechanical safe. He inserted his own mechanical force as the password, and the mechanical parts of the safe started to move like a Rubik's Cube. After a while, the safe opened. Herifel took out a thick deck of blueprints from inside, shook it a bit, and placed it on the table. All right, according to our agreement, this blueprint is now yours. It's weird. You've been busy fighting the war these few years, yet you squeezed out the time to do things for me. Does this blueprint have some sort of important use to you? You can say that. Han Xiao nodded. Herifel saw that Han Xiao was not planning to explain further, so he did not continue asking. He flipped the blueprints on the table and said, "This is what you asked for. I got this from someone else, so it's not really a secret. Although it's interesting technology, it's not very advanced. It seems to be a blueprint passed down by a mechanic from many years ago. Let me take a quick look." Han Xiao scanned through the blueprint. A progress bar for reading instantly popped up on the interface. His intelligence was extremely high, so his reading fast was speedy. In less than a minute, he had read through this complex blueprint. With the interface, as long as he had a high enough intelligence, the efficiency of learning a blueprint would be hundreds of times faster than regular mechanics. Standing at the side, Herifel thought that Han Xiao was just looking at it briefly. Never would he know that Han Xiao had already mastered the knowledge of this blueprint in just less than a minute. You have received Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon Blueprint X1. You have learned a new blueprint, Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon. Finally, Han Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the blueprint introduction on the interface. Legacy blueprints all had rather lame names. The Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was a level 180 machine. It was a planet-level strategic weapon for cannon masters. As a mechanic, he could use it as well. Most energy cannons fired burning high-energy particle streams, while the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon's attacks were extremely cold. According to the blueprint introduction, at the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon's highest power output, one attack could send an entire planet into the Ice Age. Although its destructive power was not as high as actual planetary destroyers, it was still a very strong weapon. Maybe because the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was very old, it did not have a very high knowledge requirement. Among the cutting-edge knowledges, it only required abnormal state energy and controllable annihilation weapons. Fortunately, Han Xiao knew both, so he did not have to find new cutting-edge knowledge. This thing needs quite a lot of rare materials. I'll have to go back to build it. Glancing at the cost of it, Han Xiao tooted. The cost of this cannon was probably even higher than proper planetary destroyers. The development of technology was meant to build high-power weapons with low costs. The older blueprints basically had high power and even higher costs. After all, the technology back then had not been as advanced. However, is a problem that can be solved with money even considered a problem? I'm rich. Putting away the blueprint, Han Xiao nodded and said, "I shall get going. Don't you want to stay a while to chat before leaving? I still want to discuss some technology with you." "Probably not. I have some things to do." "All right then. I'll send you off to the dock. If you have the time in the future, feel free to chat with me anytime. You have my communication number." Herifel felt a little sad. He quite liked chatting with Han Xiao. Both of them were master mechanics, and they had infinite topics to talk about. However, the moment they left the room, the lights in the corridor became red warning alarm lights. A piercing alarm echoed in the entire observation station. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Herifal's face drastically changed. Before he could speak, the entire observation station trembled violently, and Herifal almost staggered. Right after, a deafening sound of explosion came from far away. Boom! The vigorous flames quickly expanded in their direction, filling the corridor. Han Xiao frowned. Nanoparticles climbed on his palm and turned into armor. He flipped his hand around, and a blue oval-shaped psionic shield appeared, easily blocking the flames. He then turned and looked at Herifal. The enemy is definitely bombarding this place from outside. Let's leave the observation station first. Herifal had very little experience against enemies, but he was not so inexperienced that he would panic in such situations. He equipped his own mechanical suit and crashed through the corridor, penetrating the exterior armor of the observation station and flying out. Han Xiao activated the mountain ape mechanical suit and followed him. The two of them finally saw what was happening after leaving the observation station. Their expressions changed. A fleet had surrounded the observation station from all directions. It had at least 500 battleships, and they were all firing at the observation station. The protective shield was almost torn apart instantly as high-energy beams penetrated the observation station. The next moment, the fire expanded, and the observation station exploded, shattering into pieces. "No, my research lab!" Herifal's expression changed drastically as he yelled with heartache. *T. My spaceship. Han Zhao's eyes twitched. Reynold had flown the Blacklight stealth back, so he was just using a normal small spaceship. Nonetheless, Han Xiao had still stored some army boxes in it. It would be a huge loss if they were destroyed too. Although he was not short of money at all, wasting was still shameful. Han Xiao raised his hand. The space around him rippled, and army boxes arrived one after another through hyperdrive. Han Xiao counted them and was relieved. The outside of the army boxes had suffered some damage, but the compressed orbs inside were undamaged. The army boxes not only had hyperdrive devices equipped but also protective shields. This was originally to prevent the enemy from attacking the army boxes, but it had come in handy this time. The entire observation station turned into scrap. Only a few supers survived. The attack was too sudden. The people inside the observation station could not react at all. As this was a space station for research, it had limited defensive measures. After all, not many people would deliberately attack a wormhole observation station set up by a star cluster civilization. Furthermore, this was the wormhole zone. The unstable wormhole group was a natural line of defense. Almost no one would battle there. Who are these people? Why did they attack us? Herifal was shocked and furious. Han Xiao was very curious too. He instinctively felt that these enemies were there for him. He had almost developed a habit of being assaulted throughout the years. He frowned and looked at the fleet. As he was about to speak, he received a message on his mechanical suit. "We finally meet again. Black Star." This voice, it's a little bit familiar. Han Xiao looked over. His vision passed through the universe and locked onto a person from the fleet. After clearly seeing this person's appearance, Han Xiao was shocked and surprised. This person was his old enemy that had been missing for many years, the Dark Star leader. How did he appear there? Chapter 702 Lord of Fallen Ark. Chapter 702 Lord of Fallen Ark. Ever since Ghidorah's pursuit for the Dark Star leader ended with no results, Han Xiao had not seen the Dark Star leader. No one knew where he was hiding. But now he had suddenly appeared, even bringing a fleet. It seemed he had risen from the ashes. Han Xiao frowned. The Dark Star leader definitely knew his whereabouts and had an exceptional intelligence channel. He should be working with a very strong organization. Dark Star will only have a chance to target Ghidorah if I'm eliminated. As for the organization working with Dark Star, it's probably an organization that has attempted to assassinate me before. Their goal is the same, so they easily came to an agreement. Han Xiao thought quickly. From this, he deduced that the Dark Star leader only appeared to attack him because he was absolutely confident of succeeding. With so many failed assassination attempts, they would definitely be very cautious. This small fleet around him was basically no threat to him. After all, his mechanical army was not for decoration. However, Han Shao did not let his guard down even a bit. Rather, he was very wary. He felt that the Dark Star leader definitely had an unknown trump card. Han Shao had no intention of chatting. The army boxes opened one after another, and an enormous mechanical army expanded like the tide, overwhelming the Dark Star leader's fleet with its size. Without hesitation, Han Shao struck. Countless cannon fire lights seemed to have illuminated the universe. His storm of counterattacks tore dozens of battleships into pieces in an instant. With his mechanical army that had millions of machines, as well as his various talents and mechanical force bonuses, Han Shao was a one-man galactic army. He could destroy an entire fleet alone. Countless mechanical guards surrounded Han Shao, forming layers and layers of shields. The fleet's attack could not penetrate the shield at all. Herifel was protected inside too. He looked around at the mechanical army that filled his vision and could not help but think, how rich. Within a short while, these hundreds of battleships were almost wiped out, but Han Shao was frowning. The battle being this easy made him even more alert. He did not believe that the Dark Star leader would attack him without any preparation. How could such a small fleet eliminate him, someone that even gave a star cluster civilization headaches? At this time, the Dark Star leader suddenly gestured at Han Shao from far away in the midst of dodging attacks from the mechanical army. A few strange magic waves landed on Han Shao in an instant. You have been attacked by the Dark Star leaders. Chain of Pain secret. Judging MYS. Failed. Your MYS is lower than the opponent. This spell is effective. Chain of Pain secret. When the opponent takes damage, your health will decrease as well. For every 1% health the opponent loses, you will lose 0.55% to 0.7% health. You have been attacked by the Dark Star leaders. Life absorption transfer. Judging MYS. Failed. Your MYS is lower than the opponent. This spell is effective. Life absorption transfer. When you recover health, the recovery effect decreases by 30%. The opponent will gain the 30% recovery you have lost. When you should recover 1,000 health points, you will only recover 700 health points, and the opponent will recover 300 health points. You have been attacked by the Dark Star leaders. Heart malediction. Collapse. Judging MYS. Failed. Your MYS is lower than the opponent. This spell is effective. You have entered the mental collapse state. Mental collapse. Minus 40% psychological resistance. You have lost control of your body and are unable to move. Duration. 6.2 seconds. The mechanical force all over Han Shao's body suddenly became still. He could not move his entire body. Han Shao suddenly recalled that he still had the Dark Star leader's character summon card, and its effect was also this heart malediction collapse. As he could not move at all, the mechanical army lost the mechanical force bonuses temporarily. The pressure on the Dark Star leader was immediately reduced. He quickly escaped the encirclement. In the process, his magic shield was focus fired and shattered time after time. He lost some health, so through Chain of Pain secret, Han Shao's health decreased as well. Han Shao looked at the combat information and quickly calculated in his mind. Chain of Pain reduces health by percentage. The amount of health I lose is about 60% of the Dark Star leaders on average. However, my total health is more than double his, and the health recovery of life absorption relies on health points. For every 700 health points I lose, he recovers 300 health points, but our recovery speed is about the same in terms of percentage. Thus, as long as he recovered health, the health of both sides would reduce at about the same speed, with his health reducing at a slightly slower speed at most. It did not seem difficult to break this cycle. He just had to not recover any health. This time, the Dark Star leader raised his hand. A warm light shone on his body. His wounds healed, and his health went up slowly. Han Shao frowned. If the enemy healed himself, he would not share that healing. This way, in order to kill the Dark Star leader, he would have to take some risks. Of course, it would be much easier to just capture him. The Dark Star leader style was clearly a mage focused on curse-type spells. No matter what, he was one of the boss characters in version 2.0. This ability of his was more difficult to deal with than Ember's. It was more suitable for duels, too. Capture him first, think later. Han Shao decided not to act recklessly. No matter how strong this cycle was, the Dark Star leader did not have infinite energy. Both chain of pain and life absorption required energy to sustain. The millions of mechanical soldiers would be able to make him run out of energy easily. The effect of heart malediction quickly disappeared, and Han Shao regained control of his body. He controlled the mechanical army to surround and intercept the Dark Star leader. The Dark Star leader began struggling once again. Due to chain of pain, Han Shao did not plan on killing him but was reducing the Dark Star leader's mana, which was the reason that the Dark Star leader could barely hang on. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated by the rounds of true damage. Han Shao did not plan on using the Dark Star leader's character summon card. The Dark Star leader's main attribute was mystery, so his mystery was way much higher than Han Zhao's. The judgment would definitely fail. Did he feel that he's become stronger and felt confident in killing me alone? Is he that reckless? Although the Dark Star leader's abilities shocked him, it was not very threatening. Looking at the Dark Star leader, who was being heavily surrounded, Han Shao could not stop guessing what his trump card was. Suddenly, a sense of alarm appeared in his heart. The Dark Star leader took out a black bead from his wrist. Its texture was like a crystal. The bead was filled with dense black fog, and in the center was a red dot of light. The next moment, the Dark Star leader crushed the bead. A lump of black fog splashed out together with the red dot of light, quickly turning into a completely black, human-shaped creature. Black smoke was oozing from all over its body. It had no face, and the middle of where its face was supposed to be was a blinking red dot. A creepy and strong aura swept out. Han Shao felt all his hair stand on end as if he was targeted by some evil being. This was a pressure generated from the difference in the hierarchy of life. What is that? Hereful had been watching and doing nothing, but he was so shocked that he could not help but exclaim in the communication channel. Subconsciously, he entered his rusty battle posture. Han Shao did not answer him, but his face became extremely grave. With his strength right now, only one type of being could give him this kind of pressure. Beyond Grade A, the mechanical army fired another round of attacks at the Dark Star leader and the human-shaped black fog beside him. The black fog silhouette moved. It grabbed onto the Dark Star leader's shoulder, and with a flash of red light, the two of them suddenly teleported and appeared at another location, dodging the attacks. This bead is indeed useful. The Dark Star leader immediately felt relieved. This black fog silhouette was an Esper doppelganger of the Lord of Fallen Arkansas. In order to fuse the Esper abilities on the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty, he absorbed countless Esper abilities that all became his. The Dark Star leader had witnessed the Lord of Fallen Ark in combat before. He was basically almighty. He only had one word to describe everything he saw. God. The Lord of Fallen Ark's doppelganger was his biggest trump card. The organization that planned this assassination was the organization that had always been behind Dark Star, the Klent Kingdom. Helping the Dark Star leader fight the Godaran civilization was one of the projects in Klent's plan to mess up the security of the Colton star cluster. Dark Star was just one of the chess pieces used to weaken the various star system civilizations of Colton. For a very long time, the Klent Kingdom had been secretly causing trouble to their friendly neighbor, the Purple Crystal Civilization. After Dark Star was destroyed by Han Shao, it was Klent that found the way to send the Dark Star leader away and to the Fallen Ark. Klent secretly had a close relationship with the Fallen Arkansas. They did not bet everything on the tyrant. Due to the Fallen Ark's reputation, there was no way that they would expose this secret partner of theirs. After the Dark Star leader returned with his fleet, he had always been hiding in Klent's territory and tracking Han Zhao's whereabouts through Klent's intelligence channels. The Bloodshed Land did not know about this. Han Shao was the common enemy of the Dark Star leader and Klent. The two of them observed Han Zhao's actions like patient hunters and had noticed that Han Shao had periodically been going to the Terralam star cluster's wormhole zone to visit Hereful in recent years. Therefore, Klent thought of a plan. Black Star had already proved that it was extremely difficult to kill him, so why not banish him? Sometime earlier, the Bloodshed Land's strategy to drag Han Shao to the Sol Star Cluster happened to agree with Klent's idea. In order to complete this plan, Klent had secretly made a deal with the Lord of Fallen Ark and obtained one of his Esper doppelgangers. Since they could not command the tyrant, they found another beyond grade A that they secretly worked with to help. Although the Lord of Fallen Ark's doppelganger had the strength of a beyond grade A, it had limited energy. Unless he personally came, Black Star would not be killed by just one of his doppelgangers. Clint's plan was to use this doppelganger to suppress Black Star and send him into a wormhole, banishing him from the Shattered Star Ring. The wormhole zone not only connected to the explored universe but also the desolate, unexplored universe. Under these circumstances, the Dark Star leader had accepted Clint's assignment. He had taken the Lord of Fallen Ark's doppelganger, followed Han Shao to the wormhole zone, and attacked. He was willing to do things for Clint because it would only be possible to build a new home for the hybrids if he had help from a star cluster civilization. Initially, he thought that Clint would let him build a home for the hybrid Goddarans in Clint, but the reward that Clint promised to give this time made him unable to reject it. If Black Star was successfully banished, Clint would build the hybrid Goddarans a civilization of their own in the future flickering world. The Dark Star looked at Han Shao, who was on full alert, and then looked at the black fog silhouette beside him that was giving off a terrifying vibe. He smiled faintly. The end was decided. Chapter 703 Surprise. I'm back. Chapter 703 Surprise. I'm back. The mechanical army surrounded the entire region and countless cannons were pointed toward the black fog silhouette and the Dark Star leader. The cannons were charged up without being fired, and Han Shao sized up the silhouette of the beyond grade A individual, which gave him immense pressure. Frowning, Han Shao rapidly looked through his memory of beyond grade A experts. A beyond grade A super was far rarer than calamity grade supers, and every one of them was a top expert in the galaxy. Han Shao could clearly remember the details of every expert. Black fog silhouette, red light spots. The figure then flashed in Han Shao's mind. Could it be that this fellow is Aesop, the god of espers and infamous beyond grade A super? This black fog silhouette was extremely similar to the Aesop doppelganger in his memories. After searching through his memories once, Han Shao realized that it was extremely likely that his guess was correct. If that was the case, it could barely be considered good news. Han Shao's eyes narrowed. Aesop was one of the final bosses in the neutral evil faction. His name was a secret, and people only knew him by his title of Aesop, or Lord of Fallen Ark. He had a few other nicknames, such as the Guide of the Crazy Believer, Tide of Extinction, and Butcher of Life. Among the beyond grade A supers, the combat capability of Aesop was ranked at the very top. His battle record was stunning, and he had not suffered a single loss before. His worst battle record was a draw, and he even had the record of killing another beyond grade A super. Even the three universal civilizations were extremely wary of him. If the main body of Aesop descended, Han Shao was certain that no one in the entire Shattered Star Ring would be his opponent. Even the Tyrant, Magus, and Dragon Emperor would not be a match for him. But if it was only a doppelganger, even if he could give off the pressure of a beyond grade A super, his actual combat ability was definitely weaker than his main body. Furthermore, the battlefield was advantageous to Han Shao. Han Shao looked at the wormholes all around and came to a conclusion. I can give it a shot. All these thoughts flashed past in an instant, and Han Shao already had a grasp of the situation. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and increase his concentration. This was his first time fighting a beyond grade A super head-on, and Han Shao would give it his all. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought about something and began talking to Herifel in their communication channel. Professor, both of us are in danger right now, and this isn't the time for you to hide anything. Tell me what kind of machines you have. I need to gather all of our strength. Herifel only hesitated for a second before whispering to Han Shao through the communication channel. After listening to what Herifel said, Han Shao's eyes sparkled, and he immediately came up with a plan. He then gave Herifel a series of instructions, and Herifel handed something over to him. Right at this moment, the doppelganger of Aesop made a move. His figure disappeared in an instant and arrived within the formation of the mechanical army. Before the mechanical army around him could open fire, he disappeared again, and his figure flashed around the mechanical army rapidly before appearing in front of Han Shao. He had managed to break through the defensive line of Han Shao's mechanical army in an instant. The moment the doppelganger of Aesop made his move, Han Shao reacted. He first got Herifel to leave the battlefield before he retreated swiftly. At the same time, he released a large number of compressed orbs and nanoparticles, which transformed into 106-sided alloy plates. The exterior of the alloy plates looked like solar panels with an intricate mechanical design on the plates that was much more complicated. These metal plates were used to stabilize spatial coordinates. These alloy plates were dispersed and formed a loose sphere structure. The space within the interior of the sphere was stabilized, and the undulations of space were flattened. This was a product of the cutting-edge knowledge, advanced space application, a product to stabilize space. When the doppelganger of Aesop appeared in front of Han Shao, he also fell into the region within the sphere, and his instant movement skill was restricted. However, Aesop did not pause and charged forward at an unbelievable speed instead. Just when the thought of retreating surfaced in Han Zhao's mind, his vision suddenly darkened, and Aesop's figure was already right before him. The speed displayed was almost no different from instant movement, and his dexterity was at least 3,000 points. Esper ability, divine speed. Damn it, isn't he too damn fast? Han Shao was startled and gritted his teeth to activate his mechanical force. The psionic furnace of his mountain ape suit immediately revved up, and bluish lightning bolts flashed over the surface. Psionic energy exploded from his mechanical suit and formed a bluish energy blast at Aesop's doppelganger. However, the psionic energy blast passed through Aesop's doppelganger as though he were a holographic projection. The energy blast only had a minuscule effect. Esper ability, dimension crack. The next moment, Aesop's doppelganger regained its physical form, and a palm drifted toward Han Zhao's chest. Han Shao immediately felt his hair stand on end, and he deactivated the space-stabilizing device without hesitation. He used his advanced void travel and escaped into the void dimension to avoid this fist. He had a feeling that he would definitely be in huge trouble if he suffered such an attack. The world before him then quieted and slowed. Everything around him seemed to be covered with a screen of water. After entering the void dimension, Han Shao immediately attempted to retreat. Right at this moment, the black fog that represented Aesop's doppelganger suddenly trembled and escaped from the state of being silenced. He had also entered the void dimension. Aesop then spread out his fingers before clenching his fists tightly. Han Shao could clearly see a gigantic crack appearing in the space around him, and before he could even react, the void dimension world around him shattered like a broken mirror. Han Shao was kicked out of the void dimension and brought back into the physical world. His void travel was interrupted. At the same time, Aesop's figure appeared before Han Shao again with his palm descending. Han Shao took a deep breath, and the danger alarm in his head went off loudly with his heart almost stopping. This was an instinctive reaction that he could not control at all. He could only watch helplessly as Aesop's palm approached him. Since he could not avoid the attack, he could only tank it. Han Shao gritted his teeth and immediately adjusted the power output of his mechanical suit to the maximum. All his buff skills were activated without hesitation, and he even activated a few character summon cards to increase his strength, including Nagakin's Muscle is Truth card. Mechanical components sprung up on the surface of the mountain ape suit, and a surging force was generated. Han Zhao's arm folded to form a blocking posture, and he activated his shield to welcome the incoming blow. Despite the palm pressing down on the psionic shield, as though there was not the slightest bit of force being exerted, Han Shao could feel as though a tsunami crashed down onto him. Esper ability, Star Toss. Thankfully, there was no sound in space. If there was, the sound wave from this attack alone could have killed all life forms below grade C instantly. Han Shao blacked out, and he lost consciousness for an instant. When he regained consciousness, he realized that his body had been sent flying uncontrollably, destroying any mechanical soldiers in his path. Aesop's doppelganger became a smalt in Han Zhao's vision, and Han Shao did not know how far away this blow sent him. The scales beneath his mechanical suit tried to dissipate the force of this attack, but they overloaded and were instantly reduced into scrap. Han Shao hurriedly summoned his interface to take a look and saw that this palm strike alone had taken out 24% of his suit's armor and 10% of his health. If he did not have his armor and shield, this palm strike would probably have taken 40% of his health. This is the strength of a beyond grade A super. Han Xiao was dumbfounded. The most frightening part of God was the fact that even if he absorbed a simple Esper ability, he would be able to evolve the ability and allow it to unleash the force at the beyond grade A level. The basic forms of Divine Speed and Star Toss were actually extremely common low-grade Esper abilities, giving a speed boost and strength boost respectively. Even if it was only a doppelganger, it still had the strength of beyond grade A. Han Xiao tried to stabilize his body while releasing the space-stabilizing equipment to prevent God from using his instant movement ability. During that short exchange, he had already gotten his mechanical army to aim at God and open fire. Rainbow colors lit up the universe. Thousands of light balls swallowed God's doppelganger. But the next moment, a black hole seemed to have formed, and the energy of those balls of light were sucked into God's body. As though he had eaten a great supplement, God's face, which was originally dim, began to light up again. Esper ability, black hole. The energy capacity of his doppelganger was limited, and the Lord of Fallen Ark would not inject too much energy into it. Thus, God's doppelganger was like a 3-minute man. However, this wave of attacks had resupplied it with energy again. What kind of a hack is this? Han Xiao finally managed to stabilize his body and cursed as he witnessed such a scene. He could not tank the enemy's attack or initiate an attack. You are a bigger rascal than me. Ha ha ha. The Dark Star leader who was hiding at the side burst into laughter upon witnessing such a scene. He had originally worried that God's doppelganger would not be able to suppress Black Star. However, it seemed like his worry was unnecessary. In his eyes, God's doppelganger fighting Black Star was like an adult bullying a child. This time, Black Star definitely would not be able to escape. The next moment, Han Xiao turned around to escape and charged toward the wormhole zone. Upon witnessing that, the Dark Star heaved a sigh of relief, and a satisfied smile could be seen on his face. It seems like God's doppelganger can threaten Black Star's life, so Black Star wants to escape through the wormhole. Ha ha ha, you are going to be exiled in order to save your life. God's doppelganger easily weaved through the mechanical army and gave chase to Han Xiao. Both figures transformed into rays of light and charged straight into the unstable wormhole zone. Despite the wormholes being unstable, the wormholes with the most intense energy fluctuations tended to connect to further places. This had not been verified, but it was from the experience of the galactic residents. The speed of God's doppelganger was extremely fast, and he chased closely behind Han Xiao. His objective was to send Han Xiao into the largest wormhole of this wormhole zone and exile Han Xiao away as far as possible. Han Xiao could feel the terrifying suction force from the largest wormhole next to him. Turning back to look at God, who seemed to be teasing him, he gritted his teeth and operated his thrusters to avoid the wormhole. Right at that moment, a chuckle sounded by Han Xiao's ears, as though it was telepathically transmitted. Stop struggling. Come and take the risk together with me. Entering wormholes is one of my hobbies. God said those words through voice transmission, and the next instant, he appeared behind Han Xiao and grabbed onto Han Xiao's arm. At the same time, the red dots on his face shook slightly as though they were forming a smiling face. It turns out you know how to talk. Han Xiao felt his balls ache. The next moment, God's doppelganger dragged Han Xiao into the wormhole, and both of them disappeared. The mechanical army lost their source of mechanical force and all froze in midair. Success! The Dark Star leader was overjoyed and could no longer suppress his excitement. They had finally exiled Black Star, and Clent's mission for him had been completed. There was hope for a new country for the mixed blood Godderans. It's over. It's finally over, the Dark Star leader muttered to himself with tears welling up in his eyes. Amid the tears, he seemed to be able to see a future full of hope. As long as the mixed blood Godderans had their own home, they would be able to lead a happy life together without any discrimination from the purebloods. While every mixed blood Godderan looked different and came from a different tribe, the Dark Star leader believed that they were all the same. They were the new Godderans. The Dark Star leader wiped away his tears and put aside such thoughts. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought about something and turned around to search for Hariful. He still remembered this calamity-grade super who did not participate in the battle. He had seen Heriful's information before, and Heriful seemed to be a researcher for a star cluster civilization. The Dark Star leader felt that he could catch Heriful for an additional reward. After looking around for a while, he finally saw Heriful's figure in a region far away from the battlefield. Just when he was about to go forward to capture Heriful, Heriful suddenly stopped moving. Heriful took out a compressed orb, and the compressed orb transformed into a strange-looking machine. It looked a little like a music box, yet it did not have that many layers of complicated construction. Compared to a weapon for battle, it looked more like a delicate research tool. 8 arms then appeared from the machine, and the arms got to work as though it was painting, leaving behind a bluish mark of light. The light marks became darker and suddenly ballooned up to become a blue teleportation door, following which the blue light door spat out a figure before closing up. This thing is truly useful. Here, you can have it back. Han Shao stabilized himself and threw a beacon back to Heriful. Humph! I am a researcher. The things I develop are naturally useful. However, if you fly into other wormholes that haven't been measured before, this machine won't be able to find you. Heriful looked at the beacon with heartache and stored it back in his mechanical suit. This was something that he had given to Han Shao. Han Shao then cracked his neck and looked toward the shocked Dark Star leader. Crossing his arms, his lips curled up with mockery as he sent a message. I bet you didn't expect to see me again. Chapter 704 Scapegoat. Chapter 704 Scapegoat. Less than a minute earlier, Han Shao was dragged into a dark, creepy wormhole. The moment that he entered, countless indescribable images appeared in his vision. The side of the wormhole looked blue but was actually black. When the two of them entered, they were separated and could not see each other anymore. The Aesop doppelganger did not even have to control him. The vortex in the wormhole dragged the two of them along and confused Han Shao's senses. Sometimes he felt he was going forward, sometimes backward, sometimes falling, and sometimes rising. It strangely felt like he was being flushed down the toilet. The screen inside the mechanical suit displayed that the space coordinates became undetectable, and his thrusters had stopped working. He could not move, and the images around him quickly changed as if many things flashed past him. When he looked closer, it all became black. At the end of the wormhole that was an unknown distance ahead, a tiny light shone as if that was the exit. At this time, the square-shaped mechanical beacon that Han Shao placed in the mechanical suit started to operate. This was a wormhole probe beacon that Han Shao had gotten from Heriful before the fight with Aesop started. Heriful studied wormholes deeply. As they had to collect the various parameters of wormholes, the teams of the observation station had to get close to the wormholes from time to time. Occasionally, someone would get sucked in accidentally. Through many experiments, Heriful had invented a device that could retrieve a person from a wormhole. It had 2 requirements. First, the person had to carry a wormhole probe beacon on them. Second, the wormhole entered had to be one that had been measured before and had data recorded. Han Shao knew how strong Aesop was too clearly, even if it was just a doppelganger. As soon as he recognized the enemy, he knew that he would not be a match in a direct battle. He was never arrogant. Therefore, when Han Shao heard of this device that Heriful had, Han Shao had a flash of insight. He decided to use himself as bait and lure the Aesop doppelganger into the wormhole. Then Heriful would pull him out. Although Heriful might not be trustworthy, he had no choice but to take the bet. The worst ending would at most be spending a honeymoon with the Aesop doppelganger. As a mechanic, Han Shao knew very well that compared to mechanics that were good in combat, those in research and development usually had more tricks up their sleeves. Han Shao breathed a sigh of relief and figured out the enemy's plan. The Dark Star leader wanted to use the wormhole to banish him. However, using this wormhole zone as the battlefield ended up being to his advantage. He had banished the Aesop doppelganger instead. Han Shao glanced at Heriful and murmured, "Luckily, Heriful was here, or I would have been in great danger." This time, the distant Dark Star leader who was petrified finally regained his focus. Without saying a single word, he turned around and started to escape. His expression was twisted and ferocious, filled with shock and rage. He had just been thinking about the bright future ahead of him now that the mission was completed. Yet in less than a minute, his fantasy was shattered mercilessly by the reality. Black Star had escaped from the wormhole, but the Aesop doppelganger did not return. He was completely dumbfounded. The sudden change in situation almost made him lose his sanity, but the next moment, endless horror drowned that emotion and made his mind shiver. Without the help of the Aesop doppelganger, Black Star is going to kill me. The Dark Star leader did not dare to stay for another second. He escaped, only having one thought in his mind. I can't die now. The hybrid Goddarans need me. However, the mechanical army was activated by Han Shao once again and chased after him like a nightmare. Millions of mechanical soldiers rushed to him like a wave of metal. In the eyes of the Dark Star leader, these mechanical objects with no life seemed to have become ferocious and evil pure-blood Goddarans. A battle between Han Zhao's mechanical army enhanced by his mechanical force and a calamity grade that did not excel in fighting masses had absolutely no uncertainty. Han Shao easily took care of him with just his mechanical army. Without the Aesop doppelganger, the Dark Star leader had no more trump cards left. In order to not alarm the enemy, he had only brought a tiny fleet. The other troops and battleships that he had received from the fallen Ark were all stored with Clint. 2 Oathkeepers brought the Dark Star leader, who was on his last breath, before Han Shao. The effects of Chain of Pain and the other spells had stopped long ago. Healthy and vigorous, Han Shao sized the Dark Star leader up. I thought you had already left the Shattered Star Ring. I didn't think you would dare come back. You escaped years ago. This time, I finally caught you. Han Shao tilted his head. The armor plate on his left shoulder slid open and exposed a ring-shaped device emitting a blue light. It vibrated and released a field of air like a bubble and shrouded the 3 of them, allowing them to speak directly. The Dark Star leader stayed silent. All life in his eyes was lost, only leaving despair. The helmet of Mountain Ape folded and retracted back to the ring-shaped armor on Han Zhao's neck, showing his face. He sized the Dark Star leader up with an interested look. Since you can summon Aesop's doppelganger, it means that you established a relationship with the fallen Ark, which should have happened in these years you've been away. Let me think. The fact that you were able to attack me today means you have a very powerful intelligence channel that can lock onto my whereabouts. I did not tell anyone about coming here, nor did I stop at any other planet along the way. This means that the intelligence channel you have started monitoring me before I even left Colton, and they also knew that I would come to this particular wormhole observation station. It seems like they know me quite well. Han Shao scratched his head. Clint's people are probably the only ones that like to stalk me this much. They're the ones that initiated this mission, right? The Dark Star leader kept silent with no emotions in his eyes, as if he was submerged in his own world and did not hear what Han Shao said at all. Han Shao pushed the Dark Star leader's head, but still he did not react, not even looking at him. His eyes looked like they had no focus, and his eyeballs did not move at all. Why aren't you talking? Do you think imitating an ostrich will work? Hariful could not help but cough softly. Should I excuse myself? No need, you can be my witness, Han Shao replied before turning around to look at the Dark Star leader. He frowned. Strange, all he did was beat him up. Why did he seem broken? Han Shao, however, did not know that the Dark Star leader had lost all hope. He felt that everything had ended now that he was in Black Star's hands. He did not want to say anything at all. Come on. Has your mind collapsed just like that? Han Shao stared at the Dark Star leader's eyes and curled his lips. Your mental resilience is too low, yet you call yourself the leader of a galactic terrorist organization? Even the native leader of a rebel organization in my home has more backbone than you. You're so weak. Han Shao contemplated for a while. He then called 2 phantoms. They shape-shifted and turned into layers of restraints, locking the Dark Star leader in his place. He then took out his juice extractor and extracted a dozen or so genetic medicines. When the Dark Star leader saw the supergene extractor, emotions finally appeared in his eyes. So, the secret message bead did end up in your hands. That's right. Han Shao recalled that his first contact with Dark Star was because of the secret message bead mission. By the way, where is Ember? He's dead. The Dark Star leader lowered his head. Oh, that's great. Han Shao raised his eyebrows. The Destiny's Child's character summon card was right. About how Ember died, he was not interested at all. In fact, when he saw the Aesop doppelganger, he already roughly knew what had happened. Capturing the Dark Star leader was a pleasant surprise. Clint was most likely supporting Dark Star, and they were connected to Aesop. This made him feel that he needed to be more cautious and alert. The Dark Star leader's use was not only to generate juices. He could give this war criminal to God Aura. That should trigger a legendary point and dungeon creation rights, representing that the Dark Star organization was completely eliminated. God Aura would heavily promote it, which might be also helpful to the Bloodline mission. However, Han Shao was not satisfied with just the reward from a star system civilization. With his current position, star cluster civilizations were the most suitable partners. Since he had discovered Dark Star and Clint's connection, he felt that he could make something out of it. Purple Crystal would definitely be willing to share this inside information. The effect that would bring was very obvious. With Clint having a history of funding a terrorist group to disrupt a star system civilization, it would be more than enough to make the civilizations of the Westwind, Kaya, and Chaida star systems more alert toward Clint. This could indirectly cause Purple Crystal's control in the areas of these three border star systems to recover, decreasing the efficiency of the Bloodshed Land. Furthermore, the Lord of Fallen Ark was notorious throughout the entire universe, known as a brute extremely hated by the three universal civilizations. As soon as Clint and Aesop's relationship was exposed, the pressure they faced would increase drastically. At the very least, the Crimson Dynasty would be unhappy with Clint. Not mentioning the pressure that Clint would receive externally, there was also a chance for things to happen internally. Their ally Heber the Tyrant might not like sharing his spouse with Aesop. Of course, he might be wrong, and Clint might not be the mastermind behind Dark Star. But it did not matter. The Dark Star leader is in my hands. If I say you're the mastermind, you are. Han Shao was firm on sending this gift to Clint. Putting away all the medicines, Han Shao flipped his palm, and a compressed orb shot out from the tubes inside the mechanical suit. Activated with a little bit of mechanical force, this compressed orb quickly expanded into a single-person aircraft about 10 meters long. It was very small. The small standard spaceship that he had originally taken was destroyed. Although he could use the Mountain Ape's traveling mode to leave, it was not convenient when he had a captive with him. He could only take out a single-person aircraft and leave the wormhole zone first. Profession Hariful. Let me take you to the nearest planet. Sure. Han Shao retrieved his mechanical army, and the two of them entered the spaceship. He told Hariful to help monitor the Dark Star leader while he sat in the pilot seat. At this time, Han Shao seemed to have recalled something. By the way, where does the wormhole I just entered lead to? The Aesop doppelganger did not escape. Where would he get teleported to? Hariful shook his head. The other side of that wormhole isn't stable. We've measured the data, and the other side of that wormhole changes constantly, so I don't know where that guy went. However, based on probability, there's a bigger chance that he will have arrived in an unexplored region. After all, that wormhole is huge, and its energy turbulence is very violent. I see. The Aesop doppelganger had limited energy, so it would disappear on its own after some time. As long as he did not come out in any densely populated area, it would be safe. Freebnol.com. A dark blue flame shot out from the end of the aircraft. It slowly accelerated and gradually turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the wormhole zone. In some unexplored region of the universe, a wormhole was slowly spinning. Suddenly, a silhouette flew out from the wormhole covered in black fog. It was Aesop's doppelganger. Stabilizing his body, the Aesop doppelganger waited outside the wormhole. After waiting for quite a while, he still did not see his little friend Black Star come over and meet him. The red dot of light on the face of the Aesop doppelganger shone brightly, giving off a sense of hatred. The main body had a mental connection with the doppelgangers. The main body could see the doppelgangers' actions and could either control the doppelgangers or just watch. Aesop always liked to be the observer and let his doppelgangers do the work. Seeing doppelgangers make their own choices was like watching a first-person movie. Because he had this ability, He liked to enter wormholes for the fun of it and let fate decide what happened to the doppelganger. This time, attacking Black Star, the original body of Aesop was still just watching as the doppelganger acted out of his own will. He did not really take Clint's request seriously. As he saw that Black Star seemed to have escaped, he was a little curious and remembered this person. He then forgot about the mission and looked at where his doppelganger had landed. The Aesop doppelganger looked left and right before choosing a random direction and starting continuous long-distance teleports. The energy consumption of teleporting was low, but the energy inside his body still decreased quite a lot after it went on for a very long time. The red dot of light became dim. This time, the Aesop doppelganger finally saw a planet. A strange planet. Looking at it from afar, the planet's surface was covered in green and was very lively, as if there were no tracks of any manual modification. Yet, the Aesop doppelganger's detection ability sensed countless highly intelligent lives living on the planet's surface. The most special part of this was that there were thick, long roots growing on the surface of this planet that extended all the way to outside the atmosphere and into outer space. The ends of these roots then reached into a stable wormhole. The Aesop doppelganger focused on it and suddenly realized that he was looking at it upside down. These enormous roots did not grow out from the planet but extended out from the wormhole and connected to the planet's surface. This meant that these roots did not grow from the ground but inside the wormhole. The planet was the end of these roots. Lights of all sorts of colors appeared at the end of these roots and entered the wormhole as if these roots were nutrient pipes sucking the energy of this planet. Having seen this through the doppelganger, inside the fallen Ark's hall, the hooded man on the throne, yes God, opened his eyes. Interesting. Chapter 705 Transfer. Chapter 705 Transfer. In the Sol Star cluster was a Klent military fortress planet that supposedly repaired and manufactured battleships, but in reality, this was the headquarters of the Klent Confidential Strategy Department. The Confidential Strategy Department was Klent's secret department that executed missions that were not exactly suitable to be made known to the public. Those sensitive operations such as funding Darkstar, contacting the fallen Ark, and the like were the Confidential Strategy Department's job. The authority level of the Confidential Strategy Department was extremely high. Even its internal members were just allowed to access information about their own mission and not the data of the other operations from the database. The garrison on this planet was not just for disguise but also to prevent the Confidential Strategy Department members from betraying and leaking the secrets. The secret war was run by the Bloodshed Land, which did not take commands from Klent. Although Klent did not interfere with the war on the surface without the Bloodshed Land knowing, they carried out secret missions to influence the secret war privately. Sending the Darkstar leader to take the Aesop doppelganger and banish Black Star was their plan. They thought that it would almost definitely be successful, but they received information that they had lost contact with the Darkstar leader and were shocked. Regretful, they quickly hosted a meeting to discuss how to deal with it. The banishment mission failed. The worst outcome is that the Darkstar guy fell into Black Star's hands and exposed his relationship with us. We must immediately erase any traces of us ever having contact with Darkstar. Black Star might not be able to find out the truth. We have already instructed the Darkstar guy that no matter what situation he gets caught in, he has to take full responsibility, saying that everything was his plan, his alone, and that no one was behind him. He won't rat Klent out. He knows the consequences. We can't rely on luck. We have to prepare for the worst. Black Star is very alert and skeptical. He will connect the Darkstar guy and the Aesop doppelganger to us. Furthermore, it's not the first time he's used us as the scapegoat. Even if the Darkstar guy doesn't say anything, he can still fabricate a verbal confession to make us take the blame. I know him too well. Yes, there's a very high chance that Black Star will do this. He doesn't have any morals and is a dangerous man who will do anything to achieve his goal. We must let the Foreign Affairs Department people insist on this being a slanderous act. One more thing, temporarily stop all assassination attempts on Black Star. The success rate is way too low. Even the Aesop doppelganger wasn't able to get rid of him. Without a beyond grade A, Black Star will probably be impossible to deal with. Also, after this, Black Star will definitely be more careful. It will be very difficult to find a chance like this again. The people quickly decided on the report and handed it to the superior. This attack failed, but there was no point in them feeling regretful. All they could do was their best at recovering the situation. Who would have thought that even Aesop could not get rid of Black Star? On Ghidorah's mother planet, Serbia V was finalizing some files. This time, his private communicator received a communication request. Serbia V took a look, and his eyes sparkled. It was from Black Star. Only very important people could contact him through his private communicator, and Han Shao was one of them. Your Excellency Black Star, what is it? Serbia V cut to the chase. He had to deal with tons of issues every day, so he did not think that Black Star would call him just to chat. I caught the Dark Star leader. I plan to hand him over to you guys, but I need to see you personally, Han Shao said. Stunned, Serbia V suddenly stood up and exclaimed, You caught him? The Dark Star leader, who had escaped, had always been an issue in his mind. Every day he worried about Dark Star rising again. He did not expect Han Shao to suddenly bring him such a huge surprise. About 10 days later, Han Shao returned to the Black Star Army's headquarters in the Garten Star system. Harifal left halfway and went back to report what had happened back at the observation station. At this time, the large dock of the Black Star Army's headquarters was filled with throngs of people. Serbia V had been waiting with his guards, and beside him was a purple crystal emissary. Countless reporters surrounded them from outside the guards and kept taking photos, and further away were the rubbernecking mercenaries who heard about the news. The reporters chatted among themselves. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah are welcoming Black Star together. What does this mean? Why did the people above tell us to come here? Is there some big news? Who knows? I heard that this is a press conference invitation announced by Purple Crystal. Although they did not state the reason, who dare reject it? There is definitely something important to be announced that will make our trip worth it. All the reporters there were invited, and they did not know what they had to report, but no one would reject Purple Crystal. Furthermore, the location was at the Black Star Army's headquarters. They had a feeling that as long as Black Star was involved, it would definitely be newsworthy. Therefore, although they knew nothing, they were passionate and curious about what was going to happen. Inviting the reporters was Han Zhao's request. He planned to make the handover of the Dark Star leader sensational news in order to increase his influence. Also, this would make the scapegoating more effective. After contacting Ghidorah, he had contacted Purple Crystal. Purple Crystal had been shocked by the information about Aesop doppelganger, only to feel relieved when they saw that Han Shao was okay. After hearing Han Zhao's plan, Purple Crystal had immediately agreed. They fully supported any plan to cause problems for Clint. Hence, they had invited various galactical media outlets to attend the handover ceremony of the Dark Star leader. Only they wanted to create some suspense, so they did not tell them what was this about. Han Zhao's spaceship stopped at the dock, attracting everyone's attention. They subconsciously held their breath, and the place became silent. Under the attention of everyone present, the hatch opened, and Han Shao walked out. Only then did the blaring noise come back. Serbia V and the Purple Crystal emissary quickly approached to welcome and talk to Han Shao. The reporters started to video everything. Brock was mixed in the crowd. His eyes kept looking over to Serbia V. As a Dark Star spy, he suppressed his hatred for the current highest leader of Ghidorah so that others would not notice. Han Shao and Serbia V spoke a few words. Then they looked around at the reporters and smiled. Let's get down to business. Han Shao turned around and looked at the hatch. 2 Oathkeepers escorted the unkempt Dark Star leader out. Everyone looked at the Dark Star leader. Confusion, perplexity, and similar emotions appeared in their eyes. Most of them did not recognize the Dark Star leader. This time, Serbia V spoke at just the right time and loudly announced, "This man is the Dark Star leader who has been on the run for years. Ghidorah has spent a huge amount of effort but never managed to catch this evil man. This time, thanks to His Excellency Black Star's help, this criminal has been captured. On behalf of Ghidorah, we sincerely thank you." Then he bowed slightly toward Han Shao. As the highest leader of a civilization, he represented the entire civilization in showing gratitude to Han Shao. This instantly sparked shock among the crowd. That's the Dark Star leader? So today is about the handover of this fugitive. No wonder we were invited to report it. Serbia the Fifth continued. The Dark Star organization has been a menace to Godora for a very long time, causing the deaths of many civilians. We will have a public trial for this evil monster, giving justice to all the people of Godora. I hereby announce, the Dark Star organization is no more. There were some Godorans among the crowd, and they started cheering loudly. Brock, however, was stunned. He looked at the unkempt Dark Star leader blankly. His legs turned wobbly, and he almost fell. His entire body shivered, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. He had been waiting for the Dark Star leader to contact him, waiting to advise the leader not to mess with Black Star. But never would he have thought, when the leader finally appeared for the first time after so many years, he had already become Black Star's captive. Then what was the point of me hiding in the Black Star army? Everything is wasted. As if struck by lightning, Brock was petrified and bewildered. The galactic reporters were elated. Godora's highest leader personally announcing the end of the Dark Star meant that Godora had completely eliminated their archenemy. It was indeed big news. However, they did not know that this was just an appetizer. There was more shocking news afterward. Me meeting the Dark Star leader wasn't an accident. Everyone, please watch, Han Shao said as nanoparticles turned into a tiny hovering sphere above his palm and generated a projection in the air. Everyone looked over. It was the video of the battle between Han Shao and the Dark Star leader. The tactical analyzer of the mechanical suit had recorded the entire battle. Han Shao felt that the video would be more effective than words, so he played it. Everyone was shocked as they saw the Dark Star leader summon the Aesop doppelganger in the video. This time, Han Shao spoke. According to the data, the creature that the Dark Star leader summoned was the Lord of Fallen Ark's doppelganger. Fallen Ark. Every star field knew about this organization. Dark Star was connected to this extremely notorious organization. Everyone was dumbfounded. Suddenly, many reporters realized something. Stunned, they looked at Han Shao. Black Star was assaulted, yet he was standing right there unharmed. Did that not mean that Black Star had survived the attack of a Beyond Grade A? Having noticed this, the entire place became silent. Countless eyes filled with shock focused on Han Shao. Although Han Shao, being a Beyond Grade A seed, had become known by everyone in the Shattered Star Ring over the past few years, everyone knew that he was not really a Beyond Grade A yet. He was still extremely far from Beyond Grade as such as the Tyrant and Dragon Emperor. Every organization only acknowledged how dominant Black Star was among the Calamity grades and his future potential, but no one felt that Black Star could be viewed on the same level as those actual Beyond Grade as. Freebnol.com. Now, however, Han Shao had played a video of him fighting with a Beyond Grade A and surviving. The reporters present were shaking with excitement as they quickly videoed the video that Han Shao was playing. The Black Star Army members that had gone to Rubberneck were also thrilled. The stronger their leader was, the brighter they felt their future would be. Han Shao did not play the complete video. He cut out the trip to the wormhole at the end and some parts showing his key abilities, but this was more than enough to boost his reputation. Seeing the reporters' faces were filled with excitement, and Han Shao gave a look to the Purple Crystal Emissary. Understanding what Han Shao meant, the Purple Crystal Emissary took a step forward and said, "According to our investigation, we have discovered that the Dark Star leader was not acting on his own, and there were people behind him. Through our thorough investigation, we have discovered that Clint has been in contact with Dark Star secretly since long ago. We suspect that Clint might have been supporting Dark Star secretly to disrupt the safety of the Colton Star Cluster. Hence, on behalf of Purple Crystal, I announce that Purple Crystal will get involved in this matter. We will be holding the trial on the Dark Star leader together with Godora." The entire place was in an uproar. The galactic reporters were not even excited anymore but completely stunned. This last piece of news was much more sensational than the previous two. If what Purple Crystal said was true, this meant that Clint had been funding Dark Star to destroy civilizations all along. Furthermore, Clint would also be suspected of having contact with the Fallen Ark. That was a taboo within the three universal civilizations. Who would have thought that the Dark Star being caught would expose so much information? At this moment, those reporters knew that this story would definitely cause a sensation in the entire star field. Clint was going to suffer heavily. Chapter 706. I've become Black Star's shape. Chapter 706. I've become Black Star's shape. The three pieces of news were each more sensational than the last. Many galactic reporters were dizzy. Han Shao smiled. He had achieved his goal. He had used the Dark Star leader to gain some faction contribution points, used his new combat record to gain reputation, and then made Clint a scapegoat again. No, this time they were really responsible for it. Looking around at the shocked reporters, Han Shao nodded with approval. With these public opinion channels, in less than an hour, the shock department should already be coming online. Han Shao, Ghidorah, and Purple Crystal finished announcing the news and proceeded with the handover. Han Shao officially passed the Dark Star leader to the people that Serbia V had brought along. A chain of notifications popped up on his interface. His Ghidorah favorability had already reached its maximum and had no space to even grow anymore. His relationship with them had been fixed at reverence, since a few years back when he received the Golden Gal badge. The favorability with Serbia V, however, was very close to the upper limit. Han Shao felt that Serbia V looked at him with praise, trust, appreciation, and many other positive emotions. As Han Shao expected, he received something in terms of legendary points as well. However, it was not a new legendary point but the upgrade of an old one. The original star system level, Dark Star Destroyer, had now become Star Cluster level, giving much higher bonuses to all kinds of mission reward quotas. Mission reward quotas had always been very important. This was a function of the NPC interface that would not use his own experience. Han Shao had always been using the quota to give out rewards to the players and later earning those rewards back through various methods. In version 2.0, however, Han Zhao's faction reward quota had been too low. At that time, the size of the Black Star army had yet to reach 7 digits, and its territory was also limited to Ghidorah's land. It was different now. In only 3 years, the Black Star army had expanded dozens of times. Han Zhao's faction reward quota had also increased tremendously. If this growth speed continued to the start of version 3.0, not to mention 1 million players, he would even be able to afford 3 million players. Version 3.0 also happened to be the exploding stage of player count in his previous life. Han Shao had always felt that the reward quota was an overall evaluation of himself. The stronger he and his faction were, the higher his reward quota. It was somewhat like an evaluation to his overall influence. The handover ceremony was brief. Han Shao invited Serbia V into a private room. The two of them left the dock, and the press conference thus came to an end. The galactic reporters were very satisfied with what they got and felt that this trip was more than worth it. The crowd gradually dissipated. Spiritless, Brock followed the crowd without a destination like a walking corpse. The Dark Star leader was the last hope of the organization. Seeing that the leader had been captured, Brock knew that it was the end of the organization. He became lost. The calling to hide for the sake of Dark Star's rise was his direction in life, his motivation to work hard. Now, the organization that he had been fighting for had been destroyed, so Brock did not know what he would do in the future. He had lost his purpose. Maybe the leader's goal should be inherited by me. The hybrid Ghidorah's future shall be my responsibility. Brock's heart suddenly started burning. He felt like he seemed to have found a new purpose in life. His numb eyes started to become vibrant, and a firm expression appeared on Brock's face. That's right. I'm the last Dark Star member. As long as I'm still alive, Before he fully regained his faith, Herluz happened to be walking toward him and spotted him. He recognized this motivated employee who was praised by the entire army. So he said, "Brock, the army is going to promote a batch of trainees. Quickly set up a large test for the training camp. All those who pass will become official members." Understood. Brock's brain had yet to react, but his body moved out of instinct. He subconsciously stood straight and listened to the order. After Herluz left, Brock returned from his beautiful dream to the cold reality. His back that only stayed straight for a few seconds bent again, giving off a lifeless vibe from all over his body. Inheriting Dark Star's mission isn't bad, but Ghidorah isn't the same as it was. They're under the Black Star Army's protection. Having thought of that, Brock's ambition and aspirations suddenly disappeared. Why revolutionize anymore? I'm not tired of living yet. I'm already Black Star's shape anyway. Might as well just continue my work. Maybe this is all fate. Brock sighed. He was determined to resign to his fate. Inside the private guest room, Han Shao and Serbia V sat opposite each other. Your Excellency Black Star, you have really given me a huge surprise. Without its leader, Dark Star is gone forever. The pure blood and hybrid conflict within the nation will be reduced as well. Serbia V spoke in a respectful and sincere tone. Han Zhao's position in the Shattered Star Ring was now completely different from before. Even he did not want to be too casual. Han Shao nodded. I have eliminated a serious problem for you guys, so I have a small request. I hope that during the trial, you guys can support the Purple Crystals people as much as possible. This is a good opportunity to damage Klent politically. Although the secret war has nothing to do with you, I still hope that you can cooperate. Of course, that's what we should do. Even if Han Shao did not request this, Serbia V would also give Purple Crystal support. After all, Purple Crystal was their boss. I actually have one more important matter. Han Shao touched his chin. The news of Dark Star being eliminated can somewhat reduce the internal conflict between Godarans, but it won't solve the root of the problem. The conflict between pure blood and hybrid won't be resolved because of this. There will be extremists who inherit Dark Star's will in the future. Serbia V sighed. I know that, but the sense of superiority born from blood is an illness much more difficult to eradicate than the system. This is a tradition that has been passed on through countless years. So many leaders in history were unable to solve this problem. All they could do was alleviate the symptoms, not cure it. That might not be the case. Han Shao smiled faintly. I have a solution that might reduce your bloodline conflict even further. Are you interested? You have a solution? Serbia V was skeptical. Of course, I'm interested. But this isn't a problem that can be solved easily. So I made a friend recently. Her name is Rosalind. Han Shao explained Rosalind's experience and abilities. Although he was subtle, Serbia V understood what Han Shao meant between the lines. He was suggesting using Rosalind's ability to slightly brainwash the Godaran populace and twist their views. Rosalind was an extremely good tool to be used against deep-rooted traditions. Serbia V opened his mouth wide and looked at Han Shao with shock, unable to believe how daring his suggestion was. He was basically telling the leader of a civilization, I want to brainwash your entire civilization. As the highest leader, such an outrageous request almost did not require any consideration. Serbia V was just about to reject it when he suddenly thought of something. He then shut his mouth and started pondering. Although brainwashing the entire civilization was outrageous and sensitive, it did indeed seem to be able to quickly solve the deeply rooted bloodline conflict. Serbia V was both tempted and in denial. By regular means, the bloodline conflict might never be eliminated. But with this extreme method, if something went wrong, it would be a huge shock to all Godarans. If anyone else had made this request, Serbia V would have rejected them without hesitation. But the person that made this request was Black Star, who he deeply trusted, which was why Serbia V did not reject immediately and was conflicted. That's too risky. Do you not trust me? Han Shao raised his brows. How about this? We can request the Purple Crystal Civilization to be the private notary, to prevent the possibility of me having any ulterior motives. But can you ensure that Rosalind won't mess things up on purpose? From what I know about her, she won't. Han Shao shook his head. Bloodline was the only Grade S mission in his interface. Initially, he did not have any clue on how to complete it, but now that he had Rosalind, he had a way to complete it that was worth a try despite being controversial. Discussing the issue with Serbia V directly was a must. If he brainwashed a star system civilization protected by the peace treaty, the consequences would be very clear for him. It was not a must for Han Shao to complete this mission, so he would only carry out this plan if he received official approval. Furthermore, brainwashing openly would be much more efficient than secretly. Seeing that Serbia V was still hesitating, Han Shao added, I know what you're worried about. Despite being the leader of a civilization, you're helping an outsider brainwash your own people. Even though your goal is virtuous, this act is very sensitive, and it's against your duty. However, you don't have to make the brainwash compulsory or anything. You can give the Godarans the right to make a choice. Serbia V pondered. He was indeed worried about this. You can directly announce this to all your people. Of course, don't use the word brainwash. Make it sound better, such as maybe enhancing the people's belief of equality and the like. Emphasize on the fact that it's to solve the bloodline conflict and reduce the chance of bad things happening. Then, introduce all kinds of related benefits, such as those who accepted the brainwash will have new privileges, and those who don't will have to pay more taxes. You can also make the bloodline conflict into a new problem, using the public opinion to your advantage and promoting how those who don't dare accept the brainwashing are stubborn and conservative. You can even replan the layout of your planets, forcing those who don't accept the brainwash to live together, building a spiritual slum, and so on. Anyway, there are tons of methods. You're a professional leader, so you should know much more than me. Han Shao kept tempting Serbia V. In his eyes, he just could not reject him. This man's suggestion was too damn good. Like his many predecessors, if Serbia V could not solve the bloodline conflict, no one would blame him. However, he also saw an opportunity. If he accomplished something that his countless predecessors failed to do, his name would go down in history as one of the wisest leaders. It would be an achievement that no one had ever made. Serbia V clenched his teeth. Let me go back and consider this. This is too big a matter. I can't make a decision now. Of course, Han Shao smiled. He did not expect to convince Serbia V this quickly. Even if he lured Serbia V's personal desire out, he would not dare bet the entire civilization on it. He definitely had to gather the other relevant officials to brainstorm. He would not agree to it without thorough consideration. Sending off the troubled Serbia V without resting, Han Shao headed right to the machinery modification room and started to build. After slaving for the Silver Legacy blueprint for so long, I can finally reap the reward. Having obtained the ability to complete the class advancement mission, Han Shao did not want to delay it any further. It was time for his class advancement. Chapter 707 Planetary Obliteration Grade Weapon and Apostolization. Chapter 707 Planetary Obliteration Grade Weapon and Apostolization. The framework of the semi-finished Ice Age star freezing cannon was 2 stories tall. Accompanied by the buzzing of electric currents and the clanking of the mechanical parts, it was slowly getting finished. Dozens of mechanical arms moved and assembled the parts. 2 Watcher instruments took care of the welding, while waves formed by nanorobots flowed around the framework, finishing up the details. Blue mechanical force lightning chains connected those machines, building the Ice Age star freezing cannon under Han Shao's control. Han Shao stood below the Ice Age star freezing cannon, continuously adjusting the details and carefully building this enormous cannon. In order to build orange-grade equipment, he was fully focused. He had activated Reynolds' character summon card long ago and received the Perfect Mechanical Sense bonuses. The effects of Perfect Mechanical Sense were apparent. The strength, control, and range of his mechanical force all increased tremendously. He became more sensitive to his mechanical force and controlled them as smoothly and accurately like an extra limb. Through this, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Perfect Mechanical Sense talent. Other than these numerical bonuses, Perfect Mechanical Sense had another hidden effect. As written in the remarks, in your senses, every machine is a world of ecological balance. The term mechanical sense did not just mean understanding of machines but close to a new sense, refreshing his knowledge of machines. As if the machines were no longer just objects, when his mechanical force flowed through the mechanical structures, he could almost feel a lively sense of touch, like he was running his fingers down the body of a beautiful woman. Han Zhao's senses to the machines were enlarged countless times, allowing him to easily notice tiny details that he had not been able to notice before. This hidden effect was the cause of the bonuses this talent gave, and the players who just waited for progress bars to fill up were unable to feel this. No wonder anyone who had this talent was a mechanic genius. The Perfect Mechanical Sense was so pleasurable. Han Shao wanted it so badly. Be it building machines or combat, Perfect Mechanical Sense had a huge effect. It was a god-tier talent for the mechanic class. Sadly, he could only temporarily enjoy the effects of the perfect mechanical sense through the character summon card. I have to find a way to get Reynolds' talent in the future. Han Xiao took a deep breath and focused his mind back on building. Under the bonuses of perfect mechanical sense, the process was very smooth. He successfully built it in less than a day. Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon Legacy Orange Equipment. As powerful as Planetary Obliteration Cannon, this was currently the highest grade machine that Han Xiao had and the most powerful. The 2-story tall enormous cannon retracted part by part and folded into a compressed orb with a blue and white appearance. Under the mechanical force, it floated above Han Xiao's palm. Han Xiao held onto the compressed orb, and the item details popped up on his interface. Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon Legacy. Grade: Orange/Silver. Type: Planetary Obliteration Grade Annihilation Weapon. Requirements: LV-180. Mechanic class: greater than 25,000 energy, greater than 2,500 INT. Basic attributes: attack, 14,500 to 48,300. Armor value, 26,000/26,000. Energy, 15,000/15,000. Power output, 12,170. Energy furnace forced cooldown, 360 seconds. Power output, minimum power output consumption, 3,000 energy per attack. Maximum power output consumption, 12,000 energy per attack. Energy source, psionic reaction furnace, recovers energy at 25/s. Additional ability, extreme frost deals 50% extra frost damage. Additional ability, psionic frost turns psionic energy into ice energy. High chance of freezing the target. Core impact area frozen effect trigger rate, 80%. Other impact area frozen effect trigger rate, 60%. Additional ability, expansion explosion. A second round of explosions will occur after hitting the target, creating an impact wave and mushroom cloud. Damage, 75% of the first round, plus 350% damage range. Additional ability, reaction furnace ray. The attack mode can be changed to ray form, depending on the power output. Energy cost 60, 240/s. 2 damage ticks per second. Damage, 8% of the initial attack. The attack direction can be adjusted. Special ability, freezing wind. When the power output of an attack exceeds 6,000 energy consumption, changes the environment within 50 miles around the target area. The temperature of the area will be reduced to -50 degrees. Special ability, Ice Age. When firing at the maximum power output, changes the environment of the area within 200 miles around the target area, freezing this area and turning it into a glacial area. The temperature of the area will be reduced to -100 degrees. Special ability, Frozen Star. When the power output of an attack exceeds 6,000 energy consumption and reaction furnace ray is used for more than 90 seconds, this effect will be triggered. This will cause chain reactions and bring the surface of a planet into an ice age within 1 month, destroying the lives on the surface. Remark: the ice elementals are overjoyed and are trying to mate with you. Legacy: according to my investigation, freezing a fixed star can indirectly destroy all the civilizations on the planets in its orbit. Peter Flame Extinguisher Drate. A total of 7 additional abilities and special abilities. Certainly fits being orange equipment. Han Xiao was very satisfied. The destructive power of the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was extremely strong. Its theoretical damage could even reach the 100,000s with his mechanical force bonuses applied. Usually, this kind of enormous cannon would be deployed in outer space to attack from above, and it would be difficult to apply mechanical force bonuses to it. However, due to his mechanical force having the void attribute, he could overcome the distance through the void dimension and apply mechanical force bonuses to it. This was Han Xiao's first planetary obliteration grade weapon. It was now his trump card. He looked at the interface. The class advancement mission was now completed. Finally, Han Xiao took a deep breath and initiated the class advancement with a solemn expression. Class advancement requirements completed. You have received a new class, Apostle Mechanic LV.1, plus 240 energy, plus 3 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 5 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 8 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. The moment the class advancement was completed, a huge amount of information appeared in his brain out of nowhere. Han Xiao gained new understandings of machines, and his body started to undergo marvelous changes. A ton of notifications popped up on the interface. You have received the talent, Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body. You have acquired the ability, Apostle Machinery Affinity. You have acquired the ability, Machinery Apostolization. The effect of all your virtual technology-related abilities and talents has increased by 20%. It took Han Xiao quite some time to digest the various abilities that he had gained through the class advancement. Feeling the new power flowing in his body, he was delighted. Finally, I've reached this milestone. Apostle Mechanic was a major milestone for high-level mechanics. As the saying went, the end of technology is the study of God. The reason for such a God-related term, apostle, was because the path of the mechanic class was gradually stepping into the study of God territory in the eyes of common people. The knowledge that he had learned did not change, but the way of using that knowledge had ascended to a completely next level. He would have new understandings and new technology that would seem like acts of God to normal people. The level limit of Apostle Mechanic was 30, 5 levels higher than Truth Mechanic. Usually, the increase in the level limit of the main class also meant the start of a new stage. Unlike all the mechanic classes before this, the Apostle Mechanic class allowed one to gather great powers within oneself, making one strong in every respect. Apostle Machinery Affinity was, of course, the core talent passed down through the mechanic class. Han Xiao immediately leveled it up to the max level. Its effect was plus 105% Machinery Affinity, a total of 30% more than Master Machinery Affinity. The talent, Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body, and the ability, Machinery Apostolization, were set abilities. Machinery Apostolization allowed him to absorb the energy of machines through the mechanical force link instead of the other way round, increasing his own attributes and giving him bonuses. From the beginning, machines had just been external objects, but apostolization turned the power of these external objects into his own power. Like mages receiving bonuses by praying to their gods, machines were mechanics' god. Through becoming an apostle of the machines, he would receive the gifts of these machines. The actual effect was easy to understand. For example, if he used apostolization on one mechanical suit, the energy of this mechanical suit would be turned into his own energy through the mechanical force link, increasing his energy rank, giving him dozens points of endurance, strength, and dexterity bonuses as well as a part of the mechanical suit's bonus effects. At the same time, by using the mechanical suit's energy furnace, he would be able to use the abilities of the mechanical suit without wearing it. Any machinery could be apostolized, and different machines would provide different bonuses. Apostolization would also put a burden on the machines, depending on each machine's level. Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body was an ability that worked together with this. It would turn his body into an apostle body through mechanical force so that he could use the energy of the machines. This was the prerequisite for machinery apostolization to take effect. At the same time, this talent determined the number of apostolized machines that his body could endure. The judgment depended on the total of intelligence and endurance. The burden that a machine could bear depended on its power level. The stronger the machine, the higher the burden it would be able to bear. For every apostolized machine, the health point limit would decrease temporarily by 2,500, which would be lifted once the apostolization ended. These two abilities were the signature abilities of an apostle mechanic, allowing one to control stronger powers through sharing the energy of the machines. The players in Han Zhao's previous life did some research, and they believed that the ability to gather external powers into oneself was one of the prerequisites of stepping toward beyond grade A. The other 4 classes would also gain similar abilities at this stage, as if they were starting to evolve into a higher level being. The players believed that this was proof that beyond grade as were new high-level beings. To the players, the appearance of apostolization was very simple. It was basically similar to putting machines into their inventory to receive the bonuses. Han Xiao, however, had real senses, so he had no idea how it would feel. True knowledge was gained from experimenting. Han Xiao decided to directly test the effects of apostolization. He held the compressed orb of the Ice Age star freezing cannon in his hands, and mechanical force lightning shrouded and entered the compressed orb, activating apostolization. The next moment, Han Xiao's expression slightly changed. The mechanical force seemed to have become straws that absorbed the energy of the Ice Age star freezing cannon. An enormous wave of violent psionic energy entered his body through the mechanical force link. Originally, he could only control the energy generated by his cells. Now, the psionic energy had mixed with the mechanical force inside his body and become controllable as well. The compressed orb was buzzing and vibrating. The surface of the orb was filled with blue energy circuits. You have apostolized Ice Age star freezing cannon. Your load has increased by 379 points. Your health point limit has decreased by 2,500 temporarily. Plus 78 STR, plus 43 Dex, plus 35 End. You can now release energy attacks from your body or consume the Ice Age star freezing cannon's energy to recover your own energy. You have received an additional ability. Your attacks will enjoy the bonuses of Extreme Frost, dealing 50% extra frost damage. You have received an additional ability. Your attacks will enjoy the bonuses of Psionic Frost. You have a chance to freeze the target. Han Xiao raised and shook his other hand. A blue lump of psionic energy appeared on his palm. With just a thought, the attribute of this lump of psionic energy started to change and turned into a blue and white frost energy lump. He raised his hand and launched it. A white beam of light landed on the weapon testing alloy wall not far away. Boom! The moment it hit, the white light expanded and turned the alloy wall into frozen pieces scattered on the ground in an instant. Han Xiao looked at the interface. His own energy had close to no loss, and the energy of the Ice Age star freezing cannon decreased by a bar. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he got quite a few new ideas. By using apostolization together with his various abilities, it might have surprising effects. For example, he could absorb the machinery's energy to recover his own energy, which meant that he did not have to get damaged to recover health. Or he could use his mechanical force to connect with the machines from far away, so he could use apostolization remotely without having to summon his machines. It's a very powerful ability. It helps with the mechanics flaw of having a very weak body. Han Xiao was delighted. His body was already extremely strong, but this ability was still a huge enhancement. Chapter 708. Spending money brings me joy. Chapter 708. Spending money brings me joy. After testing all his new skills, Han Xiao was extremely satisfied. The load of his machinery was 100 plus X 100 was the basic load that it could take, and X was 3% of a machine's power level. Han Xiao was able to obtain more than 1,000 attribute points from the machinery apostolization skill, which would be spread out evenly among his strength, dexterity, and endurance. As long as he could think of a way to increase his intelligence and endurance, the upper limit of the load that he could take would also increase. Han Xiao had just received the machinery apostolization skill, and when his level increased, the effect of the skill would also become more obvious. Han Xiao wanted to take the path of the army style, and the boost from the machinery apostolization skill would provide him with a new support style, allowing his body to become stronger. He would no longer have to walk the path of getting beaten up in the future. Opening his interface, Han Xiao first raised the levels of his two new skills to the max and received 2 potential points. He then used his experience points to level up. At this moment, Han Xiao was level 195, and after leveling up 5 times, he reached level 200. The amount of experience required to level up became greater and greater toward the end, and his large stash of experience points was rapidly being used up. He did not have much experience left from version 2.0. Apostle Mechanic was raised to level 5, and the level limit was 30. This would last him to level 225. Han Xiao pondered to himself about his future plans. Because he had spent a large amount of experience gambling for blueprints and raising the level of his skills, the remaining experience was only enough to bring him to level 206. At that point, the experience that he had saved up would be completely spent. If he wanted to increase his level quickly after this, he could only wait until version 3.0. Now that he was at level 200, he would have to face a new promotion mission. After glancing at the promotion mission, Han Xiao had a helpless look on his face. This time, he would have no choice but to use a mission completion card. Han Xiao's promotion mission was an ordinary mission this time, but it was one that Han Xiao could not complete. It required him to clear a high-grade dungeon within 10 levels from him with a rating of grade A. To the players, they would be able to obtain such a level only at the later versions. At that time, they would have gone through many different main storyline missions and resolved many troublesome storylines. Thus, high-grade dungeons would basically be in surplus. However, it had not even reached version 3.0, and unless he could create a dungeon of his own, it would be extremely difficult for him to find a high-grade dungeon. Most importantly, Han Xiao had never used dungeon crystals, and it would thus be impossible for him to challenge a dungeon. His only other option was to use a mission completion card. One of the usages of the mission completion card was to help players skip these difficult but compulsory missions. Talking about a mission completion card, in the past 3 years, Han Xiao had received a few random rewards from the various missions that he had completed. However, he had never used them in order to save them for a rainy day such as this. As such, there were 2 chances for him to roll a random reward on the interface. Thankfully, it seemed like the Grade S mission, Bloodline, had a chance of being completed, and there would definitely be the chance to roll a random reward. Furthermore, the random reward of a Grade S mission would definitely give him more choices. Compared to version 2.0, my strength and the scale of the Black Star Army have completely transformed. When the players return, I will be able to harvest a new round of experience. Before that, I must use the remaining 7 years to accumulate a few mission completion cards. When I get enough experience, I will be able to increase my level rapidly. Han Xiao decided on his plan. After packing up his new equipment, Han Xiao left the machine modification room and went to his office. He then summoned Rosalind and Reynold. When both of them entered, Han Xiao went straight to the main point. Rosalind, what do you think about the Black Star Army? How so? Rosalind asked. You just need to tell me your overall feeling. You want me to praise you, right? Rosalind rolled her eyes before adding on with a tone of helplessness. All right then. Even though I am an extremely picky person, I have to admit that I do admire you. I underestimated you when I first saw you and never thought that you would be a legendary character. After being locked up for so many years, Rosalind did not know about the changes in the outside world. She had only started looking through what happened over the past few years in the Shattered Star Ring after returning to the Black Star Army base with Reynold. Only then did she understand the position of the Black Star Army in the Shattered Star Ring and everything that they had accomplished. After looking through the accomplishments of the Black Star Army, her first reaction was to suspect that the documents in her hands had been falsified. What shocked her the most was not the size of the Black Star Army but the speed at which they grew. After all, the Black Star Army had only been around for about a decade. Black Star had only taken 10 years to grow from a Grade C super to become a Beyond Grade A super seed. Furthermore, he had survived a battle with an actual Beyond Grade A super. In the past 10 years, the Black Star Army that he led had become the largest armed force in the Colton Star Cluster, with the Purple Crystal Civilization as their backing and their bases all around dozens of star systems. This was an unbelievable miracle. Rosalind had never imagined that Han Xiao was actually such a big shot. After seeing those files, she was truly filled with admiration toward Han Xiao, but was too embarrassed to show it on the surface. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao said, I would like to ask you for help and be a temporary officer of the Black Star Army. A teasing look could be seen on Rosalind's face. You also want to make use of my ability? More accurately, it should be a mutually beneficial agreement. You are a special talent, and I am willing to give you appropriate compensation. What if I don't agree? Don't worry, I said that you will have a certain degree of freedom, and I will not force you like the Hutt civilization. You can choose to reject me. The corner of Han Zhao's lips curled up slightly, and he continued. However, even if you have the ambition and want to accomplish something, you won't be able to do that without money. Furthermore, I will give you attractive compensation that will allow you to build up your capital. With my ability, Rosalind replied, it would be an easy task for me to accumulate capital. Why do I have to help you? Han Shao chuckled in response. Don't forget that you have a criminal record. Since I bailed you out, I will not allow you to run around freely and do as you wish. If you do, you will become a wanted criminal. Thus, working for me temporarily is the best opportunity for you to earn money. Humph, you are bundling both threats and benefits. Do you think that I will definitely agree to your request? Rosalind snorted. I like to deal with those who overestimate themselves the most. Actually, it is possible to remove your criminal record entirely. What do you want me to do? Rosalind took a step forward without any hesitation and hugged Han Zhao's arm with a fawning look on her face. As Reynold looked at the fawning Rosalind, he was completely speechless. He had talked to Rosalind privately and knew that Rosalind was willing to stay behind and help. However, she just could not put aside her face to do so. Now that Black Star had taken the initiative to mention this, it gave her the opportunity to accept it. Han Shao was also certain that Rosalind would not reject him. The 80 favorability points that he had with Rosalind were not just for show. When facing Rosalind's venomous tongue, he also knew how to deal with her. As long as he gave Rosalind an excuse, she would definitely agree to his request. You will take up the role of a culture instructor and lecture the members of the Black Star Army. You will lecture the members of the Black Star Army about our history so that they will understand our Black Star Army better and have a greater sense of belonging. You should research the history of the Black Star Army and come up with lecture material for it. Find a suitable incision point to set up their faith in the Black Star Army. I will check the material after you have prepared it. Han Shao wiggled his arm out from Rosalind's embrace as he spoke. For his faction to develop healthily, the loyalty and identity of the members had to be developed. This would require a culture to be established. Organizations such as Bloodshed Land and Hidden Red Robe Abbey each had their own unique culture. Han Shao felt that he did not only have to cultivate a sense of belonging and acknowledgement with the players but also the other members of the army. Rosalind accepted her job and left the room. Reynold then thanked Han Shao. Thank you for giving my sister a job. You are someone of great importance to me. There isn't a need to say such pleasantries. Han Shao waved his hand indifferently. Even with Reynold's silent and serious nature, he could not help but feel touched at this moment. Having such a boss is truly great. After a casual chat, Han Shao said, I asked you to help Vilna set up an army about a month ago. How are things going? I mobilized a portion of our resources and funds, amounting to about 70 million Anes, to purchase battleships and hire manpower in the name of Floating Dragon, Reynold replied. However, a portion of them didn't wish to join Floating Dragon's field team and wanted to join the Black Star Army instead. Han Shao fell into deep thought. A wise individual would be able to tell that Black Star Army's growth was due to Floating Dragon's influence. Currently, the Black Star Army was Floating Dragon's most powerful force. Joining the Black Star Army meant that they would enjoy Floating Dragon's influence as well, and it was akin to killing two birds with one stone. Thus, the majority only wanted to join the Black Star Army. Furthermore, the rumors of Floating Dragon and the Black Star Army splitting up had been spreading. Compared to Floating Dragon, most people felt that the more ambitious Black Star Army had a brighter future. Even if Han Shao was not a beyond grade A super yet, the scale of the Black Star Army was larger than Floating Dragon. After all, Ames did not work together with any star cluster civilizations and did not have as many connections as Black Star. How large a force do you think 70 million Anas should be able to create? Han Shao asked. It's difficult to say. According to the current speed at which I am burning through the funds, I will be able to finish the funds within half a year, and the army will end up being slightly smaller than the large mercenary groups. It's too small, Han Shao immediately replied. I will give you 3 months to finish all the funds and invest another 150 million Anas. Reynold was startled. Would the cost be too high? It's all right. I'm not short of money. Han Shao smiled. Floating Dragon had given him plenty of assistance when he started out, and he did not plan to save any money when helping Floating Dragon create another field team. Furthermore, he gave Jenny a sky-high amount of money every month. He was not bothered about this small amount of money. The Black Star Army was working together with more than 100 financial groups and had mines on dozens of planets. After deducting their monthly expenses, the profits from the mining would be at least 200 million Anes every month. As long as he had connections in the various governments, earning money was an extremely easy task. Of course, his wealth still could not be compared to a star system civilization, but it was enough to maintain an armed force. The word poor had been struck from his dictionary. Chapter 709. The Crimson Dynasty. What the hell, Clint? Chapter 709. The Crimson Dynasty. What the hell, Clint? By the way, the report on the Dark Star leader is out today. Take a look, Reynolds suddenly said. Han Shao took out his communicator. After just one day, the news about the handover of the Dark Star leader was already spreading all over. The focus of the reports was on Clint being suspected of having connections with Dark Star and the Fallen Ark. Clint had prepared for this long ago. They wanted to suppress it when the public discussion had just started. Hence, they immediately denied it publicly with a very strong attitude, absolutely refusing to admit to anything, and claimed that this was slander completely made up by Purple Crystal. Not admitting it is useless. Purple Crystal definitely have a way to make the Dark Star leader talk. Han Shao smiled. Clint's frequent assassination attempts really annoyed him. Now that he had gotten the opportunity, he was more than happy to cause trouble for Clint. The secret war was at an impasse. Plus, it could not hurt Clint itself. This Dark Star leader matter, however, would be able to hurt Clint politically. For the next month, Han Shao waited for Serbia V's reply while paying attention to the Dark Star leader incident as it developed. Purple Crystal was determined to blow up this incident, to attract the attention of organizations from everywhere and cause a sensation in the star field. There was no absolute definition on how serious the crime of funding Dark Star and working with Fallen Ark was. If it was not exposed, no one would even care. The development of things like this really depended on the environment at the time. However, it was now a sensitive period during the Crimson Tide, and Clint had shown a weakness. The other star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring were like sharks that had smelled blood, all wanting to make use of this opportunity to bite a piece of meat off Clint and damage their political power. Clint's ambition to expand had always made many uninvolved star cluster civilizations feel alarmed. Not only did this B** star join the Crimson Dynasty to target the flickering world, Clint also did not want to give up their position in the Shattered Star Ring. They wanted to rule 2 entire star fields. Their appetite was outrageous. Hence, these star cluster civilizations hoped to weaken Clint's political position in the Shattered Star Ring so that their plan would not go so smoothly. They could not stop Clint from going to the flickering world in the future, but they could weaken their reputation in the Shattered Star Ring. You want to develop in 2 star fields at the same time? You don't look pretty, but you sure dream big. As soon as the force of one of them was growing too large, the other civilizations would not mind targeting that civilization together. It was both to damage the competitors as well as to protect their own benefits. Han Zhao's axe happened to hit Clint where it hurt, giving a great opportunity to the other star cluster civilizations. Suddenly, Clint was facing a situation where they were being targeted by everyone. This caused them a tremendous amount of trouble. Clint absolutely hated Han Zhao's guts. This incident had affected their entire strategy. Yet, after so many failed assassination attempts, Clint had no way to deal with Han Shao. They had no choice but to solve this issue from a political perspective. For the last half a month, Purple Crystal and Clint had constantly been fighting verbally. One side was strongly accusing, and the other side insisted on admitting nothing. To put it simply, this was the situation. You're ruthless, you're cold-blooded, and you're unreasonable, Clint exclaimed. No, you, Purple Crystal retorted. This kind of conversation kept repeating. This incident even affected the Crimson Dynasty. The Crimson Dynasty sent an emissary to head to Clint and investigate this thoroughly. The Crimson Dynasty was negotiating with the Federation of Light on the rights to the flickering world. At such a crucial moment, Clint happened to get involved in a scandal of them being connected to the Fallen Ark. That guy was a criminal wanted by all 3 universal civilizations. His identity was extremely sensitive. Clint was the Crimson Dynasty's new henchman, So the scandal affected the Crimson Dynasty and sent a free political negotiation chip to the Federation of Light. This made the Crimson Dynasty very irritated. Their stance on this was very clear. "What's wrong with you, kid?" Some of that intelligence reached Ralph. He shared the inside information about this incident with Han Shao. On this day, he called Han Shao once again to speak about this, telling him what had happened. "The Crimson Dynasty has interfered. They've made an agreement with us on Clint's behalf. Clint will give up a part of their rights in the Shattered Star Ring. In exchange, we have to quickly suppress this incident. Did you agree to that?" Han Shao was curious. After all, now that a universal civilization has interfered to negotiate, we can't keep pushing. There are some civilizations that contacted the Federation of Light in private though, hoping that the Federation of Light would speak for us. They probably thought that as the Federation of Light are now fighting for the flickering world, they won't give up this chance to hurt the Crimson Dynasty. However, for some reason, the Federation of Light has not done anything. Thus, we can only stop here. Han Shao nodded. This was the drawback of being a henchman. The Crimson Dynasty gave up profit on Clint's behalf in order to reduce their own loss. Of course, the Crimson Dynasty was not yet willing to lose this chess piece, so they definitely promised Clint something in return. Since Clint wanted to be involved in the flickering world, they could only take the hit and not say anything. "So, this incident has ended?" "Yes, we can't continue anymore." "What price did Clint pay?" "That's confidential and I don't know. The other star cluster civilizations will all split the profits that Clint has given up." "Then the secret war." Han Shao raised his brows. Ralph sighed and said, "Alas, it has to continue." The Crimson Dynasty refused to speak about anything regarding the secret war, and the other star cluster civilizations stopped caring after they got the profit that Clint gave up. Clearly, they hope that we will continue to fight and harm each other. It is more beneficial for them that way. No friends last forever. Only profit does. How realistic. Han Shao shook his head with resignation. In the original storyline, the Crimson Dynasty would only represent Clint to negotiate at the end of the secret war. Now, however, they had no choice but to clean up the mess that Clint had made. This was because of him. This was something that had not happened before. It would definitely change the direction of the entire storyline. Han Shao pondered. He felt that because Clint had bled quite badly, in order to heal up, they might put more focus in the secret war and fight more passionately. He shared this thought with Ralph, who smiled strangely. "Did you know that because of this, Heber has become unhappy with Clint?" Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he started to speculate. Originally, the tyrant was Clint's only beyond grade A ally. Since Clint was flirting around with Esgod and was caught by Heber in the act, it was like a wife who discovered the mistress. Looks like the secret war will be in even more of a stalemate. It should last till the start of version 3.0. Han Shao was quite satisfied with this result. Creating both internal and external problems for Clint was his return gift for Clint's constant assassination attempts. "One more thing. Serbia V told us that you want to borrow Rosalind's ability to help Ghidorah clear their bloodline conflict." "That's right." Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "This matter is a little bit sensitive, so he wanted to invite us to be the notary and carry out this plan under Purple Crystal's name. What do you think?" Han Shao was stunned. Then he figured it out. Serbia V had made a choice and decided to take his suggestion. Serbia V had even found a better excuse of using Purple Crystal's name to carry out the plan, so it would look like it was a higher-level civilization helping Ghidorah. As a star cluster civilization was involved, the Ghidoran government would receive much less disapproval, and its people would accept it more easily. Many would feel that the higher-level civilization was more reliable than their own government. Han Shao thought about it, ended the call and called Serbia V. It was picked up right after one ring. Clearly, Serbia V had been waiting. "Your Excellency Black Star, I plan to use your method, but I hope that this can be done under the Purple Crystal Civilization's name. Maybe we won't be able to announce that this is your plan." Serbia V went straight to the point. "But I'm willing to pay a bigger price in private. What do you think?" Han Shao scratched his eyelid and said, "All right then." His main goal was to settle the bloodline mission, so he did not really care about whether this relatively small achievement would be announced or not. Serbia V was relieved. He explained, "That's great. It's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is too important. I have to find a gentler method so that the people of Godora will be more willing to accept it." Actually, this was just one of the factors. Serbia V was still not very assured, as Han Shao was not an official force after all, so he had pulled the Purple Crystal Civilization in as insurance. Of course, he would not voice this reason. "Since you agreed, I shall bring Rosalind over to discuss the details." "Okay, I'll have Nagakin fetch you. Come to our mother planet directly." Nagakin again. Han Shao suddenly realized that every time he interacted with the Godoran civilization, they seemed to send Nagakin to host him. Aren't you guys friends?" Serbia V wondered. He threw this unimportant issue aside and said, "Anyway, I'll be waiting for you on our mother planet." Han Shao nodded and hung up the communication before calling Rosalind. "Pack up and get ready. I have a job for you." A few days later, on the mother planet of Godora, a spaceship landed on the military dock. Han Shao and Rosalind walked out of the hatch with Nagakin leading the way. They took the hovering car and arrived at the Government Affairs building. Han Shao and Rosalind went straight to Serbia V's office. "You're finally here." Serbia V had been waiting for quite some time. He quickly stood up and welcomed Han Shao. After a few greetings, they sat down. Serbia V sized Rosalind up from time to time. At this point, Rosalind showed the look of the Pope that she had once been noble and elegant with calm eyes. Serbia V could not figure her out. He only felt that this woman had a vibe of being someone very important and not simple. The two sides had worked together for many years and were very familiar with each other. So Han Shao directly asked, "Cut to the chase, what plan do you have?" With his position now, a star system civilization was not as important as before. He planned to quickly settle the Bloodline mission and get the Grade S mission reward. He still had some time before his holiday ended. Plus, Klent was troubled by internal conflicts, so he was not needed in the war for the time being. He did not want to spend too much time on Bloodline. He planned to use the rest of the holiday to do missions and get more random rewards. It was best to have more mission completion cards in stock before version 3.0 arrived. According to Rosalind's ability, we have prepared a few plans to choose from. Serbia V took out a few files and gave them to Han Shao. Chapter 710 Confused Darkstar Leader. Chapter 710 Confused Darkstar Leader. In 2 minutes, Han Shao read through Serbia V's plan. He passed the files to Rosalind, then nodded. "Looks like you don't plan to seek the opinion of the Godorans. Although this plan is beneficial to the future of the civilization, the free will of most people will only be a burden. This plan can only be carried out without seeking approval from everybody." This meeting was off the records, so Serbia V was more direct. Rosalind read through the file very quickly. With a calm and reserved look, she slightly nodded and said, "I understand your request. Are you sure there's no need to plant something else in the minds of your people?" Serbia V wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, No, eliminating discrimination is enough." "Okay, if it's just eliminating discrimination, it's easy for me." Rosalind gave Serbia V a mysterious smile that made his heart shake a little. To outsiders, Rosalind was not as casual as when facing Han Shao. On the way, Han Shao had told her to maintain her standard and not scare Serbia V with her real colors. Rosalind looked at Serbia V with an elegant smile and explained her plan. "Black Star has already told me the situation. To my understanding, there are 3 fundamental causes to the bloodline conflict of Godora. 1. The pure-blood traditional concept passed down through the years. In the galactic environment, only a small fraction of the purebloods still firmly believe in this concept. I call these people the diehards, and their minds are the hardest to change. 2. Discrimination caused by biological differences. This comes from the instinctive disgust of an intelligent life when seeing a deviant form. Many of the purebloods don't want to discriminate against the hybrids, but when they see them, they still uncontrollably feel a sense of disgust. This is the cause of discrimination for most people. In order to change this, I think the key point is the aesthetic sense. 3. The hatred accumulated from the large number of conflicts caused by many years of discrimination. This is considered a historical problem. Plus, due to discrimination, the average societal position of purebloods is higher than the hybrids, so the purebloods have more power in various industries. This can be seen as a class conflict. I can temporarily suppress this type of hatred, but if you people don't change the current situation, after a long time, these conflicts will happen. Again, Serbia V had a headache just from hearing these problems. In his eyes, every single one of these issues was close to unsolvable. He could see how extremely difficult these problems were just from listening to Rosalind talking about them. He once again started to doubt the feasibility of this plan. As if Rosalind saw through his worries, she calmly said, on a more positive note, it would take at least decades to make these problems less severe with normal methods. However, now that I'm here, I can make this process thousands of times faster. The first 2 points are the main causes, and as long as the problems with the diehards and the aesthetic sense are resolved, the class conflicts will gradually be reduced. Serbia V took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply toward Han Shao and Rosalind. I'm counting on you. It was a normal morning. The warm yellow sunlight woke up the asleep city. In a commercial square filled with tall buildings on the Goddard mother planet, hovering vehicles shuttled between buildings. People that equipped flying runes rose and landed on the open-air platforms that extended from the tall buildings. It was a boisterous and hectic scene. This time, at a hovering public bus station on an open-air platform, there was a long queue. It was rush hour for the working class in the morning. These Goddarans heading to their jobs were waiting for the public transport. The production of a star system civilization was more than enough to feed lazy shut-ins, but as the capital of a civilization, the mother planet had maintained vigorous vitality. Those that resided on the mother planet were all willing to work hard, unlike those at the edge of colonial planets that all stayed at home and had no concept of working. Rudy was in the middle of the queue. His outfit looked decent, like an elite of society. However, unlike the Goddarans around, he did not have protruding ears, and his ears were spiral-shaped holes. He also did not wear a ponytail or any ornaments on his hair because he did not have hair. His facial organs were also further apart from each other. He was the only hybrid in the long queue. Rudy could feel the strange looks with suppressed disgust coming from around him. He had a normal expression on his face and looked straight ahead, as if he was unaffected. But in his heart, he wished that the hovering public bus would reach the station soon so that he would no longer have to endure this treatment of being watched by so many people like an animal in the zoo. Rudy was 63 years old this year. By Goddaran standards, he was middle-aged. He was a very senior employee of a huge business, and his income was rather high. Supposedly, he should be middle class in the society, but his appearance had given him obstructions everywhere. He knew that his current position was the highest that he could achieve, and he would never be promoted again. His most hated thing each day was going to work, not because his job was tiring, but because going to work meant he had to socialize and endure all kinds of strange looks. He had been enduring a huge amount of mental stress every single day, but he could not express any of that emotion on his face. In the countless times he woke up in the middle of the night because of that stress, he would just sit there and stare into the darkness, thinking that he might as well quit the job. Why should he put himself through all that? But every time he saw his sleeping wife beside him, he would put those thoughts away. His wife was a beautiful pureblood. Back then, his wife had ignored her family's opposition and married him. A hybrid. She had blessed him with 2 children. Even after being married for so many years, her family had never accepted him, but his wife almost never complained. For the sake of his family, Rudy did not dare quit his job. He could only let his anxiety and irritation be vented out silently during the times he puffed. To him, life was a pool of still water, a gray silent film that played on repeat every day, only starting to have colors when he got home and saw the smiles of his wife and children. Rudy had no expectations for the future anymore. Maybe not being able to see his path ahead was good for him. A life that he could see the end of would be terrifying. Rudy smiled self-deprecatingly. He overheard the conversation of the 2 people behind him who had suddenly started chatting. Have you heard? The Darkstar leader was captured some time ago. and the Dark Star organization has been deemed to be completely eliminated. It's been half a month. Of course I've heard. Hee hee. There are reports that say the Dark Star leader's trial has ended, and he's locked up in Rainbow Prison. I did not know that. Tell me more. Listening to the clearly deliberate conversation behind him, Rudy could only act as if he could not hear it. Due to Dark Star's existence, the hybrids received even more hatred. After the Dark Star organization was destroyed, purebloods had mentioned Dark Star around him more than once, on purpose or otherwise, as if it was some kind of mockery. Rudy did not agree with Dark Star's philosophy at all. A hybrid that yearned for peace like him even hated Dark Star's actions. However, to the purebloods, it seemed that every hybrid admired Dark Star. Dark Star's ending meant the failure of the hybrids, so they could put on the looks of victors and feel superior. At this time, a projected screen appeared between the tall buildings, attracting everyone's attention. Serbia V appeared on the screen. He sat straight and faced the camera with a serious face, as if he had something important to announce. The same scene appeared on every colonial planet of Godora. It was an announcement for the entire civilization. Serbia V slowly spoke. Today, on behalf of the Godoran government, I'm going to announce a very important decision. In order to avoid tragedies similar to the Dark Star incident in the future, we have decided to accept help from the Purple Crystal Civilization to use an unorthodox method to solve the blood-like discrimination problem that has affected us for a very long time. Serbia V read the long script that he had prepared beforehand, describing the situation as the Purple Crystal Civilization suggesting to help and him deciding to accept their help after careful consideration. He sugar-coated the terms and words used to reduce the objection of the people as much as possible. However, all the Godorans were still petrified by this news and were all unable to speak. Only after the news had ended for a few seconds did a deafening uproar start. This is too sudden. There were no signs at all. This is brainwashing. Why does our perception have to be changed? Free will is inviolable. Has Serbia V lost his mind? Will there be any side effects? This is the Purple Crystal Civilization's idea? Then maybe it's reliable. The Godorans around discussed the issue loudly and reacted in various ways, mostly with shock and disgruntlement. Rudy did not take part in the discussion. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, he felt that as if his heart that had been numb for a long time had finally started beating vigorously again. He seemed to see a tint of light in his dark future. On this day, people from every industry started to use their relationship network to inquire more about what the government meant. The people were flustered. No one was willing to let someone else change their thoughts, even if it was a huge good deed beneficial to the collective. As expected, this caused backlash due to individual willingness. Serbia V promised subsidies, reduced taxes, and all kinds of benefits for those who accepts the discrimination transformation plan. However, he did not give them the option to reject. There was outrage, and protests appeared one after another. Serbia V's plan had shaken the entire society, but he was determined not to change his mind. With Purple Crystal's interference, the internal resistance was suppressed forcefully. The government started to operate to his will. The upper class of society was basically controlled entirely by purebloods. These people had a lot of power, and most of them were diehards. They did not receive any information beforehand either. Although they hated Serbia V's plan, they did not immediately stand out to oppose it but stayed calm and observed the situation. Purple Crystal's name helped Serbia V not receive more objections. The reputation of a star cluster civilization had the Godorans slightly under control. Even though Serbia V's actions were almost like those of a dictator, many Godorans believed that this was the Purple Crystal Civilization's decision. Due to many factors, Serbia V was able to forcefully execute this almost insane plan. Seeing that they could not change the government's mind at all, the attention of all the Godorans was focused on the first test area of the discrimination transformation plan announced by Serbia V. It was the colonial planet Gotan. A planet with extremely low importance, filled with jobless shut-ins, was a perfect place for the test. Even if the results were not good, it would have a very limited impact on the entire civilization. In Rainbow Prison, the Dark Star leader sat at the corner of his cell. It was pitch black, and he could only hear his own breathing in the dark. His trial had ended. God Aura and Purple Crystal had both gotten what they wanted, so he was locked up and would be spending the rest of his life in prison. The hope that supported his belief was destroyed. It was as if the Dark Star leader had lost his spine, and his heart was numb and emotionless. The Rainbow Prison could shatter the belief of Dark Star members. He did not know if he could hold on to his own belief in the future, but he did not care anymore. Clank! The narrow feeding window at the bottom of the cell door opened. A plate of food and a beam of light entered the cell. Recently, Serbia V announced a plan to brainwash all Godorans to eliminate discrimination for hybrids. Did your Dark Star convince him and make him betray us? The prison guard outside the door suddenly spoke with a sarcastic tone. He then closed the feeding window and left. In the dark, the Dark Star leader suddenly opened his eyes. His numb eyes were filled with shock. He was absolutely confused. Brainwashing the entire civilization? What the hell? Could it be that we have the same belief but you're much smarter than me? You should be the one leading Dark Star. Chapter 711 Discrimination Transformation Movement. Chapter 711 Discrimination Transformation Movement. Planet Gotten was the first testing area of the Discrimination Transformation Plan. Be it pureblood or hybrid, all Godorans paid attention to Gotten, wanting to know how exactly Serbia V would do it. A purple crystal flagship arrived at Planet Gotten and used some kind of device to send an invisible psychic current across the entire planet. Serbia V said that this was a secret device built with star cluster grade technology that could change the thinking of Godorans over a large area. He once again promised the civilians that this device was very reliable. Actually, this was just a bluff that he had discussed with Purple Crystal to prove that this plan had Purple Crystal's approval so that the civilians would not be as flustered. The key person to carry out the transformation, however, was Rosalind. She displayed her ability to the fullest for the first time in front of Han Shao. The large area psychic current that the Purple Crystal flagship was sending to Gotten was actually Rosalind's Esper ability, enhanced by a device specifically designed to strengthen psychic abilities. This made the range of her Esper ability increase many times over. Psychics also had the ability to hypnotize and brainwash, but the accuracy and range were not as high as Rosalind's Esper ability, Contagious Ideology. Her Esper ability was a very gentle brainwash, completed subtly. It would not affect the personality of the target and would only give the target new ways of looking at things. This could even be explained as Rosalind showing the target a new angle of looking at the world. This Esper ability was very suitable for spreading religion and building beliefs. The transformation lasted 2 days. The stay-at-homes of Gotten were initially trepidatious, but as time passed, they realized that their thinking did not change at all. They got confused and wondered if it was ineffective. 2 days later, the Purple Crystal flagship left. All the Godorans were focusing on the effect of the test, and Planet Gotten was all over the internet. Everyone was discussing it. Are there any Gotten residents? Come out and tell us how you feel. I don't feel any changes. Am I the only one? No. I'm on Gotten too. Didn't feel any changes. Did it fail? Not sure if you guys feel the same way, but at first I thought it had no effects, but just now I went to chat with a hybrid friend. Originally, I was a tiny bit repulsed by him, but when I saw him just now, I felt totally peaceful and calm. I even felt he looked somewhat handsome. Ahem, this is anonymous. I don't want him to know. For me, it's not exactly the same. I have a hybrid friend too. Originally, I thought he looked quite ugly, but when I had a with him earlier, although I still felt he looked ugly, that occasional disgust had disappeared. The people of God Aura started to figure out what change the God Aura residents underwent. Those that were transformed retained their own personality and even knew what changes they had gone through. This result made the Godorans much less worried, at least their minds were not forcefully twisted. Serbia V had been paying attention to the public reaction. He saw the effects of the test and decided to host another press conference, emphasizing on the fact that the discrimination transformation plan was harmless. At the same time, the government also secretly guided the public opinion and tried to make the people feel that accepting the hybrids was a policy that would never change. This would lead them to think that since the overall trend could not be changed, maybe changing themselves might be a good idea. It would make society a better place too. The success of the test and the manipulation of public opinion did indeed make some civilians feel less alarmed. Some people even acknowledged the idea that accepting the transformation to not feel disgusted by these hybrids would make their daily life more peaceful and harmonious. With the first success, Serbia V grew more confident. After observing for quite a long time and making sure that the Goten residents certainly did not suffer any side effects, he finally stopped worrying and fully carried out the plan. The colonial planets of Godora would be accepting the transformation one after another. Godorans called this incident the discrimination transformation movement. The pureblood diehards had power and force. Even though the discrimination transformation had no side effects, they were still unwilling to accept. Hence, using their power, they started to create obstructions to Serbia V. When the relationship network of these upper-class people started to operate, even the government operations were affected. The diehards stirred up public opinion to smear Serbia V, saying that he was even more insane than Darkstar and that he was leading Godora to its grave, becoming a slave of a higher civilization. Many people were convinced by these claims and became furious, claiming that the government not even asking for their opinion to change their minds was an act of not treating them as proper citizens. Serbia V's reputation on the internet plummeted. Some even called him the second-generation Darkstar leader. However, not only was Serbia V not enraged, he was happy about it instead. This was an opportunity for him to step up and explain to the people more clearly. Whether the people would believe him or not did not matter. Of course, some conspiracists completely ignored the explanations and created even more trouble. Serbia V did not hold back against them. He sent his men to kindly invite these people to a friendly tea session so that they would stay quiet. He did not care about those smearing accusations. In his eyes, that was just short-term damage. As soon as the plan was completed, the entire society would naturally think very highly of him, and he would become the wisest leader of Godora since the start of history. The upper class saw that swaying public opinion was useless, so they started to secretly fund the government officials with a lot of power, hoping to impeach Serbia V and change the leader. Sadly, ever since Godora entered the interstellar era, they had taken back the tons of privileges for the royalties. Furthermore, Godora was hereditary, not democratic, and Serbia V had purple crystal support. His position was extremely firm. Therefore, Serbia V sneered at the actions of the upper-class people. "Come on, you guys are so weak." Serbia V did not want to waste time dealing with these people, so he directly invited many diehards in the upper class and made a very firm stand. "If you people continue to cause trouble, you will have to pay the government back for all the benefits it has given you." Doubled. The upper-class people folded. Seeing that all their plans came to nothing, they realized that they could not stop this from happening. Hence, they changed the focus of their objection into claiming that since the purebloods had to accept transformation, the hybrids had to too. The hybrids had been oppressed for a long time. Their hatred had been building up. Through research and studies, some rebellious hybrids were unhappy with the discrimination transformation movement. They felt that after the purebloods discriminated against them for so many years and caused so many tragedies, wanting the hybrids to immediately forget about all that as soon as the discrimination was gone was too easy for the purebloods. Serbia V did not ignore this. The hybrids had to accept the transformation equally. The Godora discrimination transformation movement caused a sensation in the galaxy. A tiny star system civilization successfully occupied the head news for this period. Even the other star cluster civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring were paying attention out of curiosity. A government brainwashing all their people was such a rare occurrence. Countless galactic reporters swarmed over, so Serbia V decided to host a press conference and answered the questions of those reporters. One day later, those renowned news outlets published their own reports. Among them, one report became extremely famous and received approval from the highest number of people. In that report, Serbia V received a very positive description. He was praised over the top. The reporter felt that the discrimination transformation movement was an extremely strong and effective medicine that was perfect for the bloodline conflict illness. Only a bold and confident leader like Serbia V would dare to execute this plan that looked completely insane. Although it had met a lot of obstructions, it was actually beneficial for the civilization's future. In the report, Serbia V was described as a wise, visionary, and bold leader. The report also included interviews with many Godaran hybrids who were roaming outside the Godaran civilization. Quite a number expressed their intention to go back to Godora. The reporter called this a sign of Godora's complete unification. The goal that Darkstar had failed to achieve was now achieved by Serbia V of all people, and achieved in a much better way. Purple Crystal was seen as being passionate and responsible for willingly solving the internal conflict of a civilization under their ruling. Their credibility thus increased. This was an unexpected but pleasant surprise. It indirectly increased Purple Crystal's area support from the 3 border star systems. The report also mentioned Han Shao, saying that Han Shao capturing the Darkstar leader some time ago was the root of everything that came after. It made Godora and Purple Crystal closer and indirectly caused the discrimination transformation movement. Although those outsiders did not know that it was Han Shao who planned the discrimination transformation movement behind the curtains, this report did not forget about him and believed that Black Star's contribution to this incident was just as important. Because of that, his reputation in the galaxy became more positive as well. Han Shao saw this report too and was quite happy about it as well. In his previous life, no player had ever completed the Bloodline mission, and Godora's Bloodline conflicts had carried on. Although another star system-level terrorist organization like Darkstar never appeared again, the ever-growing internal conflict caused the hybrids to have fewer and fewer opportunities to rise higher in society. They were all lower-class citizens. This caused many talented hybrids to never be discovered and fueled the birth of many rebel organizations. Godora suffered continuously. If not for the mission, Han Shao would not have cared about Godora's internal conflicts. His initial motive was just to do the mission and get the reward, but it seemed that the results generated by that were unexpectedly positive. The Godaran government now completed what their archenemy had wanted to achieve. Han Shao suddenly felt interested to see how the Darkstar leader would react to this. Rainbow Prison was an independent galactic fortress floating in the universe. The security was very tight. Han Shao had access to almost everywhere in Godora now. He could even enter Serbia V's bedroom if he wanted, not to mention a mere prison. He requested to visit Rainbow Prison, and Godora agreed without hesitation. The Blacklight Stealth arrived at Rainbow Prison and stopped at the dock. The warden came to welcome Han Shao. "It's my honor to meet you, hero of the Golden Gal Badge, ally of Godora, Your Excellency Black Star." The warden was very respectful. "I want to visit the Darkstar members inside Rainbow Prison and talk to the Darkstar leader." "Thanks, warden." Han Shao smiled. "Please follow me." The warden led the way ahead, and Han Shao followed him into Rainbow Prison. He passed by one cell after another. In them were all Darkstar members. Han Shao even saw the former Darkstar officer Degulish. This guy had electromagnetic cuffs all over his body, and his face was numb and lifeless. Han Shao knew from one look that his life here was blissful. Finally, Han Shao arrived at the cell with the tightest security. The Darkstar leader was right inside. The warden opened the cell door personally and invited Han Shao to go in, while he wisely waited outside to give the two of them space for a private conversation. Han Shao walked into the cell, and the door closed behind him. The room was completely dark. He summoned a floating guard, which acted as a light source and lit up the room. freewebnovel.co. The Darkstar leader sat in the corner. Surprisingly, he was not listless and hopeless anymore. He stared at Han Shao with a complicated emotion in his eyes. "It's you." "Yes, it's me." "Yes, I've come." "Yes, I'm here to talk to you. I've answered your next 3 questions. Now, can we talk about something else?" Han Shao rolled his eyes. The Darkstar leader's words were stuck in his throat. "Why do you like to stop others from talking so much?" This time, the Darkstar leader suddenly realized that he and Black Star had been enemies for so long, but this was their first proper conversation. He could not help but feel that things had changed so much. Although it was said that the person who knows you best is your enemy, Darkstar realized that he knew almost nothing about Darkstar. He had no idea what kind of person the man that destroyed Darkstar almost all by himself was. Chapter 712 Darkstar's End. The Leader's Sacrifice. Chapter 712 Darkstar's End. The Leader's Sacrifice. Han Shao was surprised as he sized up the Dark Star leader. You look quite well. I've heard that the Ghidorah government is using controversial methods to solve the bloodline conflict. And they're doing much better than I did. The Dark Star leader's tone was complicated. From a war prisoner's perspective, you know rather a lot of what's happening out there, Han Shao joked. The Dark Star leader shook his head. Did you know? I'm going to be executed soon? Isn't your punishment indefinite imprisonment? freewebnovel.com. It changed, probably because of the Crimson Dynasty's request. The Dark Star leader sighed. Han Shao slightly nodded. The Crimson Dynasty wanted to suppress Clent's crimes as soon as possible. Thus, they wanted to kill this important witness. Since the political deal was completed, the Dark Star leader no longer had any value. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah did not reject the Crimson Dynasty's request. Although the Dark Star leader was a calamity-grade super that had some research value, on the political gambling table between civilizations, he was just a slightly bigger chip. What made Han Shao curious was, despite knowing that he would be executed soon, the Dark Star leader looked very calm. You don't hate me? Han Shao was curious. A few days ago I did, but not now. The Dark Star leader had a complicated look in his eyes. I was once lost. I made a deal with Clent. If I did some dirty work for them, they promised to build a home for the Ghidorah hybrids in the flickering world in the future. When I was captured by you, I thought everything was over, but I never expected that. When I was in the deepest despair, I would see real change. I've been thinking these few days. Dark Star's existence made Ghidorah realize the dangers of the bloodline conflict. Now that I've been captured, their last obstacle has gone. In order to avoid another me appearing, Ghidorah finally decided to completely solve the bloodline conflicts. Although the method is different from mine, the Ghidorah government is doing it much better than I did. Maybe you don't believe it, but everything I've done was to change the situation that the hybrids were in. However, my identity only allowed me to use extreme methods. The future I have been dreaming of is like a blurry shadow, far and unreachable no matter what I do. You're the one that made me see that it turns out my belief wasn't unachievable. Only I had to pay the price. That is my life. I don't hate you. If I wasn't captured by you, the discrimination transformation movement wouldn't have happened. To use my life to build a foundation for my dream, I have no regrets. You've given meaning to my death. The Dark Star leader's tone had a sense of relief, and he even smiled faintly. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and was unaffected. He slowly said, "Don't make yourself sound so noble. You're still a terrorist who's killed countless people." Han Shao would not pity a villain just because he confessed before his death. If the Dark Star leader had not been captured, he might not have been willing to give up his life even if he knew that it would change the hybrid situation. I know. The Dark Star looked down. Han Shao touched his chin and smiled. He had a wicked idea. However, your guess is wrong. You're not the reason that Ghidorah made up its mind to solve the bloodline conflict. You're not as important as you think you are. Then why? The Dark Star leader was confused. To be honest, I'm the one that convinced Serbia V to carry out the discrimination transformation movement. Han Shao raised his brows. The Dark Star leader's eyes opened wide. He could no longer stay calm and stood right up with shock. He did not think that Han Shao would come all the way to bluff before someone that was about to die. Why are you helping me? The Dark Star leader's lips were shaking. Han Shao tooted and said, "Help you? Are we close? Don't be sentimental. I have my reasons, but they have nothing to do with you." The Dark Star leader stayed silent. The person who had captured him was Han Shao, and the person that had completed his dream and belief was Han Shao. His emotions were complicated and tangled up. In the end, all the confusion and emotions became two sincere words of gratitude. "Thank you." Han Shao was a little surprised. He nodded and did not say anything. He felt that there was nothing more to talk about, so he turned around and was about to leave the cell. This time, the Dark Star leader suddenly spoke again. "Please wait. I have one last request, my only request." Han Shao turned around and asked, "What else do you want to say?" "You've risen in just 10 years, the Dark Star leader said slowly. "I've studied all your battles in the past, and I believe you have the blood of the fighter race that can absorb a part of the enemy's abilities by killing them. This is why your strength has been growing so fast. So, Han Shao narrowed his eyes. This was no secret, nor did he plan to hide it, so it would definitely be discovered, except no one would know that it was because of the player interface and would only think he was talented. The Dark Star leader took a deep breath. Rather than being executed by Ghidorah, I'd prefer to die in your hands. You have more rights to judge me than them. Plus, this is the only way I can pay you back, the Dark Star leader said with a relieved tone. Han Shao was shocked, and a notification suddenly popped up on the interface. You have triggered a unique hidden mission. The Dark Star leader's last wish. Mission introduction. You have destroyed Dark Star, but you also completed Dark Star's belief. The Dark Star leader hopes to die by your hand and give you his abilities. Mission requirement. Kill the Dark Star leader. Reward 150 million experience. 1 random reward. 2 abilities/talents of the Dark Star leader. A hidden mission. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. The mission to defeat the Germinal organization leader also rewarded him with 2 abilities or talents, which he received a molding talent from and started his path of being a boss. The Dark Star leader was also the boss of a major main storyline. This unique mission was a surprise of this visit and made him rather delighted. Han Shao took a long look at the Dark Star leader before raising his right hand. More than 10 mechanical force lightning chains launched from his palm into the void and connected to the storage of the Blacklight stealth at the dock, apostolizing the dozen powerful mechanical soldiers. Energy flowed into Han Zhao's body continuously through the mechanical force, and his own energy rank grew rapidly. Psionic energy appeared in his hand like a bubble, highly compressed and giving off horrifying energy. I accept, Han Shao said with a deep voice. The Dark Star leader exhaled and dissipated the tiny bit of energy in his body. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Outside the cell, the warden was walking back and forth, waiting for Han Shao to come out. At this time, a loud and violent explosion suddenly came from within the cell. The entire prison seemed to tremble. Boom! The warden was the closest to it, and he was almost deafened. His expression drastically changed, and he hastily yelled, "Your Excellency Black Star, what happened?" While he called for Han Shao, he opened the cell door. The moment the door opened, he saw what had happened inside, and his yell immediately stopped. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh splattered all over the floor and the walls, like someone had exploded from within. Han Shao had a psionic energy shield in front of him, so the splashed flesh and blood did not land on his body. A head was rolling on the floor. The warden looked at it, and it belonged to the Dark Star leader. You. The warden was dumbfounded. He begged me to kill him. You guys were going to execute him anyway, so I might as well help you with it. Han Shao deactivated the shield, glanced at the warden, and left the cell, leaving the warden to stand there stunned. The Dark Star leader was an important prisoner, so the warden did not know what to do as he looked at the gory cell. He let his deputy host Han Shao in his place while he endured the discomfort and hastily reported this to his superiors. The warden thought that he was going to get into big trouble, but when the superiors heard that Han Shao was the one that did it, they had no intention of holding anyone responsible. With Han Zhao's position in Ghidorah now, killing a death row prisoner was not a problem at all. Furthermore, the Dark Star leader had been captured by Han Shao in the first place. So Ghidorah was not so pedantic as to hurt their relationship with Han Shao for such a small matter. Could be said that Han Shao could almost do anything he wanted in Ghidorah. While being shocked by Han Zhao's influence, the warden hastily hurried back to the dock, worried that he might have made Han Shao unhappy earlier. He barely made it and waved Han Shao off. Han Shao activated autopilot before going to the training room. He opened the interface to look at the mission and receive the reward. You have completed the Dark Star leader's last wish. You have received 150 million experience. You have received 1 random reward. Han Shao nodded. His level was too high. Although 150 million was not little, it was not a lot. As usual, he did not use the random reward, which he now had 3 of. He was extremely confident with his own luck, so he decided to stock up and do a consecutive draw after completing Bloodline. The mission completion card was not a rare reward, so he probably would not need to touch Fiden to obtain it. The final reward was the highlight. You have received reward, 2 abilities/talents of the Darkstar Leader. Reminder: the Darkstar Leader is a mage, so some of the abilities have been adjusted to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select 2 from the 5 options below as the reward. Advanced Elemental Affinity. Talent. Plus 80% energy recovery speed. Trained Mind. Talent. Your mind has been to 100 secret places in secondary dimensions. Plus 20 psychological resistance. Plus 10% MYS. Plus 5% INT. Mysterious Vision. Ability. Plus 25% MYS. Duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown. 25 minutes. Cost. 450 energy. Painful Revenge. Ability. You can stimulate your cell potential through pain and gain strength exceeding your limits. For every 3% of health you lose, you can deal melee attack damage equal to 1.5% of your health. Cost. 300 energy. Luck Curse. Ability. Using your luck as a sacrifice, you pray for the blessing of the god of misfortune. Minus 90% LUK. Minus 90% LUK of the target. Duration 3 hours. No cost. Before the curse ends, this ability cannot be used again. These abilities are not too bad. Han Shao nodded. The spells of mages were powered by magic energy, which was not compatible with mechanics, so most of the spells were not in the range of the randomization. Only a small portion of the abilities could be adjusted to become compatible. This way, the low-level spells of the Darkstar Leader were all eliminated, and the chance of getting good abilities was higher. The Darkstar Leader was a boss-type character who had molding talents as well, but they would not appear as one of the options every single time. Han Shao was not disappointed. He only glanced at the options shortly before he made his choice. Chapter 713 Grade S Mission Reward. Chapter 713 Grade S Mission Reward. Mysterious Vision was useless, and Advanced Elemental Affinity was not very useful either. Recovering mana through the health mana cycle was much more efficient. Plus, Han Shao would not be short of mana because of apostolization. Trained Mind was not too bad, but its percentage increase was too little. In terms of psychological resistance, he had Advanced Mental Toughness. In terms of intelligence, he also had Research Theory and Battlefield Wisdom. Other than that, he had One Against the World and others. Although Trained Mind was not too bad, its bonus was nothing notable. In comparison, Han Shao felt that the last 2 abilities were more interesting. Painful Revenge was suitable given how tanky he was. It would give him the ability to basically reflect half of the damage to the enemy. It did not look a lot, but it would be quite considerable because of his recovery speed. He had about 200,000 health points. For example, if the damage dealt to him had accumulated up to 300%, Painful Revenge would be triggered 100 times, dealing about 300,000 damage, which would be quite a lot. Furthermore, his health points would increase as he leveled up, which meant that this ability had room to grow. Han Shao felt that this ability should be the result of adjusting Chain of Pain. Although it had its limitations due to the fact that it could only be triggered at close range, it would be very useful against those who tried to get close to him. After all, Focus Fire on myself was rather risky. Among Calamity Grade Supers, Han Shao was now at the very top, so he had to prepare for the eventuality of facing a Beyond Grade A Super. By then, he would definitely get beaten up quite badly, so reflecting the damage would be very useful. Furthermore, his close-range combat capability increased as he obtained the ability to apostolize his machinery. Close-range combat once again became one of his regular combat modes, so Painful Revenge would definitely be triggered. Han Shao had always wanted to let go of the getting beaten style, but to his resignation, he realized that he could not escape the fate of being a tank, and getting beaten up was still one of the most effective styles. Another thing that surprised him was Luck Curse, which he felt was the most valuable of all the rewards given in this mission. This ability was double-edged, since both his luck and the target's luck would reduce by 90%. However, with how many luck points he had, whether it was reduced or not would not make a difference since it would not go below 0. Han Shao did not believe that anyone would have lower luck than him. He was extremely confident in this. Han Shao had made up his mind the minute he saw Luck Curse. It was basically an ability to greatly reduce the target's luck without any side effects. It was a perfect fit for him. With a faint smile on his face, Han Shao confirmed the options. You have received Painful Revenge. You have received Luck Curse. Han Shao closed his eyes to feel the new abilities for a while. Then he opened his eyes and took a deep breath with content. The Darkstar leader gave me 2 decent abilities. It's indeed true that honest, loyal, and pure men like me get rewarded. Han Shao rubbed his hands and chuckled without any shame. After accumulating over a very long time, he had created a very strong combat ability that could defeat just about any calamity-grade super. However, he did not become overconfident at all. He knew more than anyone how powerful and strong beyond grade As were. Normal people would never be able to reach beyond grade A. Every single one of them was a boss among bosses. They all had plenty of molding talents and bug-like abilities. His style was far from being the most powerful among beyond grade As. For example, Aesop was almost almighty. Thousand Shadows abilities were extremely mysterious. Ames' force field was great for both attack and defense. The tyrant's body could penetrate fixed stars. Plus, there was the famous Mechanic Empire. The biggest specialty of his current combat style was just being tanky and difficult to kill. It needed further development. Now I just have to wait till Bloodline is complete. Then I will try to stock up on mission completion cards. 7 years is plenty. As long as I complete the level 200 promotion, I will be able to spend all the experience I've accumulated through version 2.0 and turn it all into actual strength and combat capability. Yesterday, under the monitoring of the Purple Crystal Civilization, Ghidorah's discrimination transformation movement was successfully completed. Serbia V has made a speech. He thinks that be it pureblood or hybrid, everyone should support Ghidorah as a whole and should not be divided due to their blood. From now on, they shall put aside their differences, fight and work for the Ghidoran civilization as one. Serbia V once met many obstacles during the process, and he became hated by many. Fortunately, after this process was completed, his achievement was finally recognized, and his support rate jumped up to 91.67%. The Purple Crystal Civilization thinks that in the long history of Ghidorah, Serbia V is undoubtedly one of the wisest and bold leaders. Okay, that will be all for the Garten Star System news today. See you on the beep. Serbia V turned off the virtual screen and looked at Han Shao and Rosalind on the opposite of the guest table with a delighted expression. The plan is finally over. From the bottom of my heart, I thank the 2 of you for your help. Rosalind gave a reserved smile before picking up the cup on the table and taking a sip of the specialty Ghidoran drink, displaying a nonchalant posture. Han Shao watched from beside and almost wanted to give her a thumbs up. What a professional in being pretentious. It seemed that every wrinkle on Serbia V's face was laughing. He was overjoyed. Having solved the illness that had plagued Ghidorah for countless years, he could predict that he would definitely be written in the history and textbooks as Ghidorah's hero. This could be said to be the biggest achievement. After all, as the saying went, a great man who isn't written in textbooks isn't really a great man. This opportunity was gifted to him by Black Star, who was sitting in front of him, so Serbia V was full of gratitude. In terms of reward, Serbia V said, "We shall follow the promise we made in the first place. First, a large amount of money and resources. Second, opening more resource purchasing channels. Third, more resource planet harvesting rights, and we will be providing the devices and manpower. Fourth, the borrowing right to the military factory to mass-produce spaceships for the Black Star Army. Fifth, the right to deploy our technical personals to cultivate professional talents for you. Last but not least, political support." Han Shao listened carefully with a straight face. Those were all pre-discussed terms. As for supplies and money, he did not care that much since he had so many resource planets now. The rights to borrow Ghidorah's military factory and deploy their technical personnel were not bad. The production rate of a star system civilization was not to be underestimated. Borrowing their hundreds of huge military factories across the star system would increase the efficiency of building spaceships tremendously. Deploying technical personnel to cultivate specialized research and development talents for the Black Star Army was also beneficial in the long run. However, compared to these rewards, the most important thing to Han Xiao was still the Bloodline mission that had never been completed in the previous life. This was also the first grade S mission that he had completed. The Bloodline mission on the interface was already shown as completed, but Han Xiao stayed patient and did not immediately look at it. Instead, he chatted with Serbia V for a while before taking his leave with Rosalind. After the two of them left, Serbia V stood up and looked at the bright sky outside from the window, thinking of the bright future ahead. At the same time, Rudy felt the same as Serbia V, full of anticipation of the future. The changes in his life were very noticeable and obvious. After the discrimination transformation movement, he realized that when he walked on the streets, the looks of discrimination and alienation all disappeared. His colleagues became friendly. His wife's family became passionate and not cold anymore. His boss gave him important matters to take care of and seemed to have plans to give him bigger responsibilities. His children were no longer quiet and alone in school and made many new friends. Everything was becoming better. His passion for life was reignited. Thank you, Serbia V. Thank you, Purple Crystal. Thank you, Black Star, for capturing the Dark Star leader. Rudy was filled with gratitude. Han Xiao took Rosalind to the spaceship and headed back. After entering hyperdrive mode, just as Han Xiao was about to look at the reward, Rosalind stopped him and asked with a curious expression, Black Star, do you really think that my brainwashing can completely change Ghidorah's bloodline discrimination and that it will not bounce back in the future? How would I know? It won't have anything to do with me even if it does. Yet you still trust me so much? Rosalind tooted. Even I don't know if this plan will work, but I feel like you're more confident than me despite not knowing the details of my Esper ability. I can see the future. If I say you can do it, you can do it. Han Xiao was in a hurry to complete the mission and receive the reward, so he was in no mood to chat with Rosalind. He gave her this ever-applicable excuse and hastily walked into the training room, leaving Rosalind standing there pondering. After closing the training room door, Han Xiao quickly opened the interface and looked at the notification of the mission. Bloodline completed. Mission rating B. Good. You have received 1,250,000,000 experience, 3 random rewards, plus 30,000 Ghidorah contribution points, 10 eternal dungeon crystals. 4. Ghidorah's history. You have received 1 political asset. Wow, 1.25 billion experience. That's more than 7 times what I got from the Darkstar leader's last mission, and almost at the reward standard of version 5.0. Han Xiao was surprised. This amount of experience was not little even to him, and it even gave him 3 random rewards, which was equivalent to completing 3 grade A missions with a high mission rating and exactly what he needed at the moment to get a mission completion card. Grade S missions all had very few clues, and their rewards were unknown before completion. Even Han Xiao had just found out about the reward of this mission. Maybe because he completed the mission using a controversial method, the mission rating was only good. After all, brainwashing was not the most stable way to solve the problem. However, Han Xiao had no idea how to complete this mission the usual way, so being able to complete it was already a great surprise. 30,000 Ghidorah contribution points would allow players to exchange many good equipment, but to him it was not all that useful. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. 10 eternal dungeon crystals were great. Eternal meant that they could be used repeatedly for a limited number of times every day. The dungeon, Ghidorah's history, S-level requirement was level 60 to 180, which was a very broad range. This meant that this was an enormous dungeon, and its rewards would definitely be very rich. Han Xiao would have no use for it, but those player guilds would definitely spend huge sums to buy these eternal dungeon crystals. This would basically give a guild a huge dungeon that they could enter every single day, providing their pro players continuous tests, allowing them to level up quicker and gain more resources. Although the dungeon creation right on the NPC interface could continuously create dungeons, it was not able to make any eternal dungeon crystals. Furthermore, guilds would definitely want to obtain a stable way of entering dungeons for themselves. Rich people loved to buy assurance with money. Han Xiao was more interested in the player's experience, not money, so selling them or not did not really matter. However, using these eternal dungeon crystals as high-level items in the faction store would be useful in attracting players. Han Xiao looked at the last reward. 1 political asset. Political asset. 1 Godaran civilization. You are loved by the Godarans. When trading with Godarans, you can buy at lower prices and sell at higher prices. Godora is willing to listen to your requests. You can make suggestions to the Godaran government directly. According to the rationality of the request, there's a slight chance the Godaran civilization will fulfill your request. This is a symbol of political influence. Your achievements are praised in the galaxy. When interacting with certain organizations or characters, plus 30% favorability gain rate. You have valuable experience. Plus 30% experience gained from all sources. Remarks: relationship with Godora has to be at reverence for the above effects to be active. It really is this thing. I thought I was mistaken. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Political assets and legendary points had the same characteristics, but political assets were rarer than legendary points. In his previous life, he had only seen it in other people's screenshots. He looked at the NPC interface. All of his reward quotas increased by 60%. The effect of a political asset was much better than a legendary point. In his previous life, Han Xiao had completed Grade S missions too, but they were either large-scale missions that many were involved in or challenge missions that consisted of fighting and killing. This was his first time completing such a complicated Grade S mission like Bloodline. Political assets had a lot of benefits. To Han Xiao, he felt that the most important effects were the 30% increase in favorability gain rate and experience gain. As long as he met the requirements, he would enjoy those bonuses forever. These 2 effects were applicable to the players as well. Obtaining political assets was extremely important. It required a lot of work and time, so these 2 effects were somewhat making up for that. Furthermore, the long-term rewards were higher than the expenses. If a player had 1 political asset, it meant that for the same time they spent on missions, they would gain more experience than everyone else. Their level would always be ahead, and they would have more excess experience to learn and level up abilities. As this continued, the difference between them and the other players would keep growing larger. In his previous life, Han Xiao had witnessed many guilds trying everything they could to obtain political assets for their players. Experience isn't Ames and has no physical form, so it can't be traded between players. This says that the bonus applies to experience gained from all sources. Does this mean that the experience I reap from the players will also increase by 30%? Han Xiao was looking forward to finding out. Experience only existed in the interface. Since there were cash items such as double experience cards and so on, him getting 30% bonus experience was not impossible. If that was indeed the case, the efficiency in him reaping leaks would see an explosive increase. Chapter 7:14 Dried Experience. Chapter 7:14 Dried Experience. Closing the mission reward notification, Han Xiao looked at his stocked-up random rewards. Including the Bloodline reward, he had 6 of them. 6 should be plenty. I'll give it a try. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to use the random rewards. Luck affected the chances of getting all kinds of good rewards, but a mission completion card was a rather low-value reward. So Han Xiao did not want to use the random reward after touching Fiden. He would have a higher chance of getting a mission completion card with his own luck. Randomizing. Complete. Your random reward type is Item. Please select 1 from the 3 options below. Double experience card. 2. Blank character summon card. 1. Large experience crystal. 3. Being used to not getting what he wanted on the first draw with a calm expression, Han Xiao looked at them and chose the blank character summon card to be used the next time he saw Ames. Randomizing. Complete. Your random reward type is Item. Please select 1 from the 3 options below. Energy Enhancement Aura, Cosmetic, Random Dungeon Crystal. 1. Gene Awakening Elixir, Normal. Han Xiao Tutade. 2 consecutive item type rewards but no mission completion card. This was not looking too good. These rewards are not good at all. Han Xiao touched his chin in resignation. As expected, touching Fiden or not really made a huge difference. Luck glow is so strong. I want it so badly. Seeing that nothing was good, Han Xiao chose the Energy Enhancement Aura, a cheap aura-type cosmetic. Its effect was to increase the appearance of energy attacks, making the beams look thicker and larger. It had no actual effects other than making the attacks look more intimidating and cooler. Randomizing. Complete. Your random reward type is Talent. Please select one from the 3 options below. Golden Ratio Body. Plus 3% STR. Plus 3% DEX. Plus 3% END. Plus 75 CHA. Electrical Eyes. Plus 25 CHA. Plus 5 LUK. 3. Sadomasochism. Plus 120 MYS. Minus 50 CHA. What the hell are these? Han Zhao's eyes twitched. One of the good things about being unlucky was that he would always see weird stuff. The second and the third choices were useless, so Han Zhao chose the Golden Ratio Body, which was better than nothing. Han Zhao took a deep breath and started to draw the 4th random reward. Randomizing. Complete. Your random reward type is Item. Please select one from the 3 options below. Mission Completion Card. 1. Small Experience Crystal. 13. Race Evolution Options Reshuffle Card Fragment. 2. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. After drawing for random rewards, he finally got a Mission Completion card. After selecting the Mission Completion, Han Zhao stayed patient and used the remaining 2 random rewards, which gave him 2 million experience and a common ability, Breaking Skull, which gave plus 40% critical chance when attacking the enemy's head with an 8-second cooldown. 1 Mission Completion card out of 6 draws. Not too bad. At least it solved the imminent issue. Han Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. 1 was enough to complete the promotion mission. After he completed the promotion, his experience would be spent up, so he would be in no hurry. He would have 7 years to slowly collect more mission completion cards. Han Zhao immediately used this new mission completion card. You have used Mission Completion Card. Self-challenge. Completed. Level 200 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. END bonus increased. 1 END equals 145 health equals 155 stamina. Han Zhao's heart trembled as if burning lava poured out from within and flowed through his entire body. He inhaled deeply and felt as if his body was melting. His cells were evolving. The pain lasted for quite a while before disappearing. Han Zhao was gasping for air and covered in sweat, but he was very energetic as if he had just finished a physical training. The level limit was removed. Han Zhao took a deep breath and spent all the experience on leveling up. His level increased from level 200 to level 207. Apostle Mechanic leveled up to level 12. Plus 240 energy. Plus 3 STR. Plus 4 DEX. Plus 5 END. Plus 10 INT. You have received 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point. He finally spent all his experience. Experience in his interface was just a number. It would only become valuable when he turned it into his own combat capability. The experience that he had obtained through version 2.0 was almost all gone. Han Zhao felt the energy in his body. He was now at his peak. I finally spent all the experience. Han Zhao looked at the notification and realized that his grade bonus had changed as well. When achieving the grade A standard of 10,000 energy rank, one would receive the grade A bonuses. For every 10,000 ONA after that, the bonus would increase. The original effect was plus 10 END plus 8 all resistances, plus 10% highest attribute, plus 5% other attributes, plus 30 free attribute points, and plus 5 potential points. After the grade bonus upgraded, it became plus 15 END, plus 12 all resistances, plus 15% highest attribute, plus 8% other attributes, plus 80 free attribute points, and plus 10 potential points. Han Zhao spent more than half of the free attribute points in intelligence and then put 40 into endurance. Endurance was now very beneficial to him. He had spent all the free attribute points in the early stages on intelligence, so he could slow down for a while. Furthermore, after his battle with Aesop, he was quite cautious about the attack of a beyond grade A, so more endurance would definitely only do him good. He then looked at his current attributes. Level 207. Main class, Mechanic. Race, Void Distorter, Human Form. Attributes, 504 STR, 946 DEX, 1040 END, 2859 INT, 432 MYS, 214 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points 0. Potential points 24. Health 251,780. Stamina 209,320. Energy 28,410. LV.12. LV.12 energy bonus attributes. Plus 169 STR, plus 239 DEX, plus 269 END, plus 336 INT, plus 206 MYS, plus 32,520 maximum stamina, plus 352% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic sense. Energy rank 24,668. Grade A+. Grade A bonuses. Plus 15 END, plus 12 all resistances. Plus 15% highest attribute, plus 8% other attributes, plus 80 free attribute points, plus 10 potential points. Remark: as a mechanic, you're among the top. As a tank, you're world-class. Are you really not considering becoming a tank? TSK. Machinery is the best, Han Xiao snorted internally. In order to complete his class advancement, he had spent 3 whole years, but between his class advancement and promotion, he did not take very long. This was all thanks to his accumulation earlier on. This promotion was not race evolution, so he did not undergo a tremendous change. Nonetheless, his health points grew very quickly. Compared to before the promotion, they had increased by 25%. Han Xiao could not imagine how tanky the tyrant would be. Other than having extremely high defense, he would probably have millions of health points. Level 207, one more step closer to beyond grade A. I've spent all the accumulated experience. With the experience standard of version 2.0, I may be able to level up 4 to 5 more times. I can only wait until the players return in order to quickly level up. Now I just have to stock up on more mission completion cards. As the Bloodline mission ended, Han Xiao went back to the headquarters and rested for a few days. Since his holiday had yet to end, he flipped through the mission list of the mercenary department of the army and looked for suitable missions for him to accept. The news that Black Star was out to do missions personally once again quickly spread across the Colton Star cluster and brought shock to many organizations. With Han Xiao's current position, why would he ever need to personally carry out missions? Plus, aren't you at war? How do you have time to personally do missions? Is the secret war this easy for you? The employers across the entire Colton Star cluster were overjoyed. With Black Star's strength, what kind of mission would he be unable to complete? For an amount of time, the mercenary department of the Black Star Army's business multiplied by 3 times. All because of Han Xiao. Those who successfully hired Han Xiao were flattered. Despite being the employer, their attitude toward Han Xiao was like Han Xiao was their employer. Han Xiao's method of carrying out these hiring missions could be simply described with one word: reckless. Be it eliminating rebels, clearing beasts, or chasing galactic pirates, all he did was crush them instantly. The enemies could not even resist. Han Xiao spent more time traveling than doing the missions. It was terrifying. Since Han Xiao was moving alone, he thought that Clint would once again send people to try assassinating him. However, after completing 7 missions, he still had not even seen a trace of any assassins. What had happened to Darkstar horrified Clint, so they were extremely cautious. Seeing that Han Xiao was alone outside, they immediately had specialized groups of people making deductions. With Black Star's position, there's absolutely no need for him to do those hires personally. Therefore, it's obvious that he's luring us to attack him. He definitely wants to replicate what happened to the Darkstar leader and make us the scapegoat once again. This guy is evil. Therefore, the Clintons looked at Han Xiao wandering alone with a sneer on their faces. Humph, your intentions are too obvious. We see right through them. We will definitely not fall for it. Furthermore, Clint had just been hit politically, so they wanted to keep a low profile for some time. Clint also could not think of anything that could threaten Han Xiao at all, so they had no intention of attacking Han Xiao for the time being. When Han Xiao was doing missions and stocking up on random rewards, the the various departments of the Black Star Army were developing steadily as well. The first batch of investments for Vilna were spent in the first 3 months. Following Han Zhao's orders, Reynolds invested another 150 million anas. On the floating Dragon Island dock, 1,000 battleships were parked neatly in their various models. Among them were 2 enormous flagships as the core of the fleet. The spaceships of the galactic pirates were pushed to the corners of the dock. They shivered and did not dare to have any objections. This was because the exterior armor of these 1,000 battleships was painted with the same image light green void dragon head with a throne below it inside a ring. This was the mark of the second field team of Floating Dragon. Vilna took a few assistants to accompany Aesop and Jenny in inspecting this fleet. We now have 1,000 star system produced battleships and 300,000 galactic warriors, including 450 grade B supers and 240,000 grade C supers. The remaining are grade D and below, mainly responsible for the management, logistics, transport, and others. Vilna introduced the current scale of the second Floating Dragon field team to the 2 of them. It has only been half a year. This is great, Aesop complimented. It's mainly because of Black Star's help, Vilna said. It's difficult to even make money on my own. How much did he spend? Jenny asked with a frown. 70 million anas initially and another 150 million anas a few days ago. Vilna swallowed her saliva. Even as a calamity-grade super, she was still shocked by Han Zhao's generosity. How generous! Jenny's brows stopped frowning, and she slightly snorted. She touched her slowly deteriorating hairline with resignation. The maintenance cost of these troops is about 8.5 million anas every month, Vilna cautiously added. Black Star is the one maintaining that right now, but in the future, it's a little expensive, Jenny subconsciously replied before suddenly pausing. She suddenly realized that she had almost never given Han Zhao any funding or maintenance fees at all. Although the Black Star Army was Floating Dragon's field team, they had been responsible for their own expenses and still handed over a part of their profits to her every month. As the Black Star Army almost never requested any funding from Floating Dragon, she had not really thought about it. Only now did she realize that the Black Star Army was really independent, and they were probably passionately expanding their business to earn the maintenance fees too. Jenny shook her head and felt that she really was not a very great butler. Black Star built a fleet for you without caring about the cost, Aesop said. It seems that he's made up his mind on leaving. Vilna, you must think of ways to make profits for this fleet. We will provide the maintenance fee of this team of yours in the future. We don't need the field team to be too large, or the cost will be too high. You can't keep accepting Black Star's help. You don't have his ability to make money, so you must learn to control your fleet size. Oh, okay. Vilna hastily nodded. Jenny, who stayed silent on the side for a while, could not help but admit, Black Star really is a rare talent. Aesop nodded in agreement before adding with resignation, sadly, he's growing too fast. Someone this talented will not serve others forever. Chapter 7:15 7 years. Chapter 7:15 7 years. As Aesop, Vilna, and Jenny were chatting, a most familiar spaceship to all 3 of them came from afar. It was Han Zhao's Blacklight Stealth. Why is he here? The 3 of them were surprised. They were just talking about Han Zhao and speak of the devil. The Blacklight Stealth squeezed into the Floating Dragon Island's dock. The hatch opened, and Han Zhao stepped out. He looked around at the shivering galactic pirates around, curled his lips, and then looked at Aesop, Jenny, and Vilna. Yo, you're all here. Why have you come back? Jenny snorted. It's been a long time since I last saw you, and I've missed you. Especially that pretty hairline of yours. I missed it so much I could barely sleep at night. By the way, have you had time to sleep recently? Han Zhao raised his brows. After knowing Jenny for so long, he knew very clearly of how to piss her off. You're such an asshole. Being hit where it hurt, Jenny clenched her teeth, turned around, and stomped away as if the ground was Han Zhao's face and she wanted to stomp a hole in it. Han Zhao then looked at Vilna and said, What were you guys doing? We were inspecting the second field team. Vilna stuttered with a slightly blushed face. Han Zhao was the one that had spent the money to build this team, and Aesop had just told her that this was a symbol of Han Shao showing his decision of leaving. With Han Shao suddenly appearing, she felt very uncomfortable, as if she had been caught in the act. Being extremely experienced, Aesop was not awkward at all. He changed the topic and said, "Are you looking for Ames? She doesn't know you're back, so she should be in the palace training. Go find her." Han Shao nodded. He casually patted Vilna's head till her face was completely blushed, and then he finally walked away satisfied. Although Vilna was a calamity grade, her personality was too soft, and Han Shao could not help but tease her every time he saw her. After all, she would be his successor in the future, so he was casual when treating her. He had just completed a mission that happened to be near the floating dragon island, so he decided to make a trip there. While he was there, he was also going to use the blank character summon card on Ames. Near the palace, Han Shao saw Gila and Aurora, and his eyes sparkled. Gila was wearing a tight red battle suit made of high-strength nanofiber. Compared to 3 years ago, her body was even sexier. Her appearance and vibe had become more aligned with the goddess of death that she had been in his previous life, cold and indifferent. Aurora had grown quite a bit taller, too. She was still smaller than Gila overall, but not smaller at all at some places. It was clear that she had developed her vital energy Esper ability very well. The foreheads of both of them were covered in sweat marks as they walked out of the palace. It seemed like they had just finished training. Upon seeing Han Shao, the two of them stopped simultaneously. "Whoa! Are you here to see us?" With surprise all over her face, Aurora pounced into Han Shao's arms and hugged him. Gila's eyes twitched as she slowly walked over. All right, they're big enough." Han Shao quickly pushed Aurora away by her head, then sized the two of them up. "It looks like you guys have trained well under Ames." Both sisters had grade S Esper ability potential, so they had grown at an astonishing speed. The energy they gave off had reached grade B, with Gila giving off stronger energy. Han Shao speculated that Gila's energy rank should be about around 6,000. In the original storyline, she reached Calamity grade in version 3.0. Although she's not increasing her strength by slaughtering countless lives, with her potential and how hard she's working, the possibility of her reaching the Calamity grade within the next 7 years should be quite high. Han Shao patted Aurora's head, paused, and said to Gila, "When you're at Calamity grade, come back to help me." Given how strong Gila had been in her previous life, she would definitely be a great help when she reached grade A. As a very powerful healer, Aurora would also be able to effectively reduce the casualties of his officers. Both of them would be fantastic additions to his army. "Okay," Gila nodded and replied very decisively. "I thought you would hesitate. After all, it's safe here with Ames. Haven't you always prioritized safety?" With an expressionless face, Gila said, "This is something we agreed on. Plus, when I'm at Calamity grade, I will be able to protect Aurora. Since we're here in the universe, we can't possibly stay in one place all the time instead of exploring the world. Furthermore, she is now capable of protecting herself to some extent." Han Shao looked at Gila and said, "Why do I feel like you didn't really mean that?" "Humph." Gila looked away. She did not train so hard just to protect Aurora in the galaxy, but also to be able to help Han Shao as soon as possible to repay him. With her strong personality, she had to repay others for their help. Furthermore, she would be able to see Han Shao often if she worked for him. She could only see Han Shao once in a very long time while training on Floating Dragon Island, so she rather missed him. "Are you here to see Her Excellency Dragon Emperor?" Gila asked. "Yeah. She should be in the garden, go see her then." Gila looked down. Han Shao was just about to walk into the palace when Gila suddenly stopped him and asked, "How strong have you really become?" She was not at Han Zhao's level yet, and the news was mostly exaggerated, so she had been very curious about how strong Han Shao really was. I should be able to beat 100,000 of you without using both of my hands." Han Shao smiled. Gila clenched her teeth in her mind. She had known Han Shao for the longest, but now she could not even see Han Zhao's footsteps. In the garden, Ames was floating in the air, looking up at a dim star at the edge of the sky. Hearing the footsteps, she glanced down and slowly landed before Han Shao. Her smooth, silky hair and her thin black dress waved with the wind. "You're back, Black Star." Ames smiled and complimented, I've heard about you funding the second field team. You've done well. Everything is easy with enough money. Han Xiao chuckled as he secretly used the blank character summon card on Ames. Why did you come back to see me? Ames blinked. Freewebnovel.com. Do I need a reason to come to see you? Of course, Han Xiao was not going to say that it was because of the blank character summon card. You've become less and less cautious in front of me. That's because we're very close now, aren't we? Han Xiao joked. Is that the only reason? Ames stared at Han Xiao's eyes with a faint smile. Black Star had become stronger and stronger, and his position was also growing continuously. The differences between the two of them in every regard were shrinking at a very high speed. Black Star became more casual when facing her, not as a subordinate of her anymore but more like an equal. Ames suddenly said, How long has it been since the last time I went to tour your territory? Han Xiao thought about it and said, Quite a few years. Why? The last time that Ames toured the Black Star Army was when version 2.0 just started. It was then that she had taken Gila and Aurora as her students. It's only been a few years, and your organization has already grown to what it is today. Black Star, how about you take me to tour your territory once again? Ames slanted her head and gave Han Xiao a smile that he did not understand. Han Xiao was a little surprised, but he was used to how random Ames was. He thought about it, and it seemed that there was no reason for him to reject her. He felt that it was most likely because Ames was extremely bored, so he nodded and said, Sure, since the boss wants to do a tour, I will accompany you. I'm on holiday anyway. Let's go to the Black Star Army headquarters, what do you say? You decide. Ames smiled. The two of them left immediately. Aesop was still inspecting the troops when he saw with resignation that in the short time Han Xiao left, he had already kidnapped Ames and taken her away. The Blacklight stealth returned to the headquarters. The two of them alighted the spaceship, and Han Xiao took Ames to tour the various areas of the headquarters. In the process, the many Black Star Army members that passed by them all gave them strange looks. The rumors of the two of them going separate ways never stopped. Now that they saw their captain appearing together with Ames, many felt strange. Currently, Ames was still the boss of the Black Star Army, so it looked like she was there to do an inspection. As the two of them walked, Han Xiao explained and introduced the various areas while Ames kept quiet. Very soon, they finished touring all the areas in the headquarters and arrived at Han Xiao's office. All the officers in the headquarters had been summoned there by Han Xiao, waiting to meet Ames in the office and be inspected. As soon as Ames walked in the door, the Black Star Army officers all stood up and nodded, giving the Beyond Grade A their respect. Ames looked around and saw Herluz and the others. She smiled and said, I remember some of you. You've all been working with Black Star for a very long time. You're Herluz, right? Ames came before Herluz, smiled, and nodded. I can see your potential. You should be able to reach Calamity Grade. Herluz's face became joyous. He had always been troubled by this, and now he felt much more relieved. He trusted the judgment of a Beyond Grade A. Ames then came before Erosia. Seeing that she was still cold as always, she smiled and did not say anything. She then walked up to Sylvia and patted Sylvia's head. What a smart kid. I feel you have the potential to become a Calamity Grade 2. Sylvia's eyes opened wide, and she felt a little bit weird. She felt that Ames seemed to like guessing others' potential, and she wondered if it was Ames' strange habit. Ames stopped for a while in front of every officer and spoke a few words. Every officer reacted differently. Phaidon smiled gently. Harmon was lost. Reynold was solemn. Rosalind was indifferent. Carmby, Marion, and Missisek were overjoyed. Lastly, Ames came to Loggy and gave him a few more glances. Didn't expect you to be the former Forbidden Sorcerer Commander under Austin. Sigh, what good does that do? I'm still fired. Loggy sighed. He was used to seeing Beyond Grade so he was the most casual among all the officers. Ames smiled and walked back to Han Xiao. The officers did not speak, all intimidated by Ames. Okay, Black Star. I'll be going back now. So soon? Han Xiao was stunned. Was she not going to stay and play for a few days after going all the way there? I've seen what I wanted to see. Ames shook her head. The rise of the Black Star Army was too quick, and observing the Black Star Army was equivalent to observing Han Zhao's ambition. She had found the answer to what she wanted to know. Maybe, I'm really not suitable to be his leader. Having understood what Ames meant, Han Zhao sighed in his mind and told the officers to scatter as he took Ames back to the dock. The two of them stayed silent on the way. Give me a spaceship, I'll go back myself. You don't have to make another trip, Ames said. Okay. Han Zhao called the person in charge of the dock over and told him to bring a spaceship over. As the two of them waited for the spaceship on the dock, Ames suddenly spoke without even turning her head. A few years ago, you told me you were going to join the secret war, but you did not seek my help. Why? Han Zhao coughed and said, your position is too sensitive to take part in the secret war. I notified you and you didn't stop me, so I took it as you allowed it. Back then, you didn't show any signs of wanting to take part in it, so I didn't seek help from you. Why didn't you try? What is that supposed to mean? Han Zhao frowned, but he could only see the back of Ames' head. He changed the topic and said, a few years ago when I was ambushed by Thaos. Ahem. Clint, I asked for your help, but you didn't agree to help me. Han Zhao was talking about when he asked for Ames' help during the third round of Prey and was rejected. If you insisted back then, I would have still agreed. If you insisted on asking me to join the secret war, I might not have rejected. Though I don't like to be involved in these things, Ames said with a calm tone. Han Zhao could not see her face, so he could only speculate what she meant from her tone. You mean that you want to take part in the secret war? I'm no longer needed. Ames paused and changed the topic. Ever since the first day I met you, I've never seen you stop your footsteps. Why? Are we doing quizzes now? When did you start to speak in such a mysterious way? Han Zhao's lips twitched. He thought for a moment and said with resignation, it's not time to stop. You have the choice to stop, but I don't. What are you afraid of? Han Zhao's eyes were slightly moved, and he did not answer. At this time, a spaceship finally stopped in front of Ames. The hatch opened, and the gangway was lowered. Ames stretched her body. Her clothes tightened and highlighted her cursive, beautiful waist. She sighed and softly said, I hope you're willing to stop one day and look at the scenery along the way. This universe has an end no matter how enormous it is, but ambition has no limits. Then, she boarded the ship and closed the hatch, blocking herself from Han Zhao's view, never letting him see her expression. Han Zhao watched as the spaceship turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then he sighed and massaged his temples. He had a feeling that Ames had changed, and her mood had become more unpredictable. When did she start to change? Han Zhao pondered. The conflict between the Crimson Dynasty and the Federation of Light affected the entire galaxy. All the star fields were affected by the Crimson Tide. It was a time of chaos. Big and small wars were also happening in the various star clusters in the Shattered Star Ring. The Crimson Tide swept the entire galaxy. Comparatively, the chaos in the Shattered Star Ring was just the tip of the iceberg. The situation of the secret war was many times more complicated compared to his previous life. More people were involved, and more accidents happened that had never happened originally. Nonetheless, overall, the situation was still a stalemate between the Bloodshed Land and Section 0. War meant opportunities. No one fought wars for the sake of fighting wars. The Black Star Army was slowly expanding and benefiting. Han Zhao was very active in the secret war and became the brightest star on stage. Like a violent river that never stopped or flowed backward, the secret war became more and more intense in the midst of this chaos that affected the entire universe. In the flames of war, 7 years passed in this universe. Chapter 716, New Version Crimson Tide. Chapter 716, New Version Crimson Tide. Galaxy Calendar. Year 704, 17th day of the 7th month. In the Black Star Army headquarters. Clank. On the alloy walkway, a tall, curvaceous figure strode with her alloy boots making a clanking sound when coming into contact with the alloy ground. Her white-gold female armor only covered her important locations, and she wore a black nanoform-fitting suit on the inside. A few warriors from the lower rungs of the Black Star Army turned into the walkway and were wearing a similar uniform to that lady. The moment they saw her approaching from afar, their expressions turned solemn, and they stood up straight to give a salute. "Your Excellency, Chief Administrative Official." Her footsteps paused for a while, and she revealed a smile in response. Her smile was like the blooming roses and radiant sunlight. The few warriors were stunned into silence and only came back to their senses after she walked far away. How beautiful! She is the #1 beauty of the Black Star Army indeed. If only I can catch her eye. You must be dreaming. Her Excellency Sylvia is a Calamity-grade super and the chief disciple of His Excellency Black Star. How could you possibly catch her eye? The lady who walked afar revealed a helpless expression as she heard the conversation between the two. She was Sylvia. In the past 7 years, she had put in all her effort into training herself, struggling for survival. After a series of suffering, her latent potential was finally realized, and she had stepped into the Calamity grade before version 3.0. With her strength growing, her fame grew as well. She became the chief administrative official of the Black Star Army, and people finally began to acknowledge her title as Black Star's chief disciple. A Calamity-grade super had a long lifespan, and Sylvia had transformed into a beauty over the past 7 years. She had a tall, curvaceous figure with her long hair drifting in the wind. She was a beauty who deserved 9.5 points at the very least. Being a beauty who was both powerful and had a high status, Sylvia became the target for many males within the Black Star Army. Among all the officers, her popularity had only lost to Phaidon. Sylvia walked all the way to the rooftop of the base. This was the highest point in the Black Star headquarters, and it was surrounded by bright, twinkling stars all around. Looking up, one could see planet Golden Gate like it was hanging down from the sky. At this moment, there were many officers standing on the rooftop, and they all turned around to look at Sylvia. After glancing at those present, Sylvia could tell that pretty much all the important officers in the Black Star Army were present today. Vice Commander Loggy, Logistics Manager Reynold, Fleet Commander Herluz, Culture Instructor Rosalind, and so on. There were more than 20 people present with 15 Calamity-grade supers among them. Everyone is here. Have you completed what I asked you to do? A deep voice sounded, and when Sylvia looked toward the source of this voice, a tall figure was standing at the edge of the rooftop. He was dressed in black with his back facing the crowd. It was Han Xiao. Everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Sylvia nodded. Very good. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao turned around with a calm expression and a tinge of excitement in his eyes. Compared to 7 years ago, his appearance had not changed much, and he still looked as young as before. However, he had indeed been through plenty in the past 7 years, and the wrinkles were not shown on his face but his heart. His aura had become more stable and unfathomable. All the officers present had personally experienced Han Xiao's change. If Han Xiao was like a ferocious lion with a tyrannical aura 7 years ago, Han Xiao gave them the impression of a majestic lion at the moment. Apart from Loggy, all other officers present would be pressured by just looking him in the eye. Today was the day for version 3.0 to be launched. Han Xiao had waited for this day for a very long time. It has been a full 10 years. Han Xiao lamented in his heart. To the players, these 10 years were nothing more than background story, but Han Xiao had personally experienced the full 10 years. In order to prepare for the launch date of version 3.0, Han Xiao had made many preparations beforehand. All his officers had arrived personally to report the progress of their preparations to him. They had only done as they were instructed but did not know the reason for it. Compared to his previous life, version 3.0 had quite a bit of changes. In the past 7 years, the secret war had become more and more intense. However, due to his interference, Clint was not as powerful as in his previous life, and both Section 0 and Bloodshedland had some wins and losses. Section 0 was not on the passive side like before, and both parties were locked in an intense battle. The battlefield was no longer limited to Westwind, Kaya, and Chaida. 2 more star systems had been dragged into the war. The Secret War was one of the main storyline missions in version 3.0 within the Shattered Star Ring. Because of Han Xiao's presence, the Secret War was far more complicated than in his previous life, with many more organizations participating in it in secret. When the players returned, their first main storyline mission would be the secret war that had been modified by Han Xiao. In the past 7 years, the various operations of the Black Star Army had mainly been focused on the war, mining, and employment missions. The Black Star Army had developed steadily and successfully gained firm footing in many different star systems. The Black Star Army was spread across the Colton Star Cluster with more than 500 satellite bases, 300,000 battleships, 100 million members, and a net worth of over $1 trillion. With such a large organization, it would be a piece of cake for them to take care of 1 million players. Furthermore, version 3.0 would be the time for new players to enter. With the performance that the Chinese players showed in the second Pro League, there would definitely be many new Chinese players joining the game. The Black Star Army had the capability to groom these new players. The 7 years of war had given Han Xiao a never-ending stream of experience. He was currently at level 211, and it would have been tough for the players to provide for his requirements during version 2.0. Thus, version 3.0 would be a good opportunity for him to increase his strength rapidly again. Han Xiao also took the time to complete more than 100 employment missions and had a stash of mission completion cards. Han Xiao's preparations over the past 7 years were akin to sharpening his own blade. It could be said that he was fully prepared for the upcoming harvest. Han Xiao took a deep breath and looked up at Planet Golden Gate. Opening the interface, he looked at the counter counting down. Version 3.0 activated. Fetching data. Fetching data done. Player forum open. Welcome to Galaxy version 3.0. Crimson Tide. It's finally begun. The player's strength would only have a qualitative change in version 3.0. The difference between 1 million grade C supers and 1 million grade B supers was like the difference between heaven and earth. This version shall be the generation for the Black Star Army to rise. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and his lips curled up slightly. He then turned around to face the officers and waved his hands. Send out all our spaceships, at the same time on Planet Golden Gate. Because the Black Star Army headquarters had been shifted away, base number 1, which was situated on Planet Golden Gate, had been changed to a local agency for the Black Star Army. There were not many present, and the entire place was extremely silent. All of a sudden, the entire base was covered in white light, and the players appeared one after another. The empty base was instantly filled with people, and the silent base became bustling with activity. Haha, we can finally come online. It's a new version. It's already version 3.0, and we still can't take off our pants? Bad update. A male player roared in rage. My goodness, it is already version 3.0, and the pants stripping party still hasn't given up? We will always be around and never leave. Long Sky is so cool. How Tion is so cool. There were still some who were trapped in the second Pro League. In the base, the players all chatted with each other excitedly, and the entire base was bustling like a market. Before the update, many players had logged off in the various bases, with the number of players in base number 1 being the most. More than 100,000 players had appeared in base number 1. Frenzied Sword was also among the first wave of players to log on. After the Pro League ended, he took a good break. However, he was a professional player and could not afford to fall behind during the release of the new update. Thus, all the professional players all logged in at the very first moment. Frenzied Sword, Hao Tion, King Admiral Li Gu, and the others had all logged off in base number 1. They all gathered together and instinctively opened the interface to check any changes. Our attributes and skills didn't change, but the level limit has been increased. The level limit in version 3.0 seems to be 120, Hao Tion said. The faction interface is still present. Thankfully, the Black Star Army didn't close shop. Frenzied Sword and many others heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Black Star Army was still around, the faction contribution points that they had spent a great deal of effort to accumulate would not be wasted. After checking their attributes on the interface, the professional players all heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the other players also snapped out of their initial excitement and got to work. Having experienced the previous version refresh, the players knew what they should do. The most important thing to do after the update was to understand what had changed in the world. Including the professional players, All the players in the base took out their communicators to see how long had gone by since the last time they logged in. Looking at the date, everyone was immediately shocked. My goodness! It has been a full 10 years? Isn't this a little too long? Will the NPCs from the previous version have forgotten about us? Version 1.0 and 2.0 were only separated by about a year, but this was multiplied by 10 times. How terrifying! Truly terrifying. Could this be because of the main storyline in this version? Could it be that 10 years was required to develop the main storyline? I remember Black Star personally revealing the existence of the Crimson Dynasty in one of Bunhitdog's videos. Bunhitdog analyzed that version 3.0 will very likely be related to the Crimson Dynasty. Could this be why this version is called Crimson Tide? It had been a full 10 years since the previous version. This discovery truly shocked all the players. This was the longest time skip between versions. Everyone discussed the changes as they looked around the base to see the changes over the past 10 years. Everyone quickly realized something strange. In the past version, this base was the headquarters of the Black Star Army and had many NPC mercenaries around all the time. However, the base was extremely silent now without a single NPC in sight. It was as though the entire base had been deserted. Could it be that something happened to the Black Star Army? Someone opened up the Mercenary Alliance page and realized that the resume of the Black Star Army had disappeared. Following which, everyone then attempted to open up the child AI program of the Black Star Army but received an insufficient authority. Please sign up again message. In the past 10 years, Philip had updated its child program many times, and the program in the players' hands was completely useless. They had to obtain approval from the Black Star Army and submit a new application before they could use the program. This discovery was instantly spread among the players, and everyone immediately grew nervous. Almost all the Chinese players were in the Black Star Army, and the Black Star Army was already their own faction. The players were desperate to find out what had happened to the Black Star Army in their absence. Let's go take a look first. Frenzied Sword was the most anxious, and he left the base with the other professional players behind him. With someone in the lead, the players all swarmed out of the base and realized that there was not a single guard present. Walking out of the base, the players realized that base number 1 was much smaller than before, as though it had been renovated. Many regions had been dismantled, and it seemed extremely desolate. Upon realizing this, Frenzied Sword and the others could not help but feel nervous. The busy streets of Planet Golden Gate were located right outside the base, and the buildings were all covered in a warm evening sun. The street was completely filled with players, and some players had no choice but to activate their mechanical suits to fly up into the sky. They immediately got into action and searched for NPCs to find some clues. Not too far away, there were a few Goddard pedestrians and Frenzied Sword, Hao Tian, and the others immediately rushed forward. What do you guys want? This pedestrian looked a little frightened. Don't be afraid. We only want to ask you some questions, Frenzied Sword hurriedly replied. The pedestrian nodded with a tinge of fear and caught a glimpse of the Black Star logo on Frenzied Sword's mechanical suit. His expression immediately changed, and he asked, "You guys are from the Black Star Army?" Everyone's face lit up. This person still knew about Black Star even after 10 years. This meant that there was some hope. Frenzied Sword hurriedly pointed to base number 1 and asked, "Can I ask if that is still the headquarters of the Black Star Army?" "You guys are from the Black Star Army. Why do you have to ask me that question?" The pedestrian had a queer look on his face but still replied honestly, "That is no longer the Black Star Army headquarters." "Then where is the Black Star Army headquarters located?" Frenzied Sword asked. The pedestrian pointed up toward the sky and said, "It's up there, in the sky." Frenzied Sword and the others looked up doubtfully, and their faces immediately froze in place with their jaws dropping in shock. All the players then looked up with their mouths wide open as though someone had cast a spell on them. A gigantic metal planet floating outside the atmosphere of Planet Golden Gate appeared in their eyes. There was no need for them to even search. They would not be able to pretend that they could not see such a gigantic planet. Could it be that the gigantic stronghold about the size of a planet was the current headquarters of the Black Star Army? The 100,000 or so players were completely dumbfounded. In version 2.0, the Black Star Army's headquarters had only been a single base. But after 10 years, the army had a planet that was not smaller than Planet Golden Gate as their headquarters. Just what did the Black Star Army experience over the past 10 years? Just what did they miss? Chapter 717 Changing in a Blink. Chapter 717 Changing in a Blink. Oh my goodness, the headquarters is actually this huge toy. How much money is it worth? The Black Star Army could not have taken over the entire Garten star system already, right? Just as the hundreds of thousands of players looked up toward the sky with dumbstruck expressions, their interfaces all vibrated as they received a notification. Frenzied Sword recovered from his stupor, immediately opening the interface, and a look of joy appeared on his expression. All the players who belonged to the Black Star Army had received the same faction mission. 10 years, the first link. Mission introduction. The winds of change have blown, and the years passed quickly. 10 years have been and gone, and the situation in the universe is turbulent, with many undercurrents moving. You will participate in the tidal waves of this era. It is time for you to return to your team. Mission requirements. Proceed to the nearest Black Star Army satellite fortress. Reward, 15,000 experience plus 300 Black Star Army favorability. This is a chain mission. Han Shao had been watching the time for the players to come online. It was precisely he who had issued the mission for everyone to return through the faction interface. This was to allow the players to be guided to understand the new version and not allow them to run off with a head full of fog. Because Han Zhao's wording was formal, it was akin to a new mission for the players. In any case, any mission issued through the player interface would be a legitimate mission. With the players having just touched on the new version, it was the period where they were most eager to understand the changes that had happened in the galaxy. This mission was akin to a beacon in the dark, like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey, attracting their attention through creating an itch in their hearts. This is the guiding mission released by the new version. As long as we follow this, we will understand where the storyline has advanced. Believe me, there will not be any problems in doing so. Bunhit Dog had a firm look of confirmation. To actually be a storyline mission released by the Black Star Army faction. Frenzied Sword's eyes lit up. This should be a hint that the Black Star Army will play an important role in version 3.0. No one would reject the guided mission for this storyline version, and the majority of the players had their own thoughts on their next course of action. They would go over to the dock to take a spaceship, which would ferry them into the sky to squeeze into that sky fortress. Just as everyone had the thought in their heads, in the direction of the Black Star Army's satellite headquarters appeared many tiny black dots the size of sesame seeds. They expanded at a rate visible to the naked eye and turned out to be a fleet with the insignia of Black Star on them. They hovered above the heads of the tens of thousands of players, the stable anti-gravity device installed in them not even raising a wind. Those present could not help but pause in shock. At this moment, the bottom of the battleships opened, releasing traction beams toward the ground. At the same time, the cabin crew spoke through the loudspeakers, broadcasting their voices throughout the sky of the entire city. All members of the Black Star Army, please board the fleet. I repeat, all the members of the Black Star Army board the fleet. All of them were spaceships that Han Shao had specially deployed to escort the players. The players present did not imagine that the Black Star Army would actually send someone to pick them up, causing them to feel incredibly surprised. This was Ghidorah's planet. To be so unbridled in the city, was the Black Star Army so powerful now? Freebnovel.cm. All signs indicated that the Black Star Army was no longer the same. The players could not wait to know what had happened in the past decade. Everyone lined up to board the spaceship, and the fleet returned right after taking in the passengers. After boarding the ship, the players started to take action, asking the NPCs around the ship to uncover more intelligence. However, the distance from Planet Golden Gate to their headquarters was too short, not even needing half a minute to arrive there. The players who wished to gather intelligence could only dispel their thoughts. The Black Star Army headquarters grew larger as they got closer, allowing the players to see more details of this armed satellite fortress. The ground was full of defensive measures, all kinds of weird devices, and there was even a huge thruster. Rather than calling it an armed satellite fortress, it might as well as be called a satellite battleship. The pro players gathered together and observed through the porthole. Frenzied Sword could not help but click his tongue. This thing looks freakishly strong. Rather than a satellite, it is more apt to call it a weapon. I recall that in the previous version, having tens of thousands of flagships was already extremely scary. To think that the moment this version opens, there's something even scarier appearing. There was no such thing in the previous version, if I remember, how Tion mused. We don't even know if this was designed by Black Star. Maple Moon was curious. Very quickly, the fleet reached the airport, and the tens of thousands of players streamed out, quickly occupying a large area of the dock and looking around, curiously taking in their surroundings. 201. They arrived, the players felt the lively atmosphere. There were NPCs milling about, every one of them carrying the insignia of the Black Star Army. This was far more crowded than looking at the base from the planet's surface. Is this our new headquarters? Why are there no NPCs to welcome us? What do we do next? Just as the players started to hesitate, their interface changed, showing the completion of the first chain mission, 10 years. Han Shao immediately released the second chain mission. 10 years, the second link. Mission introduction. In the past decade, Galaxy has undergone huge changes. You need to review the deeds of the Black Star Army in the past decade. Mission requirements. Update and activate the internal procedures of Black Star Army, and watch the video lesson, History of the Black Star Army, required. Reward, 25,000 experience, plus 500 Black Star Army favorability. Han Shao had been observing the players' movements from inside the base. He did not need to show himself but used the mission function to dictate the players' movements. This would be more natural and secretive. This must be the backstory for the new version. I told you, there'll definitely be some notification for this version. Just like in version 2.0. How convenient. I thought we'd have to look for leads ourselves. Frenzied Sword's eyes gleamed. He was actually thinking about what had happened between the two versions. He did not expect this guiding mission to directly publish the information they most wanted to know. How good this was. Their mission requirement was to update their internal procedures, which was the Philip subprogram. This was the toy installed by all members of the Black Star Army and contained the ability to check their resumes, accumulated achievements, browse the faction store, call airdrop supplies, and more. The tens of thousands of players took out their communicators and opened their subprograms. This time, there was some response for them at last. Philip's virtual image turned into a 3D projection, which was suspended above the communicator. Coordinate detection. Coordinates confirmed. Your current position is the base of the Black Star Army. Permissions have been unfrozen. You have obtained permission to update your database. Please scan to verify. Before the version update, Philip's subprogram could not support the function of stereo projection. Players could only use words to tease Philip. However, he now had an avatar. Philip appeared as a finger-sized boy that appeared as cute as a girl would. Many of the female players' eyes lit up when they saw him, and they could not help but touch Philip with their fingers. Although there was no tactile feeling being transmitted, Philip acted as though he had been hit and covered his little face, which was full of tears. His innocent expression seemed to convey that he was in pain because his projection had the function of virtual sensing. Instantly, the majority of female players, including Maple Moon, were captivated by Philip, their motherly love disastrously overflowing. Wah! How can something be so cute? Oh no! This is the feeling of having a child. He's so cute. My heart is gonna melt. So cute. How apartment. How Tion squeezed on Philip's head, causing it to explode and turn into a pile of light debris. The next moment, it reformed, and Philip shivered in a corner of the screen. How Tion mused, there's no notification on combat information. It seems like he cannot be reared as a pet to fight. Standing by the side, Frenzied Sword's mouth was twitching incessantly. Are you the devil himself? The crowd teased Philip for a while before he announced that the update was completed. The players present all then opened the subprogram. Philip retracted back into the screen before issuing a notification. Permissions have been reactivated. Welcome back to the Black Star Army. Please access your academic program. A beam of light shot out from the communicators of everyone present, forming a 3D screen as the video played. The title of the video was History of the Black Star Army, and this was exactly the academic program that they were required to watch. Han Xiao had set up the activation program to automatically play the academic program. Not just the players, every single member of the Black Star Army had to undergo this course. This was basically a textbook used to establish the culture of Black Star Army, and the producer was Rosalind. In his previous life, the players basically had to dig out the background of each version update by themselves, which was very inefficient. Han Xiao simply used his advantage to directly tell the players the history of the version update in this way, such that they would be able to figure out the situation earlier. This would save them a lot of trouble while improving the sense of identity the players felt, increasing their belonging to the Black Star Army. The spirit of the players was stoked. They were trying to know what the Black Star Army had become at this point, so they quietened down, their gazes staring fixedly at their virtual screens. The Black Star Army was established in the year 688 of the galaxy calendar and has been established for 17 years. Its original name was called the Black Star Mercenary Group, and its founder was Black Star Han Xiao. Rosalind's voice sounded, and the screen showed a silhouette of Black Star at the forefront, with the figures of his officers behind him. Just by looking at the opening, Bun Hit Dog's eyes lit up. This feels like a blockbuster here. After explaining the creation as well as the leader of the army, Rosalind's tone changed as she immediately began to describe the process of the Black Star Army's transformation in scale. The picture showed a star map of the Garten star system. On the upper left corner, there was a time indication of year 688. This was exactly when the Black Star Mercenary Group was first established. Within the vast star map, a humble and small green dot represented the forces of the Black Star Mercenary Group at that time. As the time on the upper left corner started to move, the tiny green dot slowly moved around, finally finding a base and beginning to expand into a small, irregularly shaped green area. This gradually expanded over time, showing the development trend of the Black Star Army. Not only were the 100,000 players at the headquarters watching this, but players from the other bases were also watching the video at the same time. This portion was the events that had taken place from version 1.0 to 2.0, and to have it displayed in this manner attracted the attention of all the players. As the green area slowly expanded in the Garten star system, the time shown on the upper left-hand corner finally reached the mark of 10 years ago, just before the version update. The players started to pay attention. From now on, it would be the decade that they had not experienced, which was the unknown changes. At this moment, the view on the virtual screen suddenly zoomed out tremendously, directly expanding to show the entire Colton star cluster. The star map was enlarged dozens or hundreds of times. At the same time, the green area that was originally confined to the Garten star system suddenly ballooned out to spread to more than half of the Colton star cluster, occupying half of it. Everyone present was stunned silly. Following the time skip, the sphere of influence rose sharply. If the expansion of the Black Star Army in version 2.0 was considered that of running, then the period of 10 years between the two versions was as though it was riding on a fighter jet. The time finally arrived at year 705. Out of the entire Colton star cluster, close to 90% was green in color. At this moment, Rosalind's voice sounded in the background. Today, the Black Star Army has completed its transformation, having branches throughout the whole Colton star cluster. Its business scope includes warfare, planet mining, and more. It is also the long-term ally of the Purple Crystal Civilization, the ruler of the Colton star cluster, with over 10 other civilizations as collaborators. The Calamity-grade supers under His Excellency have also grown to almost 20 people, with tens of thousands of battleships and hundreds of planet mining rights. The Black Star Army stands at the forefront of the organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog stared at this commentary. They were not alone, as the players around them had the same expressions as them, full of shock and surprise. When they originally arrived there, Frenzied Sword had already grossly inflated the power the Black Star Army had after a decade, but even he did not expect that he had still underestimated the Black Star Army. His imagination had truly limited him. This sort of feeling was like, after falling asleep for a night, waking up and finding out that the factory in town that you worked for had turned into the world's top 500 companies. Overnight, I only looked away for a moment, and you had already ascended to the sky? The curiosity of the crowd was so great that they were anxious about the deeds of the Black Star Army in the past decade. They could not help but wish to scrub the video straight to the end. Just what exactly happened when we were not here? How did the Black Star Army leap up to become such a great influence? Chapter 718 Defensive Measures Against Thieves. Chapter 718 Defensive Measures Against Thieves. The size of the Black Star Army truly shocked the players. The video then continued to play, and the video finally began to explain what the Black Star Army had been through over the past 10 years. Galaxy Year 695, the Crimson Dynasty expanded their territory, code name Crimson Tide. The Shattered Star Ring was thrown into chaos, and the Klent Kingdom ordered Bloodshed Land to invade the Purple Crystal Civilization. The Secret War exploded, and the Black Star Army joined Purple Crystal and fought on their behalf. The war has been going on for 10 years and isn't over yet. During this time, the Black Star Army has fought hundreds of battles and clashed with Bloodshed Land time and time again and forged their prestige. Rosalind introduced the background of the Secret War and everyone was startled. Crimson Tide? Isn't this the name of the version? It turns out that this refers to the expansion of the Crimson Dynasty. During the end of version 2.0, Black Star revealed information about this. So, it turns out he was truly revealing information about the next version. To think that Black Star Army would be dragged into a war between star cluster civilizations. This means that the main storyline mission for version 3.0 should be related to the Secret War. Many of the players began to speculate. If they continued along this line of thought, the expansion of the Black Star Army would definitely be related to their participation in the war. The Black Star Army should have gained wealth from the war. However, they had only managed to guess half the truth. The next part of the video immediately triggered a huge wave of commotion. In this war, Leader Black Star revealed the potential of becoming a beyond grade A super. He suppressed all the high-level combatants of the enemy and is invincible on the battlefield. He is the most likely individual to become a beyond grade A super in the entire Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Army also became a beyond grade A seated organization under his lead, with Purple Crystal and dozens of other star system civilizations expressing their goodwill toward him. As the leader of the faction, Rosalind gave a detailed introduction on Black Star and described his frightening combat prowess and the influence he had in the development of the Black Star Army. Most of the players understood that the video was trying to hint to them that the Black Star Army was only able to develop to such a level because of Black Star. If not for Han Shao displaying the potential to become a beyond grade A super, the Black Star Army would not have been able to stand out in the war. Black Star was the one who had developed the Black Star Army to such a size in 10 years. The players all came to a realization and immediately extracted the main point. Beyond grade A. After 2 versions, they already knew that Black Star was extremely powerful, but never had they expected him to overturn their understanding of him yet again. A beyond grade A super was already at the peak of the galaxy to the players. Black Star was a character who came out in version 1.0, and his storyline had run through 3 different versions. Currently, he had the right to become a peerless expert and would probably become an important character in version 3.0. Han Shao was already one of their own to the China players, and the players could not help but erupt with excitement when they found out that their boss was such a ferocious character. Before the update, many players were looking forward to seeing how the Black Star Army grew during version 3.0. The outcome at this moment truly filled them with satisfaction and was out of their expectations. When they were not around, Black Star was as reliable as always and had led the Black Star Army into such a fantastic shape. He was truly awesome. Their captain was still the best. With such a powerful leader, their faction had a greater potential for growth, and the players grew even more passionate for the Black Star Army. The video continued playing, and Rosalind went into detail about the various events and accomplishments of the Black Star Army over the past 10 years. She weaved in the various personal accomplishments of Han Shao. How he fought of multiple enemies alone, fought bravely to scare off the enemies, resolved numerous assassination attempts, battled Aesop, wiped out Dark Star, and so on. The lesson introduced the entire history of the Black Star Army, and after the end of the video, many players were still hungry for more. With Bunhitdog's videos as a foundation, this video made them feel as though they were chasing after a drama series. This can be considered a background introduction to this new version, right? Why do I feel as though this is more like an action film? Black Star is awesome. This is truly a growth-type faction. Our future is bright. Ha ha ha. All the players discussed the video excitedly. The changes in the Black Star army had truly shocked them. After calming down from their initial shock, they were immediately overjoyed. As long as the change was a positive one, the players could be at ease. The more impressive the achievements of the Black Star army, the more at ease they would be. This was a faction which they had witnessed for a full 3 versions. Who would have thought that so much would happen when we weren't around? Frenzied Sword could not help but lament. Bunhitdog felt his heart ache. What a pity. I could have made so many videos with all these resources. The video showed them the history of the Black Star army and allowed the players to have a better understanding of their own faction. Han Shao had always aimed to use the accomplishments of the faction to increase the sense of belonging that the players felt to the Black Star army, and the outcome was extremely good. A faction that had a history behind it would bring about a greater sense of belonging apart from the benefits that it could bring to the players. Through the events over the past 10 years, all the players had a basic understanding of version 3.0. It could be said that the players adapted at the fastest possible speed to the new version through Han Zhao's guidance. This was also the outcome that Han Shao wanted to see the most. The second phase of the 10 years mission was completed and Han Shao released the third phase of the mission. All the players in the Black Star army received a new notification. 10 years. The third link. Mission introduction. You now understand the situation in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star army is currently participating in the secret war. As a member of the army, you should make your choice. Mission requirements. Go through the necessary procedure and accept the secret war mission. Reward. Start of the secret war storyline plus 800 Black Star army favorability. Triggering the main storyline mission at the very beginning? It seems like this is the same as in version 2.0. They had triggered the mutation disaster storyline the moment they logged into the game as well. The players did not hesitate in the slightest and chose to participate in the secret war. In his previous life, the players had to go through an exploration phase before being guided to join the secret war by the various factions. This time, Han Shao had immediately placed the main storyline mission right in front of the players and saved them a great deal of trouble. The earlier the players joined the mission, the more benefits he would receive. Originally, the method to trigger the secret war mission was to join either Bloodshed Land or Section 0. However, Han Shao knew about this and had thus spent the past 10 years growing the Black Star army into an important member of Section 0. This enabled him to tie his faction together with Section 0 and allowed the players to participate in the secret war mission without joining another faction. The rewards of Han Zhao's effort were slowly showing themselves. The next moment, a notification popped up on the player's interface. They had triggered the main storyline mission that Han Shao had triggered 10 years ago. You have triggered Grade S Faction Mission, Secret War, Section 0, Mission Introduction. The Klent Kingdom has invaded the Purple Crystal Civilization, and you chose to stand on the side of the Purple Crystal Civilization. Mission Requirements. Listen to orders and force all invaders out of the Colton Star Cluster. At the end of the mission, your reward will be based on the rating of the mission. Grade S Mission. The eyes of the players lit up. The main storyline missions of the first 2 versions were Grade A missions, and this was the first time that they had accepted a Grade S mission. Han Shao had received this mission 10 years earlier than the players. While the mission rating would only be displayed at the end of the mission, Han Shao was certain that he had long reached the highest rating. This main storyline mission has a suffix. Does this mean that we will also be able to do this mission in the Klent faction? Bunhitdog immediately managed to guess the truth. In Han Zhao's previous life, the players could choose between Klent or Purple Crystal, and both factions had their own strengths. Purple Crystal was located in the Colton Star Cluster, which was also where the players were located. On top of that, they also had the geographical advantage as the defending party. On the other side, the tyrant from Bloodshed Land was a beyond Grade A super, and he was also extremely attractive to the players. The original storyline of version 2.0 did not include the Black Star Army. Ghidorah and Darkstar were the organizations that brought the players into the galaxy. They each hired some players and brought the players onto two different paths. The players that were in the Darkstar faction had automatically joined Clint due to the connection between Clint and Darkstar. Because of the tyrant's prestige, many players had chosen to join Bloodshedland, resulting in the Section 0 faction being on the passive side. However, Han Shao had already changed the storyline and set a good foundation in version 2.0. He had single-handedly snatched almost all the Planet Aquamarine players from both Ghidorah and Darkstar. Currently, the Black Star Army was the most important member in Section 0. This meant that all the players would naturally be on Purple Crystal's side. Those who wanted to join Clint would have to give up all their investments in the Black Star Army from the past two versions. This meant that the players' cost of changing factions was extremely high. While the players did not like being forced, with the sense of belonging being cultivated in the first two versions together with his first-mover advantage, the players would not feel too troubled by the lack of options. While the Beyond Grade A Heber did indeed have some attraction to the players had just watched a video that showed them that Black Star also had the potential to become a Beyond Grade A Super. The Bloodshedland immediately lost their greatest selling point, and even if the majority of the players knew that they could switch factions, they would not do so as it was not worth it. Thus, it would be impossible for Clint and Bloodshedland to gain a large number of players like in Han Zhao's previous life. The butterfly effect that Han Shao had created in version 2.0 was still affecting events. However, the players were a strange breed, and there would be some who wanted to join the Whistleblower Club. Han Shao had already thought of a plan to deal with them. He had considered many different scenarios over the past 10 years. As the players discussed the main storyline mission excitedly, Han Shao no longer pretended to view the scenery and returned to the inside of the armed satellite fortress. The first step is complete. It is now time to fertilize the crops. Chapter 719 Fertilization. Chapter 719 Fertilization. On the dock, the more than 100,000 players scattered. The guiding mission given by Han Shao had ended. They decided to explore the Black Star Army headquarters and get to know the facilities here. The players knew that this planet fortress would most likely be their base in version 3.0. The Black Star Army headquarters was extremely large, not cramped at all even for more than 100,000 people. They quickly scattered and fused into the usual Black Star Army members. Frenzied Sword, Hao Tian, and a few other close professional players moved together, accompanied by Bunhit Dog and Maple Moon. They walked around and observed the NPCs passing by while discussing the main storyline mission they had just received. The storyline of the new version is so exciting, Frenzied Sword said. I can't believe we are going to experience an enormous war between two star cluster civilizations. Those in the other star fields did not receive the main storyline mission as soon as they entered the game like we did. They're still exploring. Well, this isn't the first time. In every past version, the main storyline always appeared the earliest in Shattered Star Ring. This should be our specialty. Twinkle Fried Rice shrugged. Indeed, it was the same in version 2.0. We knew about the main storyline as soon as we came online. The other star fields only got it months or even a year later. Hao Tian nodded. From how things are looking, it seems Black Star is going to be the main NPC in version 3.0 once again. All the main storylines in the past three versions were related to him, Bunhit Dog said while rubbing his chin. It's more than 3 versions, Frenzied Sword said with an excited expression. I saw him even during the closed beta, but back then, I never guessed he would become this strong. Bunhit Dog's eyes sparkled. Black Star is making so many appearances. I don't think the other star fields have an NPC similar to him at all. Black Star is the only NPC that has appeared in every version for the past 3 versions. I feel like Black Star might be the protagonist of the entire Shattered Star Ring. That's right, this sounds like an amazing topic to talk about. The next episode of my video will definitely explode. Han Shao was now extremely popular among the Chinese players. Plus, the video earlier showed his achievements in the past 10 years, so this was the time when the players were most interested in him. Therefore, Bunhit Dog felt like he could make use of that and use the topic of Shattered Star Ring's protagonist to make the next episode of his video series. He believed that it would definitely become very popular. In the past two versions, the players had experienced many interesting storylines in Galaxy and witnessed all kinds of NPCs. Quite a number of those NPCs were also widely liked by the players, but Black Star was the only one that the players had the deepest impression of. Even the players in the other star fields knew his name. Currently, Han Xiao was the most famous NPC and also the NPC that the players wanted to see the most. In the eyes of many players, creating articles, videos, or anything related to Black Star was a business opportunity. Black Star series was the video series that had made Bun Hit Dog famous. It was one of the must-watch videos for the new players, and it was still ongoing. Due to the fame brought by this series, Bun Hit Dog was most passionate about building Han Xiao's image. However, due to how famous Black Star was, there were also other video creators that did the same and made videos about the Black Star Army. Nonetheless, Bun Hit Dog had captured the market as early as back in version 1.0, so he was the most authentic in the eyes of the players. It could be said that Bun Hit Dog's videos contributed greatly to how much the players liked the Black Star Army. As members of the Black Star Army, seeing that the faction was growing under their influence and hard work, and that it was made into a kind of drama series, it gave them a very strong immersive experience. Video creators such as Bun Hit Dog used NPC's fame to benefit themselves, but they did not know that Han Xiao was also using them. The group chatted for a while and returned to the main topic of the main storyline of the new version. This was what the professional players were interested in. By the way, with our strength, we shouldn't be able to influence the result of this galactic war, right? Frenzied Sword said. Maple Moon nodded and said seriously, I just checked. The representatives of the secret war are the Bloodshed Land and Section 0, which the Black Star Army is a part of. The leader of the Bloodshed Land is called Heber, one of the Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. As for Section 0, their organization is also extremely large. With both sides being so strong, the people involved in the war are most likely in the billions. Even if all the players take part, I don't think the result of the war will be affected much, if at all. How Tian pondered and analyzed. If that's the case, the secret war is just the major background of the new version. The main areas we will be acting in should be the smaller battlefields within the war. I hope they aren't just more cut scenes. Twinkle Fried Rice smiled bitterly. That might not be the case. Seeing that the others turned to look at him, Frenzied Sword continued to explain. Think about it, for the past 3 versions our level limit has been increasing. The scale of the storyline has been increasing too, from a planet to a star system to a star cluster. However, the combat capability standard in the galaxy has a stable system. For example, Grade CS are basic galactic warriors, so Grade BS are the mid-tier combatants. This system will not change because of the version updates, while our grades will keep increasing. This means that our position in the galaxy and our influence on the storyline will keep growing as the version keeps updating. Now that the level limit is 120, the first batch of players should all be able to reach Grade B. According to this theory, our importance in the new version will definitely exceed the previous 2 versions. Hence, I think that we will be able to take part in the storyline of Galaxy more actively in version 3.0, and there will definitely be new ways of playing this game. The others contemplated for a while. Damn, this guy does kinda make sense. Bun Hit Dog's eyes sparkled. Can I cop? Quote what you just said. Please act like a human being. Twinkle Fried Rice was speechless. By the way, although we triggered the main storyline, how are we going to take part in the war? Do we listen to the army's arrangements or take on missions on our own? At this point, Frenzied Sword and the others suddenly realized that the Black Star Army members around all suddenly gathered in the same direction. Their communicators also vibrated. It was a notification from Philip to tell all the members in the headquarters to head to the square. There was going to be an announcement. Frenzied Sword and the others went to the square with the crowd. The place was now filled with people. The other players had arrived as well and were waiting with the other Black Star Army members. The floor in front of the crowd curved up and turned into a stage. Projections appeared above the square and displayed the image of the stage so that the people far away could see. More than 20 high-level army officers appeared on the stage. Many were familiar faces to the players. It's been 10 years, but the officers from version 2.0 are all still here. That's nice. There seemed to be quite a few new officers as well. Oh, is that Beauty Sylvia? Oh no, is this excitement I feel? Humph. So what if that's a beauty? I'm an educated person. Us Dragon Emperor Lickers will never betray our faith. Seeing the familiar NPCs from the last version, many players felt nostalgic. Out of habit, they threw detections at the officers. Other than getting to know the names of these officers, the rest of the information was all question marks, and every one of the officers was shown as fatally dangerous. Now, the players finally had a clearer image of how strong the Black Star Army was. The space in the middle of the stage rippled. A person appeared out of thin air and walked out of the void. It was Han Xiao. More than 100,000 players finally saw what Han Xiao looked like after 10 years. He was still wearing the familiar clothing but taller and more level-headed. Frenzied Sword and the others realized that admiration appeared on the faces of many of the Black Star Army members around. From this detail, they were clearer on Han Xiao's position in the hearts of his subordinates. Bun Hit Dog quickly started recording to collect materials. Including the players, countless people in the square were staring at Han Xiao. He cleared his throat, and his voice spread across the entire square through machines. In half a month, we will work with the large group of Section 0 to launch a large-scale counterattack against the Bloodshed Land. Many people will be recruited to take part. Other than the warriors that have already been enlisted, the army will be accepting the enlistment requests of the rest of the members as well. Other than the returns paid by the Purple Crystal Civilization, the army will provide additional subsidies for those who take part in the war according to their position. The details are on the announcement board of the internal army system. As a mercenary group, the members would just split the reward given by the employer. Now that the Black Star Army had completed its transition into a private armed force, it had to pay salaries to the official members like the military. Taking part in a war was extremely risky, so additional subsidies were required as well. Luckily, Black Star Army was more than able to afford those expenses even with its current size. So that's how we're going to take part in the war. We'll have to request it in the army, Frenzied Sword said. The rating of the main storyline mission can only be increased by taking part in the war, but we can choose not to. So, this isn't a compulsory storyline mission. The players started to discuss the topic, and the square became noisy. This time, Han Xiao looked around, chuckled in his mind, and continued. All those who are taking part in the war will enjoy 50% off when purchasing the various products of the army. In half a month's time, all those taking part shall gather in the headquarters and board the fleet to head to the battlefield. If you have any questions, you can ask the artificial intelligence program of the army. The crowd was stunned. 50% off? 50% for all the faction products. What? That's amazing. Chapter 720 players. I'm gonna earn till I explode. Chapter 720 players. I'm gonna earn till I explode. The players were ecstatic and could not wait to open the faction store interface. Compared to version 2.0, the faction store's product categories had increased by hundreds of times, and various equipment, materials, and items were all available. Because the Black Star Army had collaborated with many different financial groups, Han Xiao had managed to negotiate with the leaders of the various financial groups to open their purchase channels to his faction members. In this manner, as long as an object was not too rare, the faction store would definitely be selling it. This led to a significant increase in the logistics capabilities of the Black Star Army. Han Xiao had also collected a huge number of blueprint drawings in the past few years and vigorously developed the back-end logistics division. With the support of his strong economic strength, he had established countless factories and assembly lines for the logistics department and even trained up a group of professionals. Currently, the capability of the Black Star Army to produce independently was very strong, already having stored tens of thousands of machines and equipment, including rare high-end equipment such as orange and pink equipment. All the materials and equipment would be supplied to the members of the faction. As long as they had money, they would be able to arm themselves to the teeth. The standard-issued armor of the Black Star Army had also undergone many changes through the past 7 years. It had integrated a variety of intermediate-level armor technology, further strengthening it to be better armor. It had been mass-produced for the middle to lower-ranked members. Name: Black Star Army's Mark 7 individual soldier armor. It could transform into specialized modes for attack, defense, reconnaissance, and more. The armor of the majority of players had fallen behind in times. Compared to the current Mark 7 armor, it looked more like a trinket than actual armor. Looking at the list of items the faction store offered, the desires of the players started to burn. This was especially true for Frenzied Sword, Hao Tian, and the other professional players who did not lack money. If they participated in the battle, all the good items, including orange equipment, would be on 50% off. This opportunity, once gone, would never come back. The players had amassed a large sum during version 2.0, and having come across this sale with great difficulty, where they would finally upgrade their equipment, the idea of diligently saving up was simply thrown out the window. What was the purpose of saving? To be able to spend it all when the opportune time came. When one could bear it no longer, there was no need to endure. Without hesitation, the players on scene immediately applied for the military operation through Philip. With the fast processing speed of Philip, it quickly completed the request of all the players present, sending out the mission that Han Shao had long prepared to them. Faction War Mission. Black Star's Counterattack. Mission Introduction. Section 0 has prepared a large-scale counterattack military operation. As a glorious Black Star warrior, you have chosen to participate in this campaign. Mission requirements. Follow the Black Star Army's fleet and obey orders to participate in the battle. Reward, plus 500 Black Star Army favorability. Activate the follow-up mission of the Secret War. The players present only took a glance at the interface notification before turning their attention back to the faction store. Indeed, everything present was reduced by half. The players were all overjoyed and could not wait to dance around merrily. Han Shao had released this mission in order to guide the players, as he had no control over the activation of main storylines. Thus, he used the reward section to let players understand that they would start the following mission of the Secret War main storyline. This was to give players peace of mind, allowing them to improve their participation during the battle and reducing the number of slackers. In the past, Section 0 had also assigned players to participate in the battle. This time, he had taken in so many players, so the labor had to be done by himself. This large-scale military operation had not been proposed suddenly, as Han Shao knew that the players would return during this time. 2 months prior, he had already begun preparations for this large-scale counterattack operation. He had waited until now to bring players with him to join in this secret war together. While the players had accumulated a lot of experience and money in version 2.0, Han Zhao's upgrades now required a sky-high price. The experience they had saved up was just not enough, and he had to fatten them up once more, or else the mission completion cards he had saved up would be useless. As soon as this version opened, Han Shao could not wait to guide the players over to the war missions. This was to allow them to accumulate as much experience as possible. Only by increasing the players' spending power and letting them become rich could he then earn even more. He had always been an advocate for mutual benefits and being well off comprehensively. Putting it in another way, the leeks that he had planted were not ripe yet. He still had to give it his all to fertilize them. Han Shao also knew well that with every new version, raising their levels to the upper limit would be the players' first choice. As such, their desire to spend would be lowered. Han Shao needed to stimulate demand and make players willing to take out their wallets for consumption. The 50% discount for the war participants was just one of his measures to stimulate the demand in the players. The large number of players formed a turbulent human wave as they left the square, going straight toward the logistics department. Meanwhile, every one of them was browsing the store, looking for their favorite equipment or items. One set of the standard issued armor, and I'll take the skin for it as well. Jackpot, jackpot. This time we hit the mother lode. Never expected this sort of benefit from the beginning of the version. This is to improve our combat capability, allowing us to protect ourselves in the war mission. The head really loves us. The 100,000 or so players nearly burst the logistics department at the seams when they all rushed in to order equipment. In addition to the single players wantonly buying, a few of the guilds began to organize their manpower, calling friends to crowdfund their items. Such opportunities are rare. Hurry and get more money. We can buy better things with these. The Guild of Gods head Jupiter showed an expression of glee, prepared to utilize the funds of his guild to buy a few sets of mining spaceships and equipment. In the future, Guild of Gods would be able to mine their own resources, receiving a steady stream of profits. Professional players like Frenzied Sword, however, preferred the high-quality equipment and went to find their respective club's guild to raise money, buying orange equipment crazily. The players present looked as though they had all consumed aphrodisiacs, their desire for consumption skyrocketing to extreme levels. Wave after wave of purchases were made, and on their hands were big and small bags, all containing new equipment. Although their wallets were emptied, everybody had a smile on their face. Having saved 50% of what they were supposed to pay, they were so happy. At the same time, Han Xiao returned to his office, checking the revenue data of the army. In just half an hour, I've earned 2.7 billion anas, Han Xiao murmured to himself. Even with the current huge assets of the Black Star Army, this sum was no small amount. If averaged out, an individual player had spent close to 20,000 anas. While all the goods were on a 50% sale, his total profit after deducting the costs was still hundreds of millions of anas. Fruinovel.com. With the current productivity and warehouse capacity of the Black Star Army, meeting the demands of all the players was simply a piece of cake. Han Xiao did not play his strategy of raising the price first before slashing it. He indeed placed all his goods at a 50% discount this time. However, because he had already mastered the technology specialization, the profits after discount was still immensely high. The players were also not stupid and would definitely remember the prices of goods in the previous version. Furthermore, what Han Xiao was lacking now was not money, so he had no need to destroy the goodwill between him and the players for just this paltry sum. It would be better to allow the players to feel some substantial benefits. His goal was not to obtain this pot of money but rather to stimulate the consumer's desire for consumption, emptying the players' wallets before using this long-term discount activity to make players generate money quickly. Thus, they would work harder to participate in the war. Through this, their experience would fill up and empty out for him, then rinse and repeat. Continuously draining the players' wallets would keep their fighting spirit up. A mature leek would know how to engage in self-fertilization. Now that the players have spent all their money, I guess we can start soon. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled up. In fact, emptying the player's wallet was just the prelude prepared by Han Xiao. The real harvest had just begun. In the logistics department, the amount of equipment left in the deposit did not even hit triple digits. As the players put on their new equipment, they felt content at how rewarding the buying spree was. Their desire to spend money was not yet over, however, and they opened the faction store to browse if there was anything else that they could take advantage of. Looking at the sky-high prices even after discounting for the top-tier equipment, the players were moved, but they could not afford it even with the discount. Thus, they could only look away in resignation. It was at this time that someone found out the faction store stocked a lot more profession knowledge compared to the previous version. As they closely scrutinized it, the players received a huge shock. The faction store actually contained the basic and advanced knowledge of the various psychic, mechanic, esper, psychic, and magic professions. There were even a few professions that had high-end knowledge. Everyone present clearly remembered that in version 2.0, the Black Star Army did not have a complete copy of all knowledge for the 5 major professions. In fact, the basic and advanced knowledge for each profession could easily be gathered as long as one had money. With the current financial power of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao had gathered all the various lower-tier profession knowledge in the past 7 years and even bought over a few high-end knowledges. Having reached this level, the Black Star Army members under Han Xiao were numerous, with people of all different professions. Buying this many different types of knowledges was so that he could conveniently groom more warriors. However, in the eyes of the players, this had extraordinary significance. In order to obtain profession knowledge, players in the various star fields had to increase favorability of the various profession mentors as well as the favorability of the faction they were in, and this was troublesome. However, in the Black Star Army, they were able to master the profession knowledge of the classes, which signified that they did not need to find a mentor, and this would save them a lot of time and energy. This was an advantage that players from the other star fields did not have. The most surprising thing was that, Not only did the amount of profession knowledge increase, they actually did not require money. Learning knowledge in the previous versions required money. However, this time in the faction store, knowledge only required one's faction contribution points as well as experience. Although the experience cost of learning a knowledge remained, the required faction contribution points had halved. They actually made knowledge free of charge? This doesn't make sense. Why is it that profession knowledge does not require money now? Won't it be a loss for us since we bought it last version using money? Wait! I've discovered the reason. If a problem could not be solved, they could ask Philip. Some of the players took the initiative to open the subprogram and ask, and they quickly got the answer. Due to the scale of expansion for the Black Star Army, training camps had been established in various places. In order to train up members of the army on a large scale, the exchange pattern for knowledge had thus been altered. Members of the army could apply for the knowledge so long as they had enough contributions instead. This system not only applied to the players but also to NPCs. This was equivalent to the induction training for the Black Star Army. The crowd was astonished and realized even more about the great cause of the Black Star Army. This star cluster level organization was indeed miles apart from its past, with high generosity and a proper system in place. So, we also received the same welfare? Other than a portion of people feeling depressed that they had spent the money in vain, the rest were all overjoyed. So, does that mean that we all need not pay whenever we wish to learn knowledge next time? Just use our contribution points. Damn! This is too good. It's indeed a faction for growth. The treatment is awesome. The majority of players were relieved, and they could feel the practical benefits of the development that the Black Star Army had undergone in the past decade. When comparing faction benefits, the Black Star Army had left the rest in the dust. How blissful! Just now, the 3 consecutive chain missions awarded us quite a bit of contribution points, enough to buy a few of the knowledges. My basic knowledge is not complete yet. Hee, I'm out of money. But learning knowledge does not require money. The faction contribution points are even at a 50% discount. This benefit is really too good, too profitable. With the mentality of, since I can take advantage, I might as well do it, the group of players immediately used up all the experience points that they had saved to obtain all the various knowledges. Following the buying of the knowledge, the dry experience bank of Han Shao started to fill up once more. Finally, Han Shao let out a deep breath, feeling relieved. This was what he needed the most. He had abolished the monetary price for knowledge to gain a large amount of the player's experience. However, because the system also took into account NPCs, Han Shao had thus made it into a system of contribution points for knowledge. For his normal members, experience was an intangible object, so if there was no requirement in terms of contribution points, it would be equivalent to giving it away, which would result in serious problems. This was his bottom line for maintaining the system of the faction. In order to allow players to fork out the experience to purchase the knowledges, Han Shao had utilized the 3 guiding missions earlier to send the players a wave of contribution points. Following which, he had then used the ploy of having prices to incite the players' desires, emptying their purses. After they had finished spending, the players would definitely want to take advantage of the system with the 50% off. At this time, they would then discover that knowledge did not require money, and with their contribution point prices halved, a portion of the players would use their experience to learn various knowledges. The reason it was only a portion was because knowledge could be learned at any point in time, but Han Shao wanted to harvest some player experience in this short amount of time. After being deprived for a decade, he could bear it no longer. After considering that it was necessary to maintain the value of the contribution of the camp as a secondary currency, and that it could not trigger inflation in the process, Han Shao did not give out too many contribution points to the players. Or else he would have just thrown the players a motherload of contribution points, to the extent that they would reach the reverence relationship, allowing them to learn all the knowledge they wanted. Not only would he empty their purses, he would also empty their experience bars, robbing them of both resources. It's better to harvest slowly. I'll save some experience for them, allowing them to rise to grade B. I cannot just pull my leeks out from the roots. Han Shao was acutely aware that he could not pull out the seedlings to make it look like they were growing. Watching his experience counter skyrocket, he licked his lips, a moved expression on his face. It had been 10 years. Finally, he could fill up his experience slot, this bottomless pit. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.